talking to you guys, looked at all the record releases from 1994, which, and we've said this on the air before, the best year in rock music, 1994. I mean, think about all the stuff that came out then, and the stuff we're still playing on rock radio now, including you guys. It was a crowded field back in '94. How did you make yourself stick out?
Oh, geez, we just stayed at it. I don't know, but it was a weird, cool era. Like rolling into towns, we would start going through the dial to see if the local station was playing us, and if we're lucky, we heard ourselves sandwiched between Foghat and Boston or something, because the formats were all over the map.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There, and now it's like that again.
Right. Do you still get giddy hearing yourself on the radio? Does it still do it for you?
It's just it's weird. I'm like, what? Oh, that's me. That's what my take every time.
Are you judgmental of the song when you hear, like, oh, we should have done this or we should have done that?
Nah,
That's good.
Nah.
What's done is done.
Yeah.
There's no change in what happened over 20 years ago.
Yeah, the funniest thing
the
is the other day I turned on the radio in the car, and I heard the tail end of a song, and I was like, what is this religious guy screaming about? And I realized, that's me!
Who is this?
You old man.
For the first couple of seconds, I just thought,
You old man to yourself.
this station has really changed their format.
What's the weirdest rumor and most untrue thing you've heard about yourselves?
Oh, there's so many.
Oh, come on, tell us.
They're pretty clean cut, right?
Sure.
Let's see. What's the weirdest one? Oh,
God,
geez.
I don't know.
There's
been a lot of
There's
them.
just a lot of weird things. People
I wish
like
Clark was here. He's got all that up here.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Because he has. There are some weird ones there.
I'm trying to think of one now.
Yeah.
About any particular song?
That we were young.
About yourself?
That was the weirdest rumor I heard.
That what?
We were young ones.
We were young.
Hey, good morning, everybody. All right, it's Friday, guys. We made it first full week of the new year.
Holy
and
smokes.
here we are, right?
It kind of went fast. So at first I was like, this is going to take forever. And then it went fast.
Yeah, no, here we are. Busy weekends planned?
Yeah. Yeah.
Out and about?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Rockin' the Right tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
With the Scottish Rite Cathedral with Song Society.
That's right.
That'll be fun, super jam. And they already put up their silent auction, and it's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Anything good on there?
Yeah, like trips to Mexico and all sorts of cool things around town.
Nice.
Trips to Mexico. Nice. I just did my global entry interview. Me and the
how'd
family
that
yesterday.
go?
You got it all covered?
All good?
Do you have inside info?
You can skip the line.
No, dude, it took a while to get an interview.
The United States Fast Pass. Well,
That's really what it is. So if you've ever been out of the country and when you come back in, of course, you got to go through customs.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a pain in the ass.
all time.
Every time, yeah.
Every time.
Because those
it's a pain in the
airports
ass.
tend to be monstrously huge over there. And
Well, this is coming back in.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're at Heathrow or any of those kind of things, you're.
See, only time that it matters to me, and I don't always remember that it matters. Because typically, when people are deplaning, they're just psychopaths, and they're like breaking protocol, and I gotta get out of here, and like we're all going. Come on, man! Like we still gotta wait for bags, especially in this lousy airport. We gotta wait for bags more than we should. So you just kind of, slowly get out of it. But when you are coming back from another country and you got to go through customs, you get off that plane as fast as possible.
Run.
I try not to run because I don't want to look like I'm trying to get ahead of everybody. But boy, I am walking at a pace that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you want to get to customs quick.
I'm trying to get ahead of everybody.
That line. I mean, it's like Space Mountain at Disney World.
And they're mean to you. Like our customs agents are, and I'm glad they vet
I've never had a
people.
bad experience with a customs agent.
I
my God.
love our customs
Yeah,
agents.
No,
every
you can
custom
love them all
agent
you
is
want.
You
awesome.
guys are the best.
They never smile. Like I'm like goofy.
Hey,
and, like,
listen, they got a
bubbly
job
and
to
stuff.
do.
No, I know that's
It's
what
not
I'm
about
saying.
customer service.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
protecting.
But I'm saying my personality coming into mean, literally gatekeeping personality. It's a freaking nightmare. So I'm like nervous. There's no bathroom.
Yeah, I make the mistake of doing the too much. Like you come up smiling, like, "Hey, here's this," and they're like, "Why are you so happy? Why are you trying to pretend you're so innocent?"
He's too happy.
I can't
Something must be up.
You know
Search
what
his
it
bag.
is? I can't charm my way in. Like literally, like that's my thing. Like I'll charm
No, they're
the
immune
pants
to
off
it.
of you, and they're like, "No,
Nope.
lady, not at all." Like, and they're like looking through my soul. I'm like, "Oh, I'm
Charm
uncomfortable."
This woman must be keystering drugs.
That's
She's so
right.
happy.
Charm.
So we were coming back from Costa Rica last year, and the customs line was, it was outrageous. And next to the customs line is a line that is labeled global entry. There was 4 bazillion people in the regular customs line, 5 people in the global entry line.
Mm-hmm.
I turned to my wife. I said, how do we get into that line? How do we do that? And then looked into it, and there's a program called Global Entry.
But no one needs to be doing that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea, though.
No, because it's expensive, too.
It's
Yeah, how-
very expensive.
Enlighten us. How much did you pay for that?
Too much.
I don't know.
Thousands of
my credit card.
Stay
My
away.
credit card. Whatever credit card we have, pays for it.
Everybody with global entry, by the way, is saying, please shut up.
Yeah. But here's the thing that's cool about
Please
this
stop
is
it.
that
Well, you know what?
You're going to miss out on the, I don't know, I enjoy the lines. You get to meet wonderful friends.
Yeah, that's right.
So you don't get to do that.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
a regular
it, man.
coffee house down there. Everybody's just chatting it up, talking. Hey, well, where'd you come
Well,
from?
so let me go through the procedure. You got to, you got to apply, and you got to give all the paperwork over. So it's for 4 people, because you can't have like one person in their family do it. Everybody, like
Has to have
even the
their own
kids,
interview.
even the kids and everything.
Nice.
So you get approved, and then you have to go for an interview.
What did they say to you?
Oh, that's top secret.
What?
That's
You did sign an NDA? You
that
can't tell anyone?
is that's.
Give us like one question you had yesterday.
What's your name?
Can you put your finger over here for a fingerprint?
And your reply?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, I
We
can.
have to do the
I think
finger.
you're in.
No, so you apply for this thing, you get approved, and then you have to go for an interview, and that took almost 6 months to get an interview.
Did they put a light on you as you were in
No,
a dark
it wasn't
room?
like that.
Dang it.
They
It was in
did.
a
Mark
concrete
Wahlberg
They did
come out?
hook.
bunker.
They did hook a car battery up to my nipples.
Yeah.
Finally, somebody did that for you.
Would you rather be waterboarded or would you rather be hooked up to the car battery? I said,
Battery me up.
battery,
baby.
yeah, hook me up.
I'm the idiot fool that let mine expire. And now the process is like a 9-month wait, and they haven't told me. I don't even have an interview yet. It's going to be a nightmare coming back from Europe.
Well, there's like one dude here in St. Louis.
One guy.
One guy.
I thought you had an in with it.
I did. I don't think he's doing it
One
anymore.
guy.
I don't know his email. If you're out there, Patrick, email me.
Agent Diaz. Nice dude. One guy.
Yeah, I knew the guy before.
Super cool, nice.
All right.
Rizz Show
Me, the
listener?
wife, and the kids. No,
Dang it.
Dang it.
not a Rizz Show listener.
He's a fan of redheads.
I tell you what, man. Have you ever had a customs experience just be way out of left field different? I mean, you never been put aside or any of that stuff.
Oh, I've been pulled aside before. I've been, I've had the enhanced search before.
Oh, okay. I've had some gnarly ones. I told you they made us strip and get naked and explain our tattoos in Canada once. That was gnarly. I was deported from China. That was a gnarly one. I was detained for 16 hours in the basement under gun and then deported. But
that's all band stuff. I mean, when you're traveling with your family.
One of the most memorable ones, I was traveling with my wife's first time she was in Europe, I think, and Italy. You ever done it in Italy? You been to Italy?
No.
Whoa,
Bucket list.
buddy.
I know it's on my bucket list.
Just know that customs in Italy. Okay, you know how I was saying, like, people breaking protocol, getting out of planes and all this, and this is no slight on Italians. I'm just telling you what our experience was. When you land in Italy, people are pushing one another. I mean, my wife still talks about it to this day. She's like, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, listen, man, it's a different culture. You're gonna feel it. Every country over here is gonna feel a little bit different. And
Everybody's talking with their hands.
and the very
You got
first
pasta on your
the
face.
very first time we landed, though, dude, this little old lady comes over and just 2-hand shoves my wife. And dude, she just poop like this, and she goes, "Excuse me," and I go, first of all, wrong language. No one's gonna respond to that here.
You got to go, excuse me.
And I go. Secondly, babe, just roll with it, because I
That's where it was
guarantee
in
you,
Israel, too.
everybody could kick our ass here. So just roll. And the whole time, I mean, she was just American in Europe kind of thing, and it was the customs line. And I'm not kidding, dude. If they see a gap, boom, push you out.
That's why it
push
is
you
in
out of the
Israel,
way.
too.
South America was similar.
If you are, you're slow on the sidewalk. I mean, they will roll over you.
Yeah, get out of the way.
And not even bat an eye. It's just a culture.
It was awesome. I mean, I love it. I love it over there. I love the European feel. But my wife, it was an adjustment.
Well, this global entry thing, I'm super excited. We're going to Dominican Republic in May, so I'm excited.
Oh, man.
I'm excited. It comes with TSA pre-check and everything.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sorry. I don't know what just
it doesn't.
happened. Do you guys
Don't
know
do it.
what just happened? What was that?
Did you spill something?
Oh my God! The unicorn just exploded.
Is that your unicorn?
Your squeezy?
I saw her spraying milk or something.
Your unicorn stress ball is
Yeah.
leaking?
Ew.
It literally
Ew,
threw its butthole. What just happened? I'm like, where did this come from?
I saw it. I thought it was
Yo, your
spraying
unicorn
Stress
stress ball is
There's a fluid in there.
through its butt too. It's like a
It's like, why are you
What
spraying
the
it's like
hell?
a white fluid.
I had
Taste
no
it.
idea there was fluid.
I smelled
Don't.
it. I'm like, what is this?
Taste it.
No,
No.
surely it's poison.
Yeah, it's. Oh my God! Good thing I have 3 more as a backup.
Good.
Anyway, back to you.
Because you're going to need that today.
Wait, is
Because
that-
we're playing a game that you've never played before,
No.
and you are going to be stressed out.
Yeah,
The stressor.
I am.
That's incredible.
Turn your mic on, bud.
Oh, he actually broke a stressor. That's incredible.
I know. I've been so stressed out.
You're definitely going to need that later then.
You're going to need it later because we're going to play a
Dang
game
it.
at Lern that she's never played before. It's an old Rizz Show game that we're bringing back today. Moon, thank you for reminding me about it.
Yeah, I was thinking about a couple things that we haven't done in a while. I was like, man, I really missed this and I really missed this. And you said, oh. And you instantly were like, oh. I can't wait to do this one.
Yeah.
Well, we had planned on doing Rizz Show password, and Lern was gonna lead the charge, but I called an audible. And I know you're disappointed. I know you're ready. We'll do it next
I
week.
have so many words ready.
I know. We'll do it next week
It's all right.
when Rafe's back, and this way Rafe could get in on it too.
Yeah.
But this game, oh boy, you're gonna love it.
I can't
Yeah.
wait.
You're gonna love it.
I think listeners love this too
Yeah.
because
They get to play along.
it's one of those where if they know, they're yelling at the radio.
Yeah.
So if you got plans over the weekend, the weather may, at least tonight, and maybe into tomorrow, may play into
I think the whole
what's going to go on.
the weather's going to play into your weekend. I mean, it should. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, well, here's this in. This is from Fox 2. I'm reading directly from their website. There's a lot of details in this forecast, but there is one event you should be aware of. MoDOT says the transition from rain to snow may disrupt the Friday evening commute.
Now, I did see an update, by the way. It's not going to be as bad as they thought it was a few days ago.
Oh yeah, this is from today.
Okay.
So they said the rain's going to make it difficult for MoDOT crews to pre-treat the roads. Powerful winter storm's going to track through the St. Louis area. I mean, it was pouring when I came in this morning.
I woke up to
Yeah, it was hitting
It was
the windows.
pouring when I got in. Rain Thursday night, Friday doesn't mean there's going to be widespread heavy snow. They said there's more to this storm than just the snow. The system will enter the region yesterday. Widespread rain. Winds may even get to between 40 and 50 miles an hour, especially over southern Illinois, southeast Missouri. There is a chance the rain may briefly start as some wet snow north of 70, but that will quickly give way to rain as temperatures warm. Friday commute's going to be very wet, still pretty windy. Around midday today, Arctic air will get pulled into the system from the west and rapidly get sucked in towards the center of the storm.
I'm not going to be outside at that point. That's scary.
This will start a steady transition from rain to snow from west to east between midday and 4 p.m. The amount of potential snow accumulations will be directly tied to how fast the cold air gets pulled into the storm. If it arrives faster, the snow will fall. If it arrives more slowly, the chances for more meaningful accumulation diminish. So it's not going to be bad as far as here in the metro area. They're saying a couple inches of snow, not out of the question for points north, west, and southwest.
Why does snow hate us right now?
I don't know. Listen, we're driving around all weekend. The boys got a hockey tournament up in Wentzville all weekend. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with just the rain.
Me too.
Did you say they also already the list of schools that are canceled tomorrow? They're not going to have classes?
Yeah, there's gonna be no classes tomorrow.
Dang near
Or
everybody.
the next
I know.
day.
Or the next
Or the
day.
next day.
Man, that's crazy.
Or the next day.
It's going to be a wild storm.
So listen, we do know the kids will be off tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that.
Yep.
That's all we know so far. So parents plan accordingly.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what today is? Today is Quitter's Day.
Yay.
We're quitting.
Today
Cool.
is Quitter's Day.
We quit.
Your stress ball quit.
For real, the unicorn stress ball just quit on the air, so things are.
I
lining
quit
up.
this bitch.
He also did something else that rhymes with quit.
You know, winners never quit and
Well,
quitters never win.
If your
But
New
they do
Year's
have a holiday.
resolution is still going strong by midnight tonight, you are among the elite. Happy Quitter's Day, everybody.
Thank you.
Dude, we're watching what's that show? Better Call Saul. And he was talking about the sunk cost fallacy. And man, that's something I wish I'd have learned a little bit sooner. You know, like we grow up in like quitters, you should never quit.
Right.
You know, soccer and baseball and all this stuff. Like quitters never win and winners never quit. And then he puts it so plainly when he's talking about the sunk cost fallacy, and it's when you continue to do something that you know isn't good for you just because you have spent so much time learning to do so or committing to an idea that you thought was good. You know what I mean? Like you're pot committed. Mm-hmm. And the sunk cost, you sunk all this cost into this, so you just continue going, knowing probably or maybe knowing that it's not the wisest decision.
Yeah, the sunk cost fallacy, the definition.
And I wish I'd have learned that in my 20s.
The phenomenon whereby a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because they have invested heavily in it, even when it is clear that abandonment would be more beneficial.
Yeah.
The sunk cost fallacy creeps into a lot of major financial decisions.
Financial decisions and careers. And I'll tell you, I think 2020 really like threw a grenade on the sunk cost fallacy for a lot of people in careers. And they realized, oh my goodness.
This ain't worth it.
Even though I've done this for 15 years, I really should just start over. And you know, quitting isn't always a bad thing.
It said the sunk cost fallacy and such behavior may be described as throwing good money after bad.
Yeah, that's it. I saw a tweet yesterday of a guy saying, all of you people, you know, overachieving, you know, I'm messing it up, but he's like, you know, there's seeing the revelation of all the dead bodies on Mount Everest. Those were high achieving people too. So maybe just chill out.
Yeah.
And I was like, this resonates with me.
Yeah, that does.
They were all once high achieving people as well.
Oh
and
man,
look at
I got into a Mount Everest vortex earlier this week.
Did you really?
Yeah,
what?
about the
Fascinating.
Well, it was about the dead bodies.
Yeah. They're all up
and
there's one they call what? Green boots?
It was a green boots or it was green something?
I think it's green boots. Where if you die up there, they're leaving you.
Yep.
Like you're there forever. You are now part of the landscape.
I wonder if people who are okay with it, like before you start climbing Mount Everest, are like, you know what, if they're going to leave me here, this is where I want to be.
You know the inherent risks.
Yeah, but they want that. Like if somebody was maybe wanting to die and they're like, you know what, this is how I want to go out.
Oh, this is it, yeah.
Climb all the way up and then forever be there.
Here's the dead guy.
Green boots.
Green boots.
Yep, I've seen that.
Green boots. They don't even know who the guy is.
No, it's gone now, but...
He's gone?
Well, I don't know, but when I typed in green boots, you know, it auto-filled to real photo and then green boots body gone.
Maybe he's covered in
weird.
stone.
I thought he was like a marker where they return.
like you pass him. Like when you are going to the summit, that's a spot. Like
wait, maybe
you pass green boots.
He pulled through, everybody.
Just sleeping.
Yeah, he pulled through. He's good to go.
What happened to Green Boot on Everest?
You know what I went down a rabbit hole of this week? Never heard of it before. The Mammoth Cave in Kentucky.
Oh, dude, that place is
that thing's
awesome.
awesome.
You been there?
No, I'm going though.
Oh, dude, it's so cool.
It's the top second most toured place in America. Like millions
Natural.
Like tourist.
I'm sure next to the Grand Canyon.
They say that mammoths could walk through the caverns of Mammoth Cave.
600 miles of caves, only 400 miles have been, explored.
That's a rad place, man.
There was like a tuberculosis thing back in the day. Like a doctor was like, we're going to make a hotel for anybody with tuberculosis.
In the cave?
In the cave because they thought there were healing properties. And then those people died.
TB spelunking. It's my thing.
Well, I'm sure it was like, all right, the moisture in the cave is going to be good for the lungs.
Right.
And I guess not.
And they started feeling okay. And then they all died.
Wild.
Green Boot. So do they know who Green Boots is?
I don't know. It says, who is Green Boots? The postmortem post.
There was also the story of I think it was one of the first women that summited Everest, and she died on the way down. And the way she died was sitting up. And she was like in that position, like frozen in that position, sitting up.
Freaks me out.
A lot of these stones up there, man, with folks' names and the years they
But what's weird,
didn't come back.
It's interesting how many have perished, and then you'll hear of the folks that have gone up there a ton of times, and it seemed like they have no issue with any of this stuff.
Well, you know, in that, what is that Peaks movie, 15, 16 Peaks?
Yeah. 14
Peaks, one of those, that NIMS guy that
NIMS guy.
summited all those, the highest mountains in the world. When he was on the summit of Everest, he took a picture of the line. The line of people was like a customs line behind him.
Wow.
And mind you, still crazy dangerous.
They didn't have
Yeah.
global entry.
and I ain't doing it.
But it's very cheap and affordable.
Yeah, what's the price? Was it $30,000?
Yeah, it's something.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Between all the training and the equipment.
Oh, I thought you meant like there was like a Sherpa at the bottom taking.
It's between 30 and 60.
It will cost you between 30 and 160,000. The average falling
if you get
somewhere
the
around
fast
50
pass.
grand.
50 grand.
What?
So if you want to hike Everest,
do you,
start
have to,
saving.
do you have to pay the government?
I don't know the breakdown.
But you can also get like an insurance plan so they don't charge you for the burial.
Like, do you have to rent a Sherpa? Like, honestly, I'm sure you got to pay somebody to guide you.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because those guys are very successful.
They ain't doing it for free.
No.
A personal climbing Sherpa will cost about $5 grand.
$5 grand.
Let's
That's
see.
it?
While a Sherpa for loading and unloading, so like another one, is $3 grand. A Sherpa providing cooking services starts at $2 grand. Oh, I mean, hello.
Oh, so listen, the price of Sherpas.
You spend the money, you get up there and
You
someone's
listen,
cooking
you ain't
for
getting one Sherpa. You got to have at least 3 Sherpas with you.
I always like having 3 Sherpas.
Yo, the week-long camp, the base camp alone will cost you about $4,000 to pull off.
It's about $20,000 investment then.
Okay, there are
Just in
permits.
Sherpas?
So,
Yep.
okay, in Nepal, the permit costs $11,000.
Golly.
Plus, you have to hire a local company to organize the permit, which is another $2,500. Local Nepalese team,
Good for them, man. Knocking that
Oh,
out.
and a team to organize your permit?
and a final $3,000 per team for a group liaison officer to the government.
So just getting the paperwork in order costs 20 grand.
Good for whoever set that up.
Wow.
And you know there's a politician that owns that one of those companies, and that's why he forced that law.
Well,
That's
listen,
great.
Today is Quitter's Day. Again, if you're still going strong with your resolution by midnight tonight, you are among the elite. The second Friday in January is called Quitter's Day now, after a study in 2019 found it's the day you statistically most likely pack it in and give up on your resolution. 80% of resolutions have supposedly been abandoned by now.
I'm not encouraging anybody to quit something good, but just remember that sunk cost fallacy thing. Just remember, like, always keep that in your mind, that like maybe you really gotta take a hard look at it. Everything, whether it's a New Year's resolution or whatever.
Well, yeah. And do you guys have like a 5-year, a 1-year plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 25-year plan? You guys do that?
Sure.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, I
never
was thinking
did.
about
It's
mine last night.
Yeah, I need
something that we started doing recently.
It's good. It's good to think ahead in that way and divide it up and really make goals for yourself.
Florida still does.
Make the 25-year plan.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, what is it?
Absolutely.
I think that makes
5,
the
10, or
25
25 year.
plan for
When's,
him.
5, 10, 25. Yeah, a lot of that does involve Florida and owning a jet ski rental company.
That's neat for you, I guess.
Heck yeah.
Can't wait to come visit
You're
that.
gonna own 2 parasailing companies.
No, I'm going to own
Yep.
two. I'm going to own 2 jet skis and start like a rental company. It's going to be great. I got it all planned out,
All right.
all written out. So a new poll on health-related resolutions more or less backed the, hey, this is, the quitting day thing up. The average person said that if they gave up their favorite food for New Year's, they'd have a hard time resisting it by day 14. So that would be this Sunday.
Yeah. I'm on the
But you're-
chicken.
You're holding strong.
I am. I'm not eating birds for this year, and I don't eat pigs or cows. So, I'm on the fish train,
Pescatarian.
Pescatarian.
And I'm glad you're not eating birds. We've had an increase in our backyard, so thank
Have
you.
you? Okay,
Fish
good.
train.
So a poll found the most common health-related goals were to exercise more and eat better, but big sweeping goals are the hardest to stick to. So one way to make it through Quitter's Day is by just dialing back and adjusting. So be more realistic, slow down, don't try to make it happen all at once. Instead of abandoning your resolution, just maybe adjusting it's okay. And remember, progress isn't always linear. Setbacks are inevitable.
Yeah.
They don't have to mean you failed. Instead of Quitter's Day, think of it as Correction Day.
Give yourself some grace. That's all it is.
And maybe we should celebrate what we have accomplished. Maybe you said you'd work out 5 days a week, but you've only done it 2 days a week. Hey, you know what? It's better than nothing.
That's right.
Now keep it up and try to build on that. And don't use this day, Quitter's Day, as an excuse to give up. It's really supposed to be a day for restarting your resolution. So hit the reset button, reassess whether your goals are realistic or not, and maybe dial it back if necessary. Hey, you got this. That's from your pal Rizz.
Look at that.
Thank you, man.
So nice.
You got this, guys.
I appreciate it.
Don't give up.
Wow. This show's got it all.
That feels good.
Hey, we talked earlier this week. Here's some leftover stuff from the week that I just didn't get to. We talked earlier this week about those run on Stanley Cups.
Yep.
Big thermoses. That every guy at the work site's like, we've been using these for 30 years.
Yeah.
They're so hot right now.
So hot right now, especially with the young girls.
Yep.
Like
Unfortunately.
girls, my daughter's age, 12 years old, the middle schoolers. Man, girls are fighting over these things. Parents are fighting to get them for the kids. There's been incidents at particular Target stores that were doing those limited edition Target, Starbucks,
Pink cups. Yeah.
for Valentine's Day. People were fighting.
I know.
People were jumping lines and jumping counters and throwing elbows and lining up at 3 a.m. to get in there for, the store open so they could be the first to get the new Stanley Cup while supplies last, because my little girl's got to have one. Now, when you were a kid, and think about elementary school, think about middle school, what were the hot items? So we've talked about starter jackets before.
Starter jackets and the Adidas jackets with the toggles.
Okay.
That was sixth grade.
And when I was in sixth grade, I remember Z Cavariccis
Big time.
were huge.
Doc Martens.
I don't remember those.
Doc Martens sandals specifically.
Z Cavaricci styling pants. We're like, whoa, look, Chris Azzoni got Z Cavariccis.
That
Those
missed,
were legit. We had
that missed me. Or I
our
missed it.
cousin. He got a brown pair, and I remember he was so excited to let me
Styling.
know, and I'm like, wow.
Now,
And,
Was this around the time that he was teaching us the tight roll? You remember the tight roll?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, it would have been right around that point.
Do you remember
A
the
little
tight roll?
after the tightroll.
what's tight roll?
Oh, bro.
It was the late 80s,
Watch this.
early
I bet you I
90s.
can still do it. Okay, let me see.
Oh, like cuffing the
Yeah, it
bottom
was
of
what
your pants.
You take it like
Saved by
this.
the Bell.
Yeah,
look.
you flip it once, and then you do this. You fold it over to make it tight, you see?
Yeah.
And then you flip it again, like that, and then back on itself again. So
Oh,
kind
so
of
you
like,
tight roll the bottom of your pants.
right, like that was the way to do it. You throw that with boots or something cool, and like,
Yeah, no,
woo-hoo-hoo.
we never did that.
Look at your tight roll. Yeah, it lasted about 5 months, and then I quickly found out that you dork, the tight rolls are not in anymore. As soon as I was good at
As
it.
soon as you were good at it. Now, of these hot items when you were kids, did your parents get you the brand name, or were you saddled with a knockoff or an off-brand that kind of looked like it? I wanted a starter jacket. I got an off-brand.
I had to wait a year. It was about a year after the trend really was like in the peak, and I got one for Christmas, a blue one, and I had to make it last. Boy, it lasted
You guys
for
all had parents
3
that were
years.
married because I had divorced parents, so got everything. Got the starter
lucky.
jacket. Dude, I was rolling Z
divorced parents.
Cavaricci, Miami
Lucky.
Dolphins starter jacket
'Cause they were competing?
Doc Martens.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
whatever
good for
whatever
you.
baby wants. Hey, baby's gonna
That
get.
is
Wow,
Throw
that
grandma
really
in
Ones
there.
that show up the other parent.
Dude,
That's
it
kinda
was
neat.
Yeah, my parents abused me.
Rolling.
Like we had to. My friends, they would go and get Bugle Boys. They got all the cool stuff, and we go to Venture, and I get the Writers jeans.
Yeah, Venture.
That's
I
the
had-
worst.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but did you ever get made? Well, not you, Lern, because you had all the hot
I was
items.
rolling top shelf, babe. Yep. It's
But
awesome.
did you ever get made fun of for not having?
It's the only thing I remember. That's the only thing I remember from middle school is being made fun of. It's the
For
only
not
thing.
having the hot item. Like everybody's got starter jackets. You got, what is that? Farter?
Definitely.
Farter.
Yeah, farter. Yeah, I don't. It's too hot to wear a coat.
Not only did I get made fun of for not having the item, I would eventually be made fun of for having the item too late. You know, like a year behind everybody, 2 years behind everybody. Like it was that's
will
the
say-
only thing I remember from middle school.
In I think middle school, maybe it had to be middle school. Was my sister and I both got Adidas jackets
Ooh-wee.
for Christmas, and that was a big deal.
Oh, nice.
It's like wow.
No, I bring it up because an Ohio,
good.
a mom in Ohio offered some advice to parents after her daughter got bullied for having a generic version of the Stanley tumbler everybody's nuts about. So her daughter's 9, And I guess when they came back from the Christmas break, all the little 9-year-olds had the Stanley tumblers.
Yeah.
The legit, big-handled, 30-something ounce Stanley tumbler. The daughter, for Christmas, got a knockoff one for $10. It's like the Walmart version.
Mm-hmm. That look exactly the same and do everything that the one does. And I know this
probably
because
made
on
in
New
the
Year's
same
Eve,
place.
I know this because this is the exact thing that happened. So my friend Michelle, her daughter, who actually listens to the show, she really wanted one of those Stanley Cups. She did get one for Christmas, but Michelle's like, and I bought all these that are made in China on Amazon for $10 each, and she brought them out. We were at her house for New Year's Eve. She's like, they look the same, they do exactly the same thing, they just don't have Stanley on it.
I know, but you know what? For the kid,
It's all about the brand.
it's all about it's saying.
You know, now
The
there's
label.
there's scam ones
Oh yeah,
that say Stanley, but they're a little bit off. They're like it's the knockoff. It's the fakes.
right.
They're making fake Stanleys now.
Wow.
There's all these, like I'm looking up just Stanley tumbler, and the first couple of articles are scam alert, scam alert, scam alert. Like 4 different articles about scam sites doing Stanley tumblers that aren't actually made by Stanley.
Yeah, the last
Knockoffs are easy to tell though because there's a big hole at the top of the.
Because it says Yeti.
tumbler.
The last South Park episode was about. Well, first of all, it was about the OnlyFans teacher.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Our friend Brianna, and also all the kids in South Park were drinking the South Park version of Prime, which is the Logan Paul drink, but they call it Cred.
Correct.
And they would have the kids would have the Cred bottles in their backpacks and show them off. And like, you got Cred? And one kid his parents wouldn't let him have Cred because it was disgusting and not good for you. So he bought knockoff Cred.
Knockoff cred.
He bought knockoff Cred. And then was found out and, mercilessly, bullied. But so the daughter gets, the $10 knockoff version from Walmart for Christmas. A bunch of her friends made fun of her because they all had the real ones. Then the mom got on TikTok and encouraged parents to teach their kids they shouldn't make fun of stuff like that. Here she is talking about it.
This is the cup that we got our daughter for Christmas. This is not a Stanley. This is a $9.98 Walmart cup that she said she thought was cute. She is 9 years old. On the second day back to school after Christmas break, she comes home. She's just upset. Girls in her grade, she said 9, 10 of them all got Stanleys for Christmas. And they made sure to let her know that this is not a real Stanley, that this is fake and it's not as cool.
Did this woman not grow up and go to school?
Probably
because
not.
she's acting like this is the first she's hearing of kids
It's
doing
news.
this.
Yeah, she's forgetting about her youth is what that's happened.
Guys, can you believe in 2024? Get this, guys.
Hey,
Get this.
yeah.
Kids are making fun of other kids.
Wait a minute. What?
Wait, that's so
for
different
not
than-
having the cool item.
Get out of
I think
here.
this is brand new for this year.
Yeah.
That's never happened
this
before.
Has never gone down.
Never happened before.
She asks if she can have a real Stanley. Do I think that a 9-year-old needs a Stanley? No. Do I have one? Yes, I have one. That being said, before you come at me, if you're a mom, if you're a parent, and you can do something to keep your child from getting made fun of, to help fit in, you're going to do it. So we went and bought her a 30-ounce Stanley. Can we afford to buy her a Stanley? Yes. Did I think that she needed one? No. Apparently, I've been proven wrong by the children in our school that are making fun of her for not having a real name brand Stanley.
Zero
second.
lessons learned here.
Wait a
Yeah,
second.
that's a great lesson learned.
Wait a second, you Dumbo. If you think that you should do whatever.
Here's Moon's head, by the way.
I know.
Well, because she just said that she has a Stanley in the house.
Yep.
She bought a $10 one that's fine.
Right.
The kids get made fun of. She'll do anything for the daughter. Give her your Stanley
Right.
and take the other one.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You dingus. But I want my Stanley. I got to go to...
So now you got
I
3
gotta go to the
cups.
cycle bar. All the women are gonna start making fun of me because
Right.
I'm in my Lululemons and my Stanley. They match.
Your problem was already solved, lady.
But do you also, is it bad to cave into that?
I don't know. What I thought was going to happen was there was going to be a lesson. Like, okay, hey,
Yeah.
honey,
It's okay.
Yeah.
it's okay.
Right.
This is what you have. It doesn't matter.
Let mom tell you about the time she didn't have a starter jacket.
It doesn't matter. Brands or whatever.
Right.
But now we caved and just got her one.
I thought she was gonna, when she said,
Yeah.
"Do I have a Stanley?" Yes. So I just gave her mine and I caved.
Yeah.
No.
No. I'm an adult.
I gave Target another $50.
Well, here's part 2.
This doesn't start with the kids. This starts with parents, with moms. What are we teaching our kids? You better believe that if our 9-year-old daughter came home and somehow we found out that she made fun of another girl at school for not having something name brand, whether it's a Stanley, Lululemon, Uggs, I don't care what it is, we would be calling the family. We would be making her write a note.
Just a reminder, she did run out and get her daughter the real thing. Just, just a
So
reminder.
it worked.
Just a reminder.
We would be calling the family. We would be making her write a note to apologize. We would make her apologize in person because that's not what we do in this household. And that's what we need to be teaching our kids. If my daughter asks for something to help fit in, it's something that she really wants and I can do that for her, I'm going to. But we have got to teach our kids to not make other kids feel inferior for not having the things that they have.
Now,
There's some
I
point
like
there
again, yes,
This
of
is
course,
good. This
of course.
is good.
Nobody wants their kid
to bully or
to
be
bully.
bullied.
But listen, I do my best at home to teach my kid values, to be the best person they could be. When they're out, who knows what's going
I know.
on?
I mean, there's still going to be little a-holes every now and then. I'm
Kids
just
are
gonna say
a-holes.
it with my mouth
And if
closed.
I find out, that my kid is one of the bullies,
yeah, you deal
Yeah.
with it.
Because I was one of
deal
those, being a redhead, you're always a target.
No.
But also,
today
I
is,
was still a little
today
kid
is
and
Hug
I
a
would-
Ginger Day, by the way.
what is it?
It's Hug a Ginger Day.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
first of all-
You're extra ginger.
yeah.
First of all, hey
Take-
man,
I'll take
he,
money
He
instead.
can use that word. You shouldn't be saying.
Oh, we can't say. I can
It's
say
the name
it.
of the day.
Dude, I used to do Ginger Love Day with my 2 redheaded friends. Their birthday was on the same day, and we would have Ginger Love Day,
Hey.
and I would wear a red wig.
I thought
is
you-
that?
I appreciate
I
it.
thought you guys are kind of blowing it out of proportion, like for the funsies. And my daughter actually said, like, hey, there's a redheaded kid in her class that catches gnarly hell.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
And I was like, whoa, you guys, you serious? And she said, yeah, man, like that kid is definitely kind of singled out in a pretty gnarly way. And my daughter was having some like empathy for this kid and
Man,
kind
it
of telling
was-
her, I was
Better
like,
than
oh my
being called
gosh.
fire crotch, which is what the redheadeds were called. The redheadeds, whatever. I was in middle school.
Well, that
Fire
was one of
crotch.
the most embarrassing things of my life because I didn't know it was even an issue or anything. In middle school, there was this gal named Janelle, and she was sitting by like one of the most attractive females at school.
What?
And then she asked me about that, and I was like, "What? Yeah." And then they all started laughing. I'm like, "Oh." So then I asked her because she was black. I was like, are your pubes brown? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, what a loser. I was like, what? I was like, you're so stupid.
Cool defense.
But
Give
then I
somebody
was
give Scott a hug
sitting
later.
alone
All right.
forever.
Yeah, give Scott a hug today.
Somebody give Scott a hug today. Back to this. It's kind of nonsense.
Yeah, listen.
Again, it sucks, but it happens.
Yeah, well-
it just is. It's been going on forever.
Yeah.
It's never going to stop.
What would you say to your kid though if you could? Let's say that this is out of the price range. Your kids are getting teased, and there's no reason to waste money on this. What would you
I
say
don't
to your
know.
kid to help them understand
For
how
me?
to navigate that?
Hey, this is what you got. Deal with it. This is what you got.
You know, I'm sure this philosophy
It's going to make you stronger.
Yeah, I'm sure this philosophy popped up in my head pretty early, probably elementary school. But I've definitely said it to my kids a couple times. I'm like, oh yeah, like these kids are saying what, and then they'll say it, and I'm like, these kids aren't these are not going to be people in your life. Like just remember, every time you see them, you go, you're going to be gone in
I
a
know,
couple
it's
months. I'll
not-
never see or think of
yes.
you again. You know what I mean?
In
like
hindsight, yes,
these
true.
People aren't going to be in your
they're
life,
the
so what's it
moment.
matter?
They're in the moment, and they're not
yeah,
gonna
totally.
listen
That's
to
their
that.
world. I mean, that's their world for like 18 years. That's their world.
I guess you have to have that compassion thing because maybe the person that has to have the coolest thing and they're this and that, they're just miserable souls. So it's like have compassion for them. They're making fun of you.
It's a hard thing to teach kiddos.
I know, but it is a good lesson to
we've
teach
been
them.
there.
But-
We've been there, and
Yeah.
it's tough. And,
You show
and
some compassion for the kid,
Yeah.
and
So
I'm sure we
love
both
your
said-
bully, man.
I'm sure we both said the same thing many times, like, "Hey, man, when I was a kid," and then you tell them a story about
Yeah,
when you were
you know,
picked on, and you're like, "It's
my
no
little
big
girl
deal."
comes home, she's upset, and she tells me, somebody called me this name. I go, do you want me to beat up their dad?
I always say the
that's the
same
right
thing
thing
too.
to
I go, no, I don't even say that. I go, you want me to break their nose? I say that every single time, and the kids are always. It always like takes the sting out of the
Yeah,
moment.
but that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore
It
because
still works for me.
Well, you know
It doesn't
what?
work anymore.
It's like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Almost Famous when he's playing Lester Bangs, the DJ, and he says, "Don't worry about those people. You'll meet them again in the middle. If the bullies are there in like grade school, middle school, high school, and they're not getting bullied, then they will have it later." Like, so if you are somebody who's getting bullied now, chances are you're going to grow from that. You're going to have a little bit more of a smart that maybe the bullies don't have. I swear to God, like all the bullies that picked on me in middle school when I moved to Columbia, they all called me Hanson because I looked like a boy with long hair. Because I didn't have makeup and I had big old bushy eyebrows. And I did. I looked like the fourth Hanson brother from the band. You know, I look at those two people now and like, I won. You know
Of course you won. And here's another line I'll give the kids. I'll go, tell me that. Do you want me to talk about them on the air so I could ruin their family?
Yeah. This is a gift.
That's beautiful. See, again, good lessons.
Do you want me to just, out them as having a, piece of garbage kid and their terrible parents? I'll do that for you, honey.
Oh,
I'll do it. I have nothing to lose.
I know her. She probably was like, "Yes, Dad, yes," and then you're like, "Oh well, I don't know.
You seem too excited with that.
Slander laws and I don't know.
Oh man,
That is awesome.
I actually was specifically asked. I forget if it was my son or my daughter last month. It wasn't long ago, and they said, "Hey, like, whatever happened? Do you know what happened to like the one of the biggest bullies that you had?" And I said, "Oh yeah, it took about 2 years, 3 years after graduation, and this was one of my biggest bullies in high school. They even made fun of me in the yearbook. It's in print forever." And they said, "What happened?" I said, "Well, about 3 years later, they were begging me for tickets to my concert." So I think I won, man.
You won.
Yep.
You win.
There you go, bud.
I think I won that one, and it's cool. It was a long play. I gave up 4 years of partying and all that, so I could practice my guitar for that. But hey, it
Fine,
paid off.
worth
It's
it.
like
But
the
hey, my
nerds.
bully, similar story, and I definitely won because I get to clean his bathroom and wash his car and stuff. So,
You're
pretty
like
stoked.
Biff.
Rizz?
No.
Yep. Rizz.
It's like the nerds in school, right? The smart kids that are like, ooh, like they're never dating. And they are the ones owning the tech companies now.
They're gonna
like,
own the world. We're all working for them.
So
They're
if you're
building bunkers.
getting bullied in
Yeah, they
grade
got the
school, middle
hottest
school, high
chicks
school, they got
now.
the hottest
Yeah.
chicks now, the
And they're on
best
their
cars.
boats.
And those bullies are probably still in their hometown, not doing jack squat.
Right.
So don't worry about it.
But it's hard to tell the kids that because they live in the now.
If you want me to be the Matt Foley to come over
They
and like
live in
pump
the
your
now.
kids
All
up
right,
and tell them how
kids,
they're
sit on
going
the
to win,
couch. Aunt Lern's
I'll
going to
do
be
it.
here, and Aunt Lern's been in the basement for 4 hours drinking coffee.
I'm going to break the table.
Out of a Stanley?
And out of her Stanley, her name brand Stanley.
Everybody gets a Stanley when I come to your house. I'm like, that's what I
No,
bring.
my daughter's got a Stanley.
Cool.
She got it last year. What the hell is this?
She's ahead of the curve?
My daughter has one because she bought it.
There you go.
It's like, hey man, if that's what you want, you spend your money on it, dude.
I remember the first time I saw it. I said, "What the hell? Why is who? What?
You coal miner?
Yeah.
What is this?
The cup is bigger than the girl."
Yeah.
I was over at the in-laws the other day, and they have 5 little girls, and their countertop was basically just all Stanleys.
All
up there.
Stanleys?
It was hilarious.
Well, now we're going to start to get to the. Oh well, Rachel got a Mercedes for her 16th birthday.
Oh, dude.
Oh, that's
It's so
Hey.
funny. It's so funny.
What'd you get for your 16th birthday? Did you get a car?
Well, yeah, it was a used car. It was a 1997 Chevy Cavalier. Thanks,
Okay,
Dad.
great.
wow.
It was cool as hell.
97?
97.
Your
Yeah,
folks
I
can
think.
afford American made?
97. And I always had used cars. In fact, until I bought my Acura, I had used cars. So yeah, I mean, but that was so great because it was a cute car. It was a white Chevy Cavalier. My best friend Cassie had a red one, so we were both like, even though they were used, we were
Those
we
were
were
the
in
90s
heaven.
tumblers.
I never was officially given a car.
Oh, really? That was let me explain. My dad did not pay child support to my mom whenever they divorced when I was 5. But they made a deal later on that my dad would buy me any used car that I needed, So that was kind of his way of doing the right thing. And I was very lucky to be part of that.
It never was like, hey, this is your car. Like, happy birthday, this is your car.
Yeah.
It was more of a, okay, let me drive Dad's car if I gotta, go somewhere.
Right.
And eventually, they got another car and it kind of passed down.
Mine was my grandfather's who bought it used. Who then my mom drove it, I think. Then my dad drove it, and then it was basically handed to me as a, hey, you leave this on the side of the road someday. And that's exactly what I did. In the middle of Page Avenue, it broke down, and I left it. I mean, it was
That's
it was
Now somebody else's problem.
It was gnarly. It's so funny though. You mentioned the divorced parents thing.
Yeah.
Because just a couple days ago, my buddy texted me and said, "Oh yeah, that divorce thing for this particular couple that we know is gnarly because the 2 sons or the 2 kiddos for Christmas both got G-wagons,
What?
and the other parents like, how do I compete with
keep
this?
up?
You can't.
I can't do that.
Yeah. That's the only time that in a divorce the kids are like, awesome, because you do become kind of it's not healthy, and I don't say that this is how parents should be, but like your parents do compete for you in that way. Like even if they say they don't, they do. There's something going on either emotionally.
Lucky.
Yeah, I know. Lucky.
Lucky.
So not fair, man. Your parents
my
really
parents
love
stayed
you.
together.
My parents said it. Me,
Silver
Moon,
lining.
My parents really
parents
love me.
together. Parents,
Yeah.
teachers.
I mean, you're going to be in therapy because your parents were divorced. You have all these
Sure.
issues, but hey, in the moment.
In the moment. Yeah.
You get the coolest, latest
come
stuff.
Christmas time. Come Christmas time.
Double
It's all right.
Christmas. It's all right.
Again, a great lesson for
dude.
kids.
Yeah.
Life is good, isn't it? Like we're all so
man.
rich, it's ridiculous. All of us, everybody listening, everybody talking, all of us. We're so
Yep,
we're so fortunate.
beautiful.
Yeah, listen, lady with the Stanley and the daughter didn't get one. Maybe it was instead of running out and getting a one, maybe it was a chance for a lesson. Like, hey, sorry, this is what you got.
Yep.
Now the lesson is, if I complain enough, she'll buy a third cup, a third one.
Yep.
She won't give me hers. She'll buy a third one.
That's the wild part. Like, we have one at home, so we went out and got her another one. What?
Very weird.
Very weird. 16th birthdays, kids getting cars. 21st
lucky.
birthday. You remember your 21st?
Of course.
I was listening to an interview with Olivia Rodrigo. What is her big song? I know she's
Vampire.
Vampire. She's at Enterprise, I think, coming up.
Oh, yeah. Great artist.
Big deal.
Yeah. Young people love her.
You know what? I think I saw her at the MTV Awards.
You did. She won.
She, I think she opened up the show or something like that. Yeah, the song's not bad. I understand. She's very, very, very popular. You know, she's not even 21.
No.
Holy crud. Weird.
She turns 21 next month. And she was on the red carpet at the governor's ball earlier this week, and she was asked on how she plans on celebrating. How does Olivia Rodrigo, very popular pop artist, top of the world, plan on spending her
One of those
21st
One of those
birthday?
necklaces with the shots.
That's
You know what I'm talking about?
I
How are we celebrating? It's a big birthday.
I know it is a big birthday. I think I'm gonna have a party with my friends and pop some champagne. You know, it's 21st.
Come on.
Yeah, that's
No
fun.
Vegas? Not yet.
No Vegas, not yet. Yeah, I'll say that.
okay. Let's get a pop some champagne.
Young people aren't drinking as much, so I don't think 21st birthdays matter.
And I was going to
Really?
ask that.
That's pretty cool.
I'm 38, and so I was in college when I turned 21. I was up at ISU, a normal, and it was like a Wednesday or whatever day it was, and we went out to all the bars. I got hammered drunk. In my dorm, I was in the top bunk, which was a mistake.
Nah.
Got so sick, but I mean,
All right.
it was fun.
We had a giant party for my 21st. It was a giant house party at my buddy Ben's house.
That's great.
It was great. There was,
Keg? Or just all different
I
kinds
think
of
it was
alcohol?
all different types of alcohol. I didn't get smashed
No.
because I wanted to have my wits about me to work the room.
My friends just kept
Nice.
pouring shots down my throat. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I drank before I was 21, and but there's something that hits different when you were in college. You're 21 and you aren't gonna get arrested, and it's like, I am free. And we went to all the bars: Pub 2, Daddy-O's, Fat Jack's.
So was it a major letdown, or was it worth the hype? Your
It was
21st
perfect.
birthday?
Yeah, it
Me
was
too.
worth the hype.
I actually had a pretty good 21st birthday party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. Mine was very exciting. We had an event at church, and I was with the worship band, and then afterwards went to Waffle House. So it was wild.
Wow, wild, dude.
Crazy. You guys don't
Worshipped and
understand
then
what
went to
I did.
Waffle House.
That's very King
Wow.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Wow.
They were just pouring
Wish
the
I
worship
could,
down your
wish I
throat.
could trade with you.
Oh, man. It was neat. And I found out there's a thing called booze later, but
So I know both of you didn't booze it up in your 21st.
No, I have no idea what I did. I might have been just.
I bet you were parenting.
I might have been completing the record. Wait. No.
What, Page Avenue?
Oh no, that
Not
was
quite.
that was 20. That was my 22nd birthday. Okay, so it must have been
21st.
Zero recollection.
No, that's
I
how
was-
smashed this guy got.
Hey.
Look at this.
Yeah, that was a good one.
No, I never tried booze until I was 20.
Drinking those mind erasers, right?
6
Yeah.
or 7, something like that. No, I was honestly, man, I was probably trying to take a nap in between my 4 jobs, and yeah, man, I was a father of 2 by that point, and just working my butt off, trying to survive. I have no idea what happened on the 21st.
I'm trying to think if I had something for the first time, like a drink that it wasn't easy to come
Well,
by.
and it's not like it was my first time drinking.
Right.
Yeah. I do remember it was maybe, I don't know, a few months after I turned 21, my buddy Jonathan stopped by and he brought a 6-pack of Zima, and I was like,
Whoa,
what is this
Zima. Do they
stuff?
still make that?
Zima. Oh yeah.
Oh, it came back.
Oh, it did?
I don't know if they still make it.
That's the same
It
as
had a
Smirnoff
thing-
Ice, right?
I think
They
it comes
had a
and
thing
goes. It's like
a couple
McDonald's.
years ago. It was like what's old is new. They brought back Zima for a little while.
Yeah, 2017, Miller Coors announced that they're bringing back Zima to the U.S. market, and then they'd have a limited release.
Right.
And so it was just
It
2017.
was, yeah, it was just a little blip. Like, oh,
I love their
Zima.
bottles. The bottles were cool.
Yeah, they were cool.
Remember the whole thing was putting a Jolly Rancher?
No.
What?
What? East
Put a
Coast.
Jolly Rancher in a Zima. That used to be a thing.
And it was flavored.
It was such a chick. It was a chick drink.
Somebody
I
put-
loved Mike's Hard Lemonade. That was my thing.
I just got in the chat and somebody said Zima was shock tarts.
Ooh.
Somebody put shock tarts in there?
Now Zima was it was a, you show up with a 6 or a Zima. Like, girl.
Yeah, well, I was a girl, so they're like,
Yeah,
hey,
well,
what up?
yeah, all right.
Lucky.
Look who's here. Yeah, Mike's Hard Lemonade was like some girls drank Zima. I was a Mike's Hard Lemonade chick, and I regret every night of that.
So Scott, did
Look at
you
that.
not
You-
have?
If you look up Zima, literally one of the first things that pops up is talking about putting a Jolly Rancher in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wish I would have known.
I know people doing a dry January. I guess White Claw's now making non-alcoholic
Just
drinks.
a seltzer? Cool.
But they're charging the alcoholic prices.
So stupid.
So you dry January people who still want their White Claws are complaining. Just buy something else.
Yeah, get a, what are they? What's the Italian one that everybody loves? The seltzers.
Ultra?
No, not the
Alti?
non-alcoholic ones.
Is it like Karen and Susie or something?
Oh, the mom names one? There is one
There's
that's like
one with
called
like a-
Mom Water.
Yes. Oh no, I thought it was
Mom
like
water.
it was like 2 names and it's a mermaid or something.
Mom Water is an alcoholic beverage. It's not carbonated, or some of them aren't, and they put names like Karen and Barbara on them as the
That's
flavors.
Yeah,
sweet.
that's
And they're actually really good.
That's a great.
So Scott,
brand name.
honestly, did you have your first sip of alcohol like when you were older than 21?
No, my very first. Let's see here. Yeah, I think the very
it-
first time I
me in
had
Vegas?
alcohol was what's that?
With me in Vegas?
Nope. Like that was my first time to actually
That was our
finish a
first time-
bottle.
that was our
and,
first time drunk,
Go
yeah.
serious with it. But yeah, I had a sip. We were down in Busch Gardens in Florida, and the water was so expensive and stuff, and my dad was so cheap. He gave my sister and I. They had free beer at the time of that place, and so
Yeah.
he gave us sips of free beer. So we get the cup.
This
yeah.
should satiate your thirst.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dad, I'm
And it
thirsty.
was-
Take a sip of this.
It
Water's
was
expensive.
awful, you know, as a
My
kid,
dad-
just horrendous. You're just like, what is this?
That's a total 80s thing. Like my dad would go, hey, Lauren, go get Daddy a Bush beer out of the fridge. I go, okay. And then I'd bring it to him. You know, he's watching the Cardinals game in his recliner, smoking his Marlboro. And then I go, can I have a taste of it? And he'd go, and I would do it like, even though I hated the taste, every time I wanted to know what it tasted like. And so he'd be like, all right, take a sip of it.
I think my dad was also doing the thing. He's like, well, it's free, and this is a good lesson where they're going to hate it.
Right.
Yeah.
And they'll never want to have it. So I think that's probably one of his ideas.
move.
I don't know. Or he was just so cheap because the water was so expensive and it was a million
First
degrees.
time you
That's a
ordered.
better story.
Got a sip and he stripped naked and ran through Busch Gardens. Yeah, my parents weren't drinkers, so
Were they not?
there wasn't really alcohol around my house. My dad didn't come home and have a beer. You know, he'd have a whiskey every once in a while, or
Yeah.
wine with at an event. Mm-hmm. We did have a liquor cabinet, which I dared never touch.
Don't you ever touch it. I had a cabinet like that, only it was a gun cabinet. My dad had all of his like shotguns and
Oh, there was the
revolvers.
gun cabinet and there was the alcohol cabinet. I dared touch neither of
Don't
those
even go
things.
look at it. Yeah.
I wasn't one to go and take some vodka and pour water in it, and
I did that at my
that was
mom's
not
house.
that was not my style. Again, my parents weren't big drinkers, so there wasn't alcohol readily available at my house.
I
like
never
beers
even
and
saw
stuff.
alcohol. My parents and what's a teetotaler? Is that the right term? Teetotaler?
That's
There's somebody
yeah.
that never drinks
Never
alcohol.
drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with the whole family teetotalers, like
Yeah.
nobody. And in fact, I remember one of my cousins, one of the older cousins. He's like I don't know, 10 years ahead of me maybe, and he was at Christmas. It was one of those like a Christmas cousin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see him twice a year, and he was talking about meeting his gal at a bar, and like the whole family was actually kind of like, oh, look at that. I guess Paul's
bar.
I guess Paul's drinking these days. And he was like 25.
Did you have a drink before 21?
Oh no, absolutely not. I was 25 or 26 when I first tried anything. listen, man, I'm adopted. I was like, I'm not playing with this. I'm not going to play with blood or genetics or any of that kind of stuff. And I got things to do. I'm dedicated to making this career work. I don't want anything sidetracking me. I don't want anything getting in the way. In high school, I didn't want anything getting in the way of soccer or my ability to perform. So I was like, I just had no interest. And I'm not going to play with that. Again, it was like an unknown thing for me. And you see alcoholism and what it can do to people. I was like, not playing with it. And then I was like, I also lost a couple, relatives in car accidents, and you see all the drunk driving stuff. Then I lost 3 friends in high school to drunk driving accidents. So I was like, absolutely not. Not until I'm in a completely safe environment would I ever consider it.
See, that's where I was with getting pregnant. I was like, how you were about alcohol, which I know you got pregnant.
Yeah.
I didn't know enough about getting pregnant.
Get me on birth control. I'm not having sex until I'm way old. Like again, career, life,
Yeah.
I did not want anything like that to disrail me. Alcohol was fine.
Wrap it up.
But I was like, safe sex all the way. But I do want to real fast piggyback. My mom, when she built her house, they built a sports bar in the basement. And so you talking about putting water in the vodka bottles, we did that all the damn time because I would throw parties at my house. And then we had this, it's a cool sports bar. I'll have you guys over sometime. And that was the place where everybody was just
hang out,
chugging those things down, man.
My buddy Matt checking in. He goes, Lies, we drank the crap out of that cabinet in one summer.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Well, yeah, you don't remember.
I just texted him back. I'm like, how old were we?
Into your parents' cabinet?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Your mom's in the chat right now, I think. She's listening.
Ooh.
She's good.
I don't remember that at all.
Maybe he just did it.
Matt, did you? Was it you?
Mama Rizz?
Don't tell on me.
Scott, you got some explaining to do.
That's funny.
Yeah, my buddy Matt's like, Lies. We.
Oh, that's great, dude.
I don't remember that.
That's great.
Well, you meant to never touch it, which, it's a thought that counts.
Yeah, my life would have been different if people around me were having babies as much as they were dying and drunk driving.
That's a good point.
Do you remember your first legal drink at a bar? Do you remember what bar you were at?
Yeah, it was Pub 2 in Normal, Illinois.
Like when you actually threw your ID down.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I go, I am 21.
What? And that was on
March
your 21st?
28th, yeah. Mm-hmm. 2006, I guess.
On your 21st birthday. Boom.
Mine was with Mooners. Yeah. At
What's
the actual bar.
You talking about the drunk thing?
Yeah, but just having my first real drink was on the road.
That wasn't on the bar though. We did that in the bus.
Oh, it was the bus.
It was
yeah.
Sailor Jerry. It was Sailor Jerry.
Apparently I was 17.
We didn't know that you're supposed to eat, so we both kind of probably nailed 2 or 3 of those things. Those Sailor Jerry's. This is our first go. Dude. But it was so sweet and good. It tasted amazing. And then both of us, everybody's like, all right, we're going party. And it was us and the Avenged Sevenfold guys. And we were in Vegas, and they're like, we're going to, whatever casino it was. And Scott and I are like, yeah, I think we'll catch up. Our stomachs are hurt.
No.
Our stomachs really hurt. And then we sat down and we got a loaf of bread.
Wonder Bread?
Just a loaf of bread. We're just eating slices of bread to try to
They can soak up.
Yeah, to try to calm our stomach down.
But we also went through a phase where we're both like, I've never been drunk. I kind of get hyper whenever I've had drinks, but I don't really get drunk. And then you realize later on, like, no, we were definitely
getting, we were hammered.
That was hammered.
Yeah. Well, then we caught up with the guys at the whatever place, and the Avenged guys and our guys, and all the crews were all having fun. And we ordered one drink, and we tried it, and we're both like, we have got to eat. And we went over to the buffet and just sat there and ate fries.
Your mom checking in, she said your dad probably knew about the cabinet, but she goes, what went on? Because everybody's ratting you out in the chat. So your dad.
Apparently, I was 17. So says my buddy Matt. So I don't remember it, but I'm gonna.
Shame on you.
I appreciate you, Matt. Thank you for
you're grounded.
Getting the truth out here.
I'm grounded. Well, my son, he's gonna be 15. You guys have been to my house. My liquor cabinet's upstairs. There's no lock or anything on it. He's such a good boy.
Well, the kids aren't drinking as much now. You see the beer sales are down. Young people are either not doing any substance at all, or maybe they're going the cannabis route. I don't know. And that's kind of nice to see. I wonder what happens now at high school parties. Are they all just hanging out?
Are they still doing house parties?
I don't know.
Hey, that brings up a great question. So we have like a bar cart thing upstairs, and there was wine and mead and some other stuff, and we haven't drank in years. So it just sat there for a while. And then I was like, oh my gosh, what are we doing? We're going to give this away. I think I gave some to you guys.
Yeah, you gave me a couple bottles.
Right, so I brought all that. What was that, a month ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so last week, actually it may have been earlier this week, we have a bar downstairs that we just built, like, I don't know, 8 months before we stopped drinking. And it's so beautiful and gorgeous, and I wish I could just lift it up and give it to somebody.
So I know you're giving away your alcohol, but
well, okay.
Why not just have it at the house just in case somebody is over and does want to drink?
I have beer in the basement fridge for the band when they want to come over, but even they aren't drinking anymore. So it's just been sitting in there forever. But, dude, so I was looking at that bar, and I hadn't been behind the bar in some time, and I was getting some stuff, and I put my mixer board over there for our PA. And while I was over there, I realized there's probably 12 bottles of stuff, and most of it's open. And I'm sitting here thinking, what the heck? The kids always have sleepovers, and they always want to stay in the basement. Which I thought, because I got the TV down there and all that. Should I ask them? Should I bring it up? Should I ask them, like, hey, you guys have never messed with these bottles over here, right? Because I could.
They're going to say,
wait, what are they going
no.
to tell you, the truth?
I don't know what they're going to tell me. I'm asking you guys, should I have a conversation or just let it go?
No, just let it go.
Really? Or just
if
get
you're
rid of
really
the bottles,
concerned,
right?
I don't know if I'm concerned. I never considered the possibility because I didn't even know this stuff was there.
It doesn't hurt to ask your kids if they've had a drink, though.
So do you want no alcohol in your house at all?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just sitting there.
No, I know, but you gave me like a nice, like, unopened bottle of
because that
tequila.
stuff. That stuff is nice. It's really good stuff. I
felt even bad taking it. Like, why don't you just have it at your house
because I have no use for it. It's either getting poured out today or it's being gifted to a friend.
But even the unopened stuff, like if somebody comes over, you're not going to offer a drink.
No, not anymore. My father-in-law maybe, but no, not anymore. There's just been enough.
Wow, boring.
Without getting too heavy, no, I don't want the stuff in. I don't want it.
You want it out of the house, all alcohol out of the house. You are a dry house.
Yeah, and it's not any intense thing. I'm not thinking about it or any of that. It was just like when I saw it, I went, why is this here? We're really not offering it. We're not having parties. Not during this phase of our life. The kids are we're chauffeurs right now for sporting events, really. So we don't have time to do the friend pool parties, and there's not going to be a circumstance where I'm going to have to offer alcohol. So if I got a $70 bottle of tequila,
and I appreciate
want to give it to my buddy Rizz.
Yeah, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I gave the bottle of Chardonnay to my mother-in-law. She loved it.
Oh, we drank that bottle that night.
Oh, dang. Okay.
So don't bring it up to the kids. Don't bring it up. Don't ask.
Yeah,
Apparently, I want mom some alcohol.
And also, I don't know. I mean, they're going to have their own little fun that you'll find out on the radio, when they have a show 20 years later.
And also, I would not be surprised if they've not gone behind there. Even with their friends over.
So that's the other piece of this puzzle is that when we stopped drinking a couple of years ago, my daughter asked if she could turn it into like a craft table. She was making crafts and all this stuff, so it became like her office. And I did not know that her office had like 12 bottles of booze underneath.
I bet she's not even paying attention to it.
I don't think so either. But I mean, 15-year-old kids, I don't know what they're doing.
Well,
Rizz is over here stealing his parents' stuff.
Yeah, apparently.
Rizz and Matt just going to town.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
So do I have a Rizz and Matt in the basement? I don't know.
I may have. I do have a Rizz at home, a little one, and he's getting to be that age.
Does he have any rebellious friends that are going to be a bad influence? Because he's a good kid.
Maybe. He's a good kid. The kid don't even curse.
Right. I know.
Which is weird.
Impressive.
I like it.
It's weird. Dude, I'll give you $100.
You never know. I mean,
give me $100. Say the F word. Nah, man.
Yeah. Oh,
I wasn't cursing. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't any of that stuff, and I had a kid.
I know. And my daughter's like,
So
dude, I'll do it for free.
I'll do it for free, Dad. Look at this. Yeah.
He's smart, though. He's holding out because one day you're going to say $5 grand.
$5 grand.
Like, okay.
$5 grand. All right, curse and I'll give you a car.
All right.
Whoa.
Deal.
Yeah. Deal. Yeah. F you, Dad. All right.
I learned from you.
We got to take a break. After the break, we will crown the Freak of the Week, and we'll get into crap on celebrities. Yeah, I really do think I got to start locking up that cabinet.
Well, then do it. Whatever
Even
your spidey sense is saying, do it.
Even if you don't suspect it.
this?
That's the thing. Like, I do not suspect the kids at all of this.
Wait, do they have Pringles cans laying around after the parties? Because on here they say they found out at age 11 that beer bottles fit nicely in those.
In Pringles cans?
And bring them into houses.
Yeah. We're having a Pringles party.
Yeah. Awesome.
Today's Team Rizz Remember the Day is brought to you by Hot Shots. Hot Shots proud sponsor Team Rizz. HotShotsNet.com/Team Rizz. From O'Fallon, Missouri, Corey Crawford is Team Rizz Remember the Day. Isn't he a baseball player? Oh, I'm thinking Carl Crawford.
Oh.
Corey Crawford. Maybe they're related. Corey was an avid podcast listener since 2018. Looks forward to representing Team Rizz loudly and proudly. He says, although Jeff could never be replaced, he has immensely enjoyed the presence of Rafe and Lern on the show.
Very nice.
Loves the family environment between all the show members. And he says the Rizz Show really helps him get through the day, and he's forever thankful for all that the gang does on the air. Well, thank you, Corey. Corey Crawford from O'Fallon. Our Team Rizz Member of the Day. Get a super sweet Team Rizz Member of the Day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up on 1057thepoint.com/Team Rizz. All right, 7-Eleven. Friday. First look at the traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd, and it's time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. All things clear. Your point forecast soggy. Rain will turn to snow around the afternoon with a little accumulation later this evening, high of 47. Then it drops big. Right now it is 46 at the Point Studio.
Lern, what do you got for us?
Oh, Gary, he's not so private.
Oh, Gary.
Oh, Gary. David Draymond is off the market. We don't deserve Jelly Roll. I'm going to make you all feel very old, and then I'm going to do the thing that Aaron Rodgers won't do. I'm going to apologize. It's coming up next.
All right, we got that. We got your crappy birthday, it's a porno birthday, and we'll crown the Freak of the Week. All next.
Joined in the Point Studio now by the mastermind behind Ghost, Tobias Forge. How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you. How do you do?
I'm doing really well. It's an absolute great pleasure to have you here, and the absolute ferocious fan base of Ghost has me completely petrified.
First Community knows that you are in the middle of your wedding planning, and they realize how expensive it is to get a wedding, to be successful and to get the right place. I mean, the venues are expensive. Everything about a wedding seems to be very pricey, but you don't want to put all that on a credit card that's going to charge a ton of interest. Go to First Community, and here's what they got for you. They got something called a wedding loan, and it's absolutely incredible. They got a special rate of just 7.5%, which is lower than most credit cards, and it's going to save you a ton of money. Plus, you get to work with First Community, and what I love about them is these are folks that truly want you to be successful, and they want you to thrive, and they want your money to increase. So go to First Community, save a ton of money on your wedding, and then plus what's nice with that loan is you'll be able to pay things up front, and you know, heck, who knows, if you have some cash in your hands, then maybe it'll be a little cheaper than if you were charging everything with your credit card. So go to First Community and ask them about the wedding loan and ask how you can put your money to work and make more money and have your bank accounts grow and be successful this year in 24. So go to First Community. That's firstcommunity.com.
Let's get to Moon's list of things he would like
Moon's
to achieve
bucket
before
list.
death.
There's some cool ones on here, man. There's a couple cool ones. Let's start with number one. Moon wants to drive a monster truck, which is rad as hell. And I at least want to ride shotgun.
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Growing up in St. Louis, big Bigfoot fan, as everyone should be. Mm-hmm. And, man, we've gone to this Monster Jam. You know, Monster Jam always invites me out and has had me out for years and years and take the kids. And it's just been the most fun experience every single time it comes through. We do a whole family event with it, and every time, you know, Scott and I have done this where we get down on the track, on the dirt beforehand for the pre-show, and when you're next to one, how can you not be driven to want to drive it?
As somebody
you
who's
sit there and you go,
driven one.
I am compelled.
You have?
Oh yeah, I drove the Tailgater.
Dang.
A couple years ago.
Did not know that.
There's no second seat. It's only one seat, so you can't ride shotgun.
Dang.
That's fine.
Man.
That's better.
It was
I want to go.
probably, and I have pictures. Probably one of the coolest things I've done. I got to drive it over at the racetrack.
I didn't know.
I didn't get
think-
to crush any cars.
You didn't?
No,
Just candy.
They let me by myself in the car, like here.
Yeah.
Now they did
You got the
have
foot pedals and everything?
the whole thing.
Oh, see, this is what I want to do.
The whole thing. Now the guy whose truck it was did have a kill switch, and they have those.
Yeah, that's fine. You
And
ain't
they have
gotta
those
do
just in case I got out of control.
Just in case I
drove
try
in
to
a
back
Like
stand.
a remote kill switch?
Like a remote kill
He's
switch.
going for the backflip.
Yeah. All the
That's
trucks
dope.
have them.
Can I ask this?
That
'Cause
is a great bucket list item, and
Yeah, that one's
that is
awesome.
great. In my head, every monster truck has that gas pedal that looks like a bare foot.
Yep. With a claw.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Like it just looks like 5 toes and a bare foot that's like says life rips on it or something like that.
you got to climb in, through the bottom.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Doors don't
man,
open.
dude, I am jealous of
doors.
this.
Yeah, this one's so cool. I hope Corey Rummel is the one that lets you ride or
I
drive
wanna
his
do
truck.
this.
Now, would you drive the old Bigfoot that I see sitting?
Yeah, but that ain't what I'm looking for.
want a
I mean,
modern.
That would be sick. Like
There is modern Bigfoot.
Yeah, they have the Hot Wheels one.
Oh, okay. I
It's in
haven't
the
seen.
Hot Wheels circuit or whatever.
I haven't seen that. Like the original one. I mean, that would be. I would love a picture in it. Just like kid me. But man, when you go to Monster Jam and you see what they're doing with these trucks these days, it is a different. It's a different thing.
They have a modern Bigfoot. So Bigfoot is now part of the Hot Wheel circuit.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the Hot Wheels circuit. I've only done the Monster Jam one. I know they're like competitors.
Yeah, so the Hot Wheel circuit is a competitor to Monster Jam, but they're up in Pacific. I was up there last year.
Okay.
Big fans of the show. I'm sure if we asked nicely, they would let you take Bigfoot for a spin.
Yeah, let me rip it.
Hey, where is this? I want to put this
Up in
the
Pacific.
notes.
Let her rip, Tater Chip.
You see
The
it on
one you see
highway
outside
there.
the grocery stores, and I don't think works. That one.
Off
Yeah, I wanna-
44.
And that's Bigfoot in Pacific?
Oh yeah, they have a whole
Dude,
warehouse
that is like
there.
getting to drive Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I'd
Yes.
I'd
They
love
have
to.
a whole warehouse out there.
Oh, my
I got
gosh.
the CDL already. You can trust me.
So here's a question for Moon.
Okay.
Someone put it in the chat, and I like this idea. Can I sit on your lap and steer like I'm your son? Technically, can I just get in on your bucket list, sit on your lap, and you let me steer like we're going downtown to buy a newspaper?
You know what?
That,
No,
that is a great one, and I will consider it. But you know what? This is my dream.
This is
baby.
your
You're
thing.
right. You're right.
This is my boat.
I'm just saying. I at least want to be there
Yeah,
because I love it.
I think we all should take
I'm
turns.
excited for you. All right. Well, we got a line on that. Second Moon bucket list: reenact Family Battle of Hastings from 1066.
This is the one that made me laugh. What the hell is this?
Yes, LARP.
Reenact the Battle of Hastings. What?
Yeah.
His family battle, no
We-
less.
Yeah, my family was a part of that. The big,
Both sides.
on both sides. My birth family and my blood family and my adopted family.
Is that where you guys fought
Very
a bunch
Game
of
of
emus?
Thrones.
They were mortal enemies. Mortal enemies.
That's so Game of Thrones, dude.
So the Battle of Hastings was fought on October 14th in the year 1066
That's right.
year.
between the Norman French army of William, between the Norman French army of William the Duke of Normandy and the English army.
Dude,
Yeah, and
it's a Saturday this year, October 14th.
Oh, sweet. It turns out my bloodline is Norman. And I was adopted by primarily like English family that has like this. Our entire shield, like our family shield, is from the Battle of Hastings.
Which side would you find on?
Oh, brother, I don't know. I'd have to do a little.
I
little-
would be
little bit of
willing to
both.
LARP for this.
You're like Jon Snow.
I am very much Jon Snow here in this.
If
scenario.
somebody gets me the gear, I will be willing to go out onto the battlefield.
Oh, yes.
What's wild? Just a little piece of history, and I hope it's interesting because it kind of is to me. The family crest has a bloody sigh on it because a knight, Sir Dudley, cut down 3 people to save the king, or at least delay the battle for like 2 or 3 days. He was knighted because of saving the king's life, and that's what's on the family crest, which is pretty
Sir
wild.
Dudley.
Sir
Oh,
Dudley.
so
The
that
dude's name
Bigfoot-
was Dudley.
That Bigfoot, the one outside the grocery store, does run. I didn't think it ran.
The sunk cost fallacy, and it's when you think that you invested so much time or money into something that it's not worth. It's like throwing good money after bad money, right? And you're afraid to put time aside to try something new, even though you know it's the right thing to do. Well, I'm telling you, don't fall into that. If you're looking for a career and you know that your job is just a job, or the career that you're in is just not going where you thought it was going to go, look into leaving that current job behind and checking out the Carpenters Union, being an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union. This is a amazing opportunity. There's a huge need in the industry for floor layers with the Carpenters Union, and as a member of the union, you're going to have more than a job. We're talking about a career with fantastic opportunities to grow, support you, your family. You can apply to become install floor layer on the website carpdc.org, and once you get started, you just start making money right away. As you learn, you earn, and this is a fantastic opportunity for a lucrative career, a creative career, a meaningful career, real life, hands-on work. Peace of mind knowing that you're going to have the most competitive health coverage and pension for you and your family, too. So check it out. Being an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union, you can get started today. The careers page at carpdc.org. That's CARPDC.org.
All right, so here we are, way back, Point Fest, the first interview of the day. It's Real Big Fish, everybody. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you. Great to see you.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey.
Thank you. No, don't stop. No, more, please, more.
It's really great to have you guys back. We have, over the years, done so many different things, so many shows. Yeah. I did legitimately the worst stage intro I've ever done in my life at a Real Big Fish show at Mississippi Nights through no fault of your own. I came up on stage too late. Your cue music that night was Billie Jean from Michael Jackson. I'll never forget. And I'm getting up there and I'm doing my spiel. And Aaron, you came up behind me and were like, "Are you done yet, Donnie? Are you done? Are you done with the intro?" Yes, I am. Thank you. And then you guys.
Happy birthday, Rizz.
All right, welcome back to the program. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. The Mick Ultra Studio Cams, 1057thepoint.com/Rizz. The socials at RIZZ Show. Your emails, RizzShow@1057thepoint.com. Friday Fail Stories coming up. We will play with Lern the Lullaby game. That's right. It's been a long time.
Excited.
You've never played this game. So we will have 12 very popular songs and songs you know.
Okay.
All, how would you say it?
Lullabied.
Lullabied. All lullabied out.
Lullabied versions.
You know, there are, and I had a buddy that gave me, my buddy Matt actually gave me a couple different CDs of lullabied versions of like Queens of the Stone Age and Metallica.
That's cool.
That I would play for the kids when they were, babies.
So they're instrumentals. They weren't lyrical.
No lyrics,
okay.
All instrumental, but like very kid friendly. I'll play you an example before we get into the game.
Nice.
But we'll play you 12 lullabies versions of very popular songs you know.
I'm going to be very good at this, I think.
We'll see how many you get right.
I think I'm going to kill it.
We'll give away Point Fest tickets. Did I mention Friday Fail Stories? Yeah, Friday Fail Stories we got coming up. We'll do Porno Birthday in just a little bit. Crap on Celebrities coming up. How about the Blues last night? Sports?
Yeah. Big day.
But first, it's time for the Craigslist Freak of the Week, and it's time to crown a winner. So yesterday, Lern read 3 brand new ads, all from Canada this week.
Our dirty neighbors of the North.
America's hat, Canada. And you guys voted. Thank you all for your votes. And one of these ads moving on to the Freak of the year-end tournament. So here's how it all shook out. In third place, and it was an ass whooping this week. It was not even a close competition. In third place with 7.6% of your vote, ad number 3, laundromat.
Oh, laundromat.
Laundromat.
This is the guy that wanted to get down on piles of laundry and underwear and all that kind of stuff at the laundromat. No big deal. He's going to wrinkle a lot of clothes, though. This guy really had a thing for that.
He wanted to have sex on top of a stranger's clothes at a laundromat.
Perfect name, by the way.
Don't forget, we will use wax and oil. What?
Why?
Stains, baby, stains.
Mess up the clothes.
All right, the winner had 70%. The runner-up with 22.4% of your vote, Michael Bolton.
Michael Bolton, he's got a robot fantasy, man for anybody. He was looking for somebody who wouldn't mind oiling his bolts and joints down while you ram your central processing unit. Power supply chambers, blah, 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 blah. This guy, he's maybe a little too into the C-3PO and R2-D2 aspect of Star Wars.
Pick any one of my pleasure ports to get down with.
Yep.
Which means
mouse pad in the subject line, by the way. That was one of my favorite parts of that.
Double click.
Which means our winner with 70% of your vote. Moving on to the Craigslist Freak of the year-end tournament. Congratulations, George W. Shush.
Looking for a quiet roommate, man for young woman, 37, Oshawa, Ontario. I'm looking for a new roomie, $250 a month. Requirements, sometimes, at least once a week, I get really pent up and need a release. You have to help me with the release when called upon, but it won't take long at all. The discount is worth way more than this minor inconvenience. I don't need anything out of the ordinary. If you don't want to be sober for it, I've got plenty of booze. I 10 bar at the place downstairs. I need you to clean once a week, no pets. You will also need to stomp on my balls with high heels once a quarter. And the biggest and most important requirement is that you are very, very, very quiet. You cannot tell anyone you live here. I have a TV you can use, but we have to watch it with no volume. You must be like a church mouse. No loud walkers, talkers, and absolutely no loud moaning when we are helping each other relieve stress. No noise, period. You'll get both of us thrown out of here. I have a code for you for the back door and the stairwell door, so no need for keys. It's a great location. I'm a guy looking in my a good-looking guy in my 30s, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Put "move in" the subject line. Serious inquirers only.
Okay, there you go. Congratulations to George W. Shush, our official Craigslist Freak of the Week, with a whopping 70% of the vote.
Butt kicking
this week. Hey, I do want to mention, I know Hot Shots is the sponsor of Team Rizz.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people, and I've been hearing it from people. I've been seeing it online. People are really pissed off that the Chiefs-Dolphins game is on Peacock.
Yeah.
Like, people are really pissed.
Very upset.
I think the NFL did Chiefs fans dirty. Honestly, with this whole "it's only on Peacock" thing.
Right. But everybody knows somebody with Peacock. Just get their code. Shut up.
Do you have Peacock?
Yeah, of course I do.
Can I have your
Yes, you
username
can.
and password?
Absolutely you can.
Thank you.
We don't pay for premium Peacock, so there are commercials.
Well, I think there'll be commercials.
There'll be commercials
anyway,
during the
regardless of whether you.
But
have
if you want to watch The
premium or not.
Office, there will be ads.
Can I borrow your password and username just for the game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, and see, that's how easy it is. So stop bitching, everybody.
But all the Hot Shots locations will be showing the Chiefs Dolphins game.
There you go.
In its entirety. Again, every Hot Shots location on Saturday night will be showing the Chiefs Dolphins game. I do want to get the word out there.
Perfect.
It's going to be a very cold Kansas City.
Any chance you're making hummus or anything like that?
At my house?
Yeah.
You know, I like to watch Chiefs games alone.
You and my husband,
Man.
same.
Thought we were
I
finally
like to
getting
watch
close.
alone.
Likes to be honest.
Are you going to be watching with them?
Sunday or is it Saturday? Game?
Saturday night.
Saturday night. No, I will be rocking the right. I will not be attending the game.
Okay. I know Moon read about this morning as well as me. So if your spouse is a football mega fan, but you're not, this I guess is a fun way to get through the NFL playoffs while also mocking them for it.
Okay.
So a woman in Frisco, Texas, her name is Mackenzie Waters. She made a list of her husband's go-to reactions when he watches the Cowboys, like making the first down gesture or yelling, "Let's go!"
Mm-hmm.
And she turned it into a bingo card.
That's awesome.
So she made it a drinking game. So she takes a drink each time she crosses one off. And a video of it blew up on TikTok this week after ESPN shared it. So here are a couple squares that she came up with.
That's great.
She takes a drink if he makes a touchdown gesture. That's the 2 hands up.
Yep.
When he pretends to throw a flag.
That's my favorite.
When he yells, "Get him! Get him!"
Get him!
Or when he does a quiet clap. When he yells, "Why?" Take a drink.
Oh, come on!
No, he yells, "What are we doing?"
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What are we doing? Head down, eyes closed. That's a drink. When he gets up and walks down the hall.
Oh, yeah.
When he crosses his arms. And then he aggressively pets the dog.
I would have to add all that, but I would have to add a "gosh damn it" to Tim's, and then come on.
Come on!
Come on!
I want to see him get worked
my
up.
favorite
That's
is, "What are we
amazing.
doing? What are we doing?" Here she is talking about it, and well, here's some of the husband's reactions and them talking about it. Here is.
Third and 14. What are we doing?
I've been watching football games with him for 7 years now, and he's been reacting the same way for 7 years. So I just thought it would be fun to show everybody, the silly things that he does during games.
We had talked about it before and just how predictable I am, and so we kind of thought it'd be a funny idea if we pieced it together just to see how well she actually named me.
This way everybody can have fun.
It's pretty good. The only, especially with the Chiefs this season, and I haven't even been able to watch every game. But you know what I found myself saying that I actually embarrassed myself with, because I was at the television. I mean, I was like, I went around the table and I was at the television with my hand. And the thing that I've said multiple times, and it's always at the wide receivers, is, "You're a professional."
Yeah. So, take a drink.
That's one of my new ones. Like,
professional.
you're paid to catch the ball.
Yeah.
You're a professional.
Yep. That would be on the Moon watching football bingo card. All right, today is January the 12th. Back in the day, 114 years ago in 1910, a couple from China became the youngest parents in history, which is very disturbing because they were both still children. The dad was 9, the mother was 8.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
What?
Yeah. 58 years ago, 1966, the one true Batman, Adam West, first donned his tight gray leotards when Batman premiered on ABC. Burt Ward played the boy wonder.
Hey, what year did that 8-year-old thing happen?
1910.
Dang.
You think they
fudge that
maybe
one?
didn't know the age, right?
I know, it's China. China in 1910.
I don't know anything about China.
I thought you were going to say, like, do you think it was an adult involved with that? And then.
Oh man,
saying
no, I
it's a
wasn't
boy.
going there. I'm just saying, like, you think, like, maybe we didn't know. They didn't know. They said they thought it was 8. Kid was 11, maybe, or I don't know.
It was a kid born
it's
in
in the
leap
books.
year?
I mean, cause 8. Do you
It's in the
remember?
books.
Do you remember when you were 8? That's second grade.
It's in the
Yeah.
books.
I was still trying to figure out, like, how to make my bike go faster.
Different times. Who knows?
Well, even the anatomy of like a young girl at that time. Like, did she already go through
We
puberty?
don't need to explore this.
I
more.
said,
All
but
right.
that's what I'm saying. The anatomy. I didn't even know the anatomy of my bike. I was still trying to figure out how it was working.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You-
but
you know
that's
what I mean?
1990s Moon. This is 1910 China. I don't know.
Who knows? Sad.
Anyway, the Batman, the TV Batman. How long did that last? How long did that series last?
Only
Oh, it's very
3
short.
seasons, right?
One season?
If that. Yeah, it was one
3 seasons.
3 seasons?
Three
Okay.
seasons. But for something like 3 seasons to last, to be still legendary, it's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I just revisited
used to watch
not
it.
too long ago, and it is so awesome.
Yeah, we
It's-
used to
it's
watch it. It was
amazing.
great for like a particular age, a very like small
It was
window.
the POWs and the
It's
and
my
the BAMs
favorite.
and the
It for sure is my favorite Batman of all of them. Like, that one's just, it's got the best.
Of all of them?
Yeah. I don't know why. I just really enjoyed the characters and how, everyone also created them for the first time, which is really fun.
How it felt.
55 years ago today, 1969, Led Zeppelin releases their debut record. And there's a very famous Rolling Stone review of it.
Oh, yeah.
Which they
hated it.
trash it.
And it's amazing because Zeppelin was one of those bands where Zeppelin 1 and Zeppelin 2 both came out in 1969. So, because you don't hear about that. And and both of them are incredible albums. And the fact that they went back to back with those releases, I don't know when the second album came out, later in the year probably, but how neat is that? 2 Zeppelin albums in 1 year.
I had no clue that's wild.
Crazy.
Yeah, but they Rolling Stone trashed it. I remember them. Well, I read about them about "Dazed and Confused," the song, which is a legendary Zeppelin song.
Right.
They say the song is very dull in places, especially on the vocal passages, very redundant, and certainly not worth the 6.5 minutes Led Zeppelin gives it on one of their greatest songs.
Right.
But in hindsight, 53 years ago, 1971, All in the Family premieres on CBS. 50 years ago, 1974, Steve Miller Band's The Joker reaches #1 on the charts. 29 years ago, 1995, the murder trial against O.J. Simpson begins. 21 years ago, 2003, Maurice Gibb of the Bee Gees. He dies of a heart attack at the age of 53. I asked Lern yesterday if she watched the Bee Gees documentary.
I did. I can't remember it, though. We watched it.
Man, it's so sad, especially since there's only one Bee Gee left.
Right.
Barry.
I do
And
need
he
to
says
see
at the
that.
end, it's so good. At the end, he's like, I miss my 2 brothers. It's so, the way he says it's so sad.
Yeah. Barry Gibb Talk Show.
Heart
band
attack
is
at 53. What?
I think it was on the operating table.
Damn.
For what?
He had something. He went in for surgery for something, had a heart attack. Yeah.
Disco's tough on your heart, man.
It is.
That's what happened back in the day. All right, time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your crap on celebrities.
And it's brought to you by Bright House Plumbing. Call the best, flush the rest. BrightHouseCo.com, 636-600-0188. Well, one of our favorite humans, for whatever reason, Gary Busey is back in the news. And this time, his dong is out, too. The 79-year-old dropped his pants.
It's his privates.
In public. Gary was peeing into a bush near a newsstand in Malibu on Thursday. This Page 6 article quotes, Busey made eye contact with the paparazzi who snapped away at his gray sweatpants, appeared partially lowered, and then he exposed himself. The grinning Point Break star eventually adjusted his waistband to cover up and walked away with a large wet spot near his crotch.
Man, he's looking rough.
What?
And he does.
He looks like a homeless person.
He looks rough. And the picture, which you can see on the blog, is he's smiling that iconic Gary Busey crazy smile, and his wiener is fully out.
All right, how about some Gary Busey clips? You want to hear some Gary Busey?
Yes,
All right,
please.
here he is responding to tweets about him. Gary Busey reacts to tweets.
I love the Busey. No other man on earth is as awesome as Gary.
You're right.
Surprised that Gary Busey is still alive. Figured somebody would have poached him for his ivory by now.
No. The reason I'm still alive is because I wear an invisible helmet. You can't see it, but it's always there.
Right on.
Here is Gary talking about buttered sausage.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
I think that one was fake. I think they established that that was an actual AI thing. But really, the fact of the matter is you can make anything fake out of Gary Busey because it sounds like something he would say.
Yeah. He is AI.
That's actually a tame thing compared to all the real stuff.
But, okay, that may be AI, but that is something Gary would say.
It is.
Definitely. Did you see these pictures, Rizz?
Yeah.
I mean, here, let's show the people on the camera.
Yeah, it's blurred. It's pixelated, but
Yeah, you
can
don't see
see, look at the smile. Post him for,
look at him.
Post him for his ivory. I'm sorry.
It looks like an advertisement.
These piano keys are made of Busey. Gary Busey.
It looks like an advertisement for a Patagonia jacket.
God, invisible helmet.
Damn it, Gary. Get it together.
Man.
The musical Hamilton, the epic saga that follows the founding father Alexander Hamilton as he fights for honor, love, and legacy and hasn't been at the Fabulous Fox since 2022, is coming back this year. And there's going to be 2 weeks of performances from August 28th through September 8th. So if you're like me, you got a niece or a nephew who just love Hamilton, you better get those tickets fast. Did you like it? You didn't like it?
It was okay. I don't know. We never saw it. We never saw the theater version, but
Yeah.
we had tickets. But then COVID happened, and we had the Fox canceled the run.
Sure.
That
I saw
year we had tickets.
I saw the theater version. It was great. I haven't seen the movie, but
My wife really wants me to see at least something of it.
it's great.
Watched
It really is
the
good.
one they
been
had on
very
Disney.
busy.
It's well done.
I haven't watched it either.
And it was a stage version on Disney.
Yeah. Whatevs.
It's okay.
Guys, 20 years ago, Jessica Simpson famously thought chicken of the sea was made of chicken, and now the tuna company has finally gotten around to putting together a commercial with her in it, and she also has her 11-year-old daughter, Maxwell, in there as well. She obviously pokes fun of herself for, explaining to her daughter, like, hey, this is tuna, not chicken, and the daughter plays it up like, who would think that this is chicken? And she is real cute about it.
That was very famous.
Yes,
and
it
that was
was
from the Newlywed Show when she was on with Nick Lachey?
Yeah, in 2003, 20 years ago.
Whoa.
Crazy. David Draymond is off the market. Disturbed fans, if you were, finding him on Tinder, which he was on a lot of the dating apps, as you remember, when he came through last year. He went Instagram official with his lady. It is she's a model named Sarah Yulee. She's real cute. They look very cute together. So congratulations to him.
Good on him.
Draymond divorced his wife in 2023 after 11 years of marriage, and they share a son, Samuel, who is now 10. Jelly Roll. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. This came up in my feed.
Yes.
And I'm just so proud. Like, I'm not a Jelly Roll fan. I'm not a fan. The music I haven't really taken a deep dive into, but as far as a person, I know that he's got such a great soul. He spent part of his Thursday yesterday testifying in front of the Senate hearing, urging lawmakers to adopt legislation limiting the distribution of fentanyl. And
I got the audio.
Do you have the audio? Yeah, play a little bit of
Here's
this.
a little Jelly Roll in front of Congress.
Yeah.
That's
like here he is with his
In a
face,
suit.
in a suit with his face tattoos and
This is
everything, and
great.
it says his real name.
Yeah.
And then it says Jelly Roll underneath.
Yeah, take a listen to this.
190 people a day overdose and die every single day in the United States of America. That's what about a 737 aircraft can carry. But because it's 190 drug addicts, we don't feel that way. Because America has been known to bully and shame drug addicts instead of dealing and trying to understand what the actual root of the problem is with that. I've attended more funerals than I care to share with y'all. This committee, I could sit here and cry for days about the caskets I've carried of people I loved dearly. Equally, I think it's important for me to tell y'all that I'm not here to defend the use of illegal drugs. And I also understand the paradox of my history as a drug dealer standing in front of this committee. I stand here as a regular member of society. I am a stupid songwriter, y'all, but I have firsthand witnessed this in a way most people have not. I encourage y'all to not only pass this bill, but I encourage you to bring it up where it matters, at the kitchen table.
He also, I thought, was amazing. He took ownership for being a former drug dealer and participating in the act of fentanyl being a big problem.
Well, that's what I said. Is the paradox here is I
Yeah.
used to be a drug dealer. I just read that he has committed to running like a 5K at some point this year.
That's awesome. I hope he does it.
He's heavy.
He'll get there, though.
He's heavy.
This is a person, just from what I see about him in the public sphere of headlines, it's like,
I'm rooting for the guy.
he can do
seems like a
it.
sweetheart.
I feel like this is a person who took his life and he decided, I'm not going to take it down this path that was going one direction, and he decided to just change. So, yeah, he'll be on.
He was in prison, the whole thing.
Right.
So what was his point of change there? Like, how did that come about? Did he meet Jesus, or what was it?
Yeah, I think it was a church thing for him. Like,
for him specifically? Yeah, I don't know.
Changed his life.
But good on him. Michael Jackson will be back on the big screen in 2025. There's a biopic starring the late King of Pop's nephew, Jafar Jackson, in his first major role. This kid looks like a young
Jermaine's
Michael.
Kid?
This is Jermaine, yes.
Jermaine's kid.
His son, yep. According to Lionsgate, the film will cover all aspects of Michael Jackson's life. It's unclear if it will convert the controversies involving the late music icon.
Oh my goodness!
not.
Wow, it does. He does look like a young Michael.
I mean, maybe.
You could see, you could see the genes.
I mean,
Will they allow the music?
Yes. So the guy who made Bohemian Rhapsody is behind this. So there will be music if they're taking it in the same route as Bohemian Rhapsody was with all the Queen music.
Oh, damn, dude, he does look like
He
Michael.
looks like-
Wow.
There's a couple facial expressions
Holy
that
cow.
he does, and you're like, whoa.
That's really cool. I mean,
Dang.
anyway, film production set to be January 22nd, and one of the people behind it says it's uncanny how much he's like Michael, sounds like him, dances like him, sings. It's really uncanny. Graham King, who is the producer, found him, introduced him to me, and I was blown away.
Yeah, there are a couple,
Found him.
There are a couple movies.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a Jackson.
Right.
Yeah.
He's there.
Yeah.
There's a couple movies, these biopics, that the estate didn't allow them to use the music.
Right.
And like, for instance, the Jimi Hendrix one with Andre 3000 as Jimi Hendrix, who looked exactly like Jimi Hendrix with the fro and the way he dressed and everything. No music allowed. Nobody cared about the movie.
It's true.
I think there was one with David Bowie recently. In fact, Mark Maron was in it.
Oh, really?
He played Bowie.
Was it the Daydream one?
I think it was David Bowie. But the estate didn't allow the music.
Sucks. Well,
Sucked.
you would think that a Jackson family member is in this movie. They're going to allow Michael Jackson's catalog to be, some of it to be a part of it. You would assume. I don't know. Or maybe they'll reinterpret it. I have no clue. But we'll find out in 2025. Michael Strahan's daughter, Isabella, has brain cancer. She announced this with her dad by her side yesterday on Good Morning America, where Michael's been absent for more than 3 weeks. Back in October, he was out for personal family matters, which now we know was because his 19-year-old daughter started noticing some issues. She says she didn't, know what was going on. Headaches, nausea. She couldn't walk straight. She started throwing up blood and then got checked out.
Super sad.
It's so sad. Eventually diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. The day before her 19th birthday, she had the tumor removed, and she just recently finished radiation treatments. Michael Strahan said the diagnosis was scary because it's so much going on and to go through. The hardest thing was to get to her when he found out. Like, he gets a call, his daughter's got a brain tumor. He just had to drop everything and get to her. And this is a fast-growing 4-centimeter tumor, so it's larger than a golf ball that she had removed from her brain. And it's called a medulloblastoma, which is a type of malignant tumor that accounts for about 20% of all childhood brain tumors, according to estimates that were published by the Journal of Clinical
Did they
Neuroscience.
mention her prognosis?
She's on the up and up.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that's really, obviously that's going to have to be monitored, but I hope all the best for her.
So Mark Maron was in a movie called Stardust, which came out this last year, the year before. 2020. Chronicles the young David Bowie's first visit to the U.S. in 1971, a trip that inspired the invention of the iconic alter ego Ziggy Stardust.
Yeah.
No music was allowed.
No music. Oh, but when did it come out?
2020.
Yeah.
No music was allowed. The movie
That
went nowhere.
sucks. A Lisa Marie Presley memoir is going to be coming out with the help of her daughter, Riley Keough. She says, I'm honored to help put my mother's book out for her. An autobiography will be out in October, and it will feature stories of Presley's memories of Elvis. It will dive into her complicated relationship with her mother, Priscilla, and explore aspects of her later life, including motherhood, the loss of her son, marriages to Michael Jackson and Nicolas Cage as well. In theaters this weekend, Mean Girls is the musical, which has Tim Meadows, John Hamm, Tina Fey, Jenna Fisher in it. The Beekeeper with Jason Statham is out. And The Book of Clarence with James McAvoy and many others in theaters. And now I would like to take the floor for a second. Yesterday I reported on the headlines that Aaron Rodgers was done on the Pat McAfee show. News that I got wrong because I misinterpreted that Aaron Rodgers was done just for the NFL season as being a guest, like he is every Tuesday during the season. So I do apologize for my error. However, I think this sheds light on how it feels to hear something about someone that you know is untrue. You want the person who got it wrong to acknowledge their error and apologize. Something that I still stand by is what Aaron Rodgers needs to do for the incorrect information that he is spreading about Jimmy Kimmel, about being on the Epstein list. I'd also like to acknowledge that the hashtag for the Pat McAfee show being hashtag PMS Live is something perfect because of all the bitching, mood swings, irritability, and breast tenderness that show has caused me this week. So thank you.
Yeah, he was on yesterday. It was a troll. It was like
yeah, and I'll say I screwed up. And nobody else in this room knew about that.
Well, because Pat McAfee was like, I'm done with this. And then yesterday he was on.
It was on.
It was very tongue-in-cheek because I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was
that
funny.
Aaron Rodgers was in the woods.
There was a man on Twitter who said I should be banned from talking about sports, which I think is a bit much. But I thought, okay, somebody has been triggered, and I need to stand by my mistake.
Good on you. Hey, you're the big. You are the bigger person here.
8 feet tall.
It's so funny too. There's a couple people that keep emailing the show saying, but he was on the list.
No, he was not.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I think
is there something we didn't see?
No, I looked it up today.
No.
I go, where's the list?
And even Rodgers said he wasn't on the list. Rodgers said the reason that he said it is because when Kimmel was making fun of Rodgers at some point, he was saying that there wasn't a list or something like, or he mentioned that there wasn't a list, and Rodgers mentioned that in reference to Kimmel denying or not, saying that there may not have been a list at all.
Yeah.
Not saying that he was on the list.
I think he's also referring to that video.
Calm down.
Remember Isaac Cappy, the guy that committed suicide? But he released a video like telling everybody's name, and Kimmel's name was mentioned in that.
The big winner here is Pat McAfee, who now has eyes on his show.
Yep. I've never heard of that show before in my life.
Otherwise, and I like the show. I'm actually a fan. If I'm home at like 11 o'clock,
you'll be watching it.
I have it on the background because I do like sports talk.
Yeah.
You never heard of the guy before, and now you can say his name correctly.
I can. See? Progress.
That's
awesome. And finally,
I want to make us all feel really old. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a list. You're not going to guess, okay? These are albums that are turning 30 this year, and out of these 10 albums that pertain to what the point plays, you all have to pick which you think out of these albums was the best. So don't say anything until I give you the list.
Say it again.
So these albums are turning 30.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
And we've in the past said that 1994 was probably the greatest for us.
It was
the greatest year in music.
It was the greatest year in alternative music. It is it was the alternative year. The I'm not going to say the birth. I'm going to say like the puberty of alternative.
It really came into its own.
Yeah.
It really did, man. It was
really did come into its
94.
own.
It was a Stanley Cup moment.
If you go look at the releases in alternative music of 1994, from Green Day to Chili Peppers to this to that.
Don't say anything. Yeah.
That's what she's going to give us.
And people in the chat, I want to hear your thoughts too. So make sure you put your opinions in there. So here we go. Dookie from Green Day, The Division Bell from Pink Floyd, 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, Soundgarden's Super Unknown, Hole's Live Through This, Smash from The Offspring, Weezer's self-titled The Blue Album, Purple from STP, MTV Unplugged in New York from Nirvana, and Vitalogy from Pearl Jam. These are just 10.
That's just a handful.
Throwing Toadies.
Throw in Wildflowers from Tom Petty.
Oh, dude, it was the syzygy moment for alternative. Every star aligned and said, like, this will be the year that you are gifted.
Every one of those records.
Yeah.
Every one of those records Scott Rizzuto owned.
What do you pick? What is
my favorite?
As your favorite out of all those releases from 94? Or just these limited?
I mean, I'll have to say it's between STP's Purple and Downward Spiral.
Okay.
God,
oh, wow.
And you got a Super Unknown in there from Soundgarden.
And Vitalogy.
Those are my top three. Vitalogy is a great Pearl Jam record.
What's your one? You have to pick one. There's no three. You don't get out of this.
Boy.
You have to pick one.
God, what did I listen to more?
Right.
I'm Scott Rizzuto, 1994. Probably listened to Super Unknown more than anything else.
All right, you're going Soundgarden. Scott, what about you?
Boy, this one's tough because it was Dookie, Smash, and the Blue Album. I played those backwards, forward, over and over and over again. Smash, like The Offspring was the first live concert I ever saw on that tour.
Big one.
But Man, I gotta say, I think it's Weezer. I
All
really
right,
do. I
Blue
think
album?
Weezer's the best one
Moon?
out of that.
Dookie, Smash, Blue, Purple. Those are my top 4.
So Dookie would be your number one?
Oh, 100%.
Mine was Hole, Live Through This. I was a huge Hole fan
I did
in
not like
the
Hole.
90s.
I didn't understand it until way later.
Oh, loved it.
It was
Had
an
huge,
awesome album.
and Live Through This is such an excellent.
Violet is the best song on that.
Yes,
And didn't
Violet.
Corgan, did he help write some of this?
No, they say that Kurt Cobain pretty much wrote that whole record.
That Purple record, though, was big, boy. That was after Core. Remember,
Right?
Core was
Yeah,
so
that Purple one
successful,
was
and Purple was like,
phenomenal.
oh, they're not going to live up to Core.
Oh.
And
And
Pearl
it damn
Jam.
near
They come.
did.
Yeah.
Everything from Vaseline to
Thank you. Was Thank You on that one?
no, I mean, there's somebody like Superman with a Silver Gun Superman. There's so many good
Bass
so
Fishing with
many-
Grandpa.
So many great songs on Purple.
Somebody else said Jar of Flies from Alice in Chains. 1990. It wasn't on this
Dude,
top 10, but
that year's is absurd.
yeah.
It's not even fair.
And I didn't understand it, but Downward Spiral was genius.
Was Through and Copper on that list?
It should have been.
Because that would be the number one. But
Yeah, I say Dookie's number 1 for
Oh,
sure.
that's right. Interstate Love Song was on there. Big Empty, Pretty Penny still remains.
It had a sound.
Meat Plow was that opened that record. God,
It had this like cleaner sounding core did.
Unglued. God, what a
And
great record.
it just seemed like they really came in as a band right there. You know, even though Core was so dope. Celebrity Celebrating. What was number 1?
It wasn't a number one list. It was just it was giving me 10. Like there were so many albums released that
Oh,
year,
okay.
but Ultimate Classic Rock just put together that.
that's awesome.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Celebrity celebrating birthday today. Zayn Malik is 31. Dina Cortez from Jersey Shore is 37. Melanie, is it?
Chisholm.
Yeah, I don't
Mel
know
C
why.
from the Spice Girls.
I don't know why I can't say that word. Yeah,
Say Mel C.
Mel C is 50. Raekwon from the Wu-Tang Clan is 54. Zach De La Rocha or Rocha, depending on what you say, is 54. Heather Mills McCartney, Paul McCartney's ex, who once appeared on Dancing with the Stars, is 56. Keith Anderson, the country singer, is 56. Rob Zombie, 59. Jeff Bezos, the Amazon overlord, is 60. Dominique Wilkins. Remember when he made history in the? I'm pretty sure he was one of the slam dunk contest winners during the Jordan era. That was, or right, maybe it was right before the Jordan era when he was just dominating that. Dominique Wilkins was freaking sweet. He was 64, or he's 64 now. Howard Stern is 70 years old. Ricky Van Shelton, the country singer, is 72. William Lee Golden from the Oak Ridge Boys is 85, and the amazing Kreskin,
Still kicking it, huh?
the psychic entertainer who calls himself a minimalist. He's a distant relative of the guy who founded the chain that became Kmart. He is 89 years old.
All right, today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Stacy Lane. And today's birthday girl has been in 125 fine films, including 40-Ounce Booty Bounce, Big Ass Cheaters 4, Black Feet on Booty Street 4 and 5. She was in Chicken Heads 2, Honey Bunches of Hoes 5.
Oh my! Breakfast of Champions.
Meat on the Grill 2, Sugar Pie Honeys 9, and Who Could Get a Roll in 2009's Big Fat Onion Bottoms 3.
Onion? Did you say onion bottoms?
Big Fat with a P. Big Fat Onion Bottoms 3.
Nice.
And you don't need to watch the first two
Oh, you
to
don't?
really get the gist of 3.
Okay.
Stacey Lane is 37 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those are your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back, and we will give away some stuff. We are going to play Lullaby the Hits. And Lern's going to play. So we are going to play, Lern, 12 different lullabies versions of big, fat hit songs. Songs I know for a fact that you know and love.
Okay.
It's your job, Lern, to figure out what the song is.
Yes. I'm gonna kill it.
You will have 2 Moon lifelines and 1 King Scott lifeline.
Awesome. Why only one with Scott?
Because he's going to be busy on the phone. I don't know.
Oh.
You want 2? You want 2 Scotts?
I want 2 Scotts.
Scott,
All right.
I've given you 2.
Give me the,
All right.
give me the easy ones that I'll know.
You get 2 Scott lifelines and get 2 Moon lifelines.
I like
That's it.
I love this game. I love
That's
this
it.
game. Stresses me out. It gets my heart rate going.
So
Now-
your job on the phone, out of 12, how many will Lern get correct? Closest without going over wins Point Fest tickets. Point Fest happening on May the 18th at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Bad Omens, Wage War, Grandson, Avatar, Sleep Theory, New Year's Day, Oxymorons, Letdown, and many more. Tickets are officially on sale today at 10 a.m. First week of sales. Get select reserve and lawn tickets for just $20 plus fees. So if you want to play Lullabies to Hits, 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. We'll set the baseline after the break, meaning I'll give Lern an example one just to see how she does. And this way you could
understand if I'm going to do well.
You can see how many you'll say she's going to get right. Lullaby the Hits next. All right, 7:57.
I love this game, and I do have some tips for you before we start. I got to give you some tips.
All right.
Tips.
Yeah, I need the tips.
I have tips.
Everybody's different, though.
I'm going to give her suggestions.
Is this the suggestion of you taking your headphones off and stomping around the room like a psycho?
That's it.
This guy?
That is what I do. Lern, are you taking notes?
I am.
Stomp around like psycho, he says.
Take off slam your headphones down and yell to stop the song.
Yep.
Wow, you do remember this well.
Traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. It's time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. All things clear. This is awesome. Today is going to be soggy. Your point forecast, soggy. Rain will turn to snow around the afternoon with a little bit of accumulation, high of 47, and then it's going to drop real heavy for this weekend. Right now it is 46 at the Point Studio.
So here we are, way back Point Fest. Goldfinger, everybody.
Shaka.
Yes. Yes. And so here's the thing, okay? John, first thing first. Seen the band a million times. Phenomenal band. You've changed members here, but now you've got a goddamn all-star team going on with our buddy Mike, and then we've got Phil here and Moon, and it's just...
Phil and Moon.
It's funny, he's never called me that.
I've never called you that ever. And I'm sorry, but that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Moon was telling me, because I've known Moon a long time, and I've watched him transition into this amazing frontman of Greek Fire.
The Byerly RV folks for a couple months now, and I really do feel like it's a family atmosphere. Once you go down there, you see they have the original RV that the Byerly family was driving. It really is a family, and they are exactly what your home dealer should be. Not only with the sales, not only with the storage, but also with the service. They even have a YouTube channel to help you just to teach you, educate you, give you help, tips, any of that kind of stuff with your RV. They really are all about the local RV community, and the RV community is used to a big show in January, and that got pushed back, kept getting pushed back. So Byerly just said, let's just do a big Byerly RV Expo right here in the warmth inside, and it's happening today, January 12th, 13th, and 15th. That's today, Saturday, and then Monday. They're going to be closed on Sunday, but extended hours tonight, extended hours for Monday, and everything on the lot is show priced, including the pre-owned stuff. The benefit here is you get the opportunity for pre-owned, just like the downtown show, with no parking, no admission fees, coffee and donuts every single morning, and any camper purchased during this RV show, this expo, gives you free storage through April 30th. That is huge. While you're down there, you got to check out the 88,000 square foot indoor climate controlled storage building that they just built. They are all about everything for you and your RV experience. Check out the Byerly RV Expo. Get all the details. It's happening right now. All the details are at ByerlyRV.com.
I'm seeing your bucket list here in front of me, Lern, and some of these are definitely achievable.
Yes.
Some of them I'm not sure about.
Sure.
Yeah, some of them are going to be tougher than others. The first one, let's just get into it.
Yep.
And, where we welcome feedback. If anybody can help us, put us on the path to make these happen, please let us know. Because it's all about love and helping each other, lifting each other up, checking stuff off. Here's a big one. See Daft Punk.
Daft Punk,
they're broken up.
They're broken up.
I don't think
retired.
they're ever getting back together.
Right.
So,
but the weekend, even this weekend, or even this past weekend, The Weeknd, the artist, said the only collabs he will do in the future is with Daft Punk. So there could be something on the horizon.
What about a Daft Punk tribute act?
Yes.
What about a Daft Punk lunch? Like you're at the Rainbow Room or something like that, and you look over and you're like, oh my gosh, I recognize.
Look at
these
those.
guys.
Just
Yeah,
Those are the guys from
because
Daft
it's
Punk.
C Daft Punk. You didn't say in concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I would like to dance live to Daft Punk, those two guys, those French musicians. I want them
All
to be
they're
playing
doing is
music.
press and play on an iPad.
What if they stand
Exactly.
up at lunch and they go bigger, faster?
All right. Okay, so C Daft Punk, that's on the list.
Or have a Daft Punk dance party.
Yeah, will you
whatever.
take me? I would love to see that show.
Thank you.
I would
Yes.
love to see that.
I like how
French-Canadian,
malleable
did you?
your bucket list things are. That's a very open and loving way to embrace the world. You've already dialed back your very first one, which
Right.
I love. But
And
you know what?
What?
You never know. Daft Punk, whatever, tomato. It's French. I believe it's Daft, but whatever. Leads right into the next one. Host a discotheque, maybe a Rizzuto.
Rizzuto would be cool.
I like
Dance
I want to have a
party.
dance party.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of listeners who want to dance. And so every time I talk about it, they're always like, oh, hit me up. So what if we have a Rizzuto?
Yeah, man.
And we
not a
play
great
Daft Punk.
I'm not a great dancer, but I'll DJ. Can I DJ?
Dude, I've DJ'd
Yes.
too. I'm a pro.
I
I
want
want to see you out there on the dance floor.
I want
No, you don't.
dancing.
What if we put
You wouldn't
helmets?
dance at the Rizzuto?
Well, yes, of course I would, but you don't want to see it.
Will you wear helmets for me?
Hell yes, I will.
We put King Scott and Moon and Daft Punk
Yes.
Yeah.
helmets.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
I love this.
The only time I've really got to DJ professionally was over at Pops, and I made a whole robot outfit that I was in.
And I would
You are
like
my
to-
soulmate. Okay,
You did it,
yes.
Scott.
And if we're rolling things together, I'm not saying it has to happen, but we do have a float trip. It could be Raft Punk. And we could have a dance
I am
party
standing
at
up.
the
I'm
campgrounds.
aroused. This is excellent.
Party at the campgrounds, Raft Punk. These guys in helmets.
Raft Punk.
I don't know.
I like
Rizz
Put
is
it
in
out there.
hell. All right, keep going.
Rizz is in hell. That's actually your third one. Send Rizz to hell. That's really, wow.
Yeah.
See you there.
See you there.
RMFLMAO. Big one. Dedicate something in my hometown of West Frankfort, Illinois, like a statue honoring. Who's editing this in real time? Get out of there.
Sorry.
Like a statue honoring my dad, or something permanent, a mural, something where people can go and visit.
I was looking at this and I thought, what about a bench?
Well, that's coming up on the list.
Yeah. Let's
I know. Let's not skip ahead.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, but how about a bench, like something achievable? Where are you going to put a statue up?
I don't know. I don't know anything
Where are
about
you doing a statue?
statuing. So West Frankfort,
Who's gonna-
Illinois. I don't know.
Where are you going to get a statue commissioned?
I'm gonna commission it.
Listen up, all you Frankfurters out there.
There's murals in West Frankfort, Illinois that have just come up over the last 10 years. People have painted on the side of buildings these really beautiful murals. And my dad was a coal miner in that town. He was also a Vietnam veteran. They have a Vietnam area. They have a coal mining area of the town. I would love to do something to my dad. A lot of people knew my dad in West Frankfort. So I'd love to do something to
Your
honor
father's
his
name?
legacy. His name was Greg Colvin.
Greg Colvin. If you knew Greg Colvin and you're listening right now, email us. Tell us about Greg.
Right.
And email your local Chamber of Commerce in West Frankfort, Illinois, and let's get this going. Let's get the Greg
I
Colvin
think definitely it's
statue
achievable.
bench.
Like this is
achievable.
Because somebody wrote, "This is a big one." This is a big bucket list, but let's be realistic. A statue.
It's big.
It's big.
That's big. Like what kind of statue we're talking? Like a bronze?
Anything like a concrete. And it doesn't even have to be like a
What
big
about a
one.
plaque?
Yeah, like a plaque.
Plaque, meet me in the middle.
But you said someplace people could go visit.
Right.
A bench.
Yeah.
A bench in a park.
What if I have my tree guys take down a tree and you catch one of them what do you call them, chainsaw artists? And they make the statue out of the tree stump.
They could do that in the park or
You know what I'm
something.
talking about, like when people make bears and eagles and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, we know one.
What, a chainsaw artist?
Yes.
We do.
Up in Shelbina, yeah.
Really, anything.
Well, there you go.
I'm down for anything. I just want to kind of put a permanent marker to honor not just my dad, but the coal miners of that town and the veterans in that town, but also in memory of my dad.
A bench would be great.
Okay. I love your idea. I'm here for it. I'm down.
When I did my America's Got Talent audition, the guy before me was a chainsaw artist. And
that's sweet.
You only have
If your resolution is for more self-care and building your confidence, well, Parkrest Plastic Surgery is here to help you out. So it's their mission at Parkrest to provide the highest levels of care to help you achieve your cosmetic goals with natural-looking results. Everyone in the practice over there, from the surgeons to the nurse injectors, are focused on giving you the best care possible with the least invasive techniques. If your desired result can be achieved by less invasive means, that's what they're going to recommend. They're not going to put everybody into surgery. They're not, a cookie cutter provider where all patients, all leave there with similar results. They cater their treatments, procedures, and surgeries to each individual to make sure everyone leaves happy with a major confidence boost. It's the best part of what they do. Dr. Kaplan, Dr. McGuire, they're great. People from all over the world come to Creve Coeur. They're right down the street from us on New Balance to get treatment at Parkcrest Plastic Surgery. If you're looking to, for example, minimize fat and hard-to-target areas, they offer everything from injectable lipodissolve or Kybella for small pockets of fat to Cool Sculpting Elite for pinchable areas of fat, Smart Lipo, which is an in-office procedure under local anesthesia, or your traditional lipo. They do all that stuff. The mommy makeovers. Call for a consultation. Go to the website, parkcrestplasticsurgery.com, parkcrestplasticsurgery.com.
Hey, it's Jeff Britton backstage at the pageant, and Nick and Peanut from 311 gracing us with their presence yet again. Thank you guys for taking the time. Appreciate it. St. Louis absolutely freaking loves you guys.
Yeah, how fast did this sell out? It sold out really
super fast.
Yeah.
Super fast.
We're stoked.
And,
We heard about that.
Yeah, so thank you for coming in, man. I was looking up, especially you, Nick, before you guys came up here, 49 turning 50 in 2020. You guys have been doing this forever, and I'm the same way. I'm 52. Just a quick story that nobody cares about. First time I ever saw you guys was like 91 in Springfield, Missouri. Blacktop of a parking lot of a place called...
All right, welcome back to the program. Lern, you a bit nervous?
No,
Oh, okay, good.
I'm all right.
I see you're calm.
Yeah.
You got your stress ball, your stress
Pig.
stress pig in your hand. Let's do this. Let's have some fun.
Let's have
give away
some
some
fun.
stuff. And today's contest is sponsored by
Flynn Landscaping, specializing in lawn, landscape, irrigation, and arbor. Now hiring. Call 314-243-6784.
All right, we're playing Lern's Lullaby, the hits. So we have 12 songs, 12 lullabies versions of fat hits.
Fat hits.
Songs that you know.
I missed this game.
Are they rock songs?
Yeah, I gave all rock songs.
Oh, cool. All right.
All rock songs today. Stuff you may have played on Keishi.
Oh.
Classic rock songs that you hear on The Point, alternative classics.
Cool.
So we'll play the lullabies version, and you have to tell us what the song is.
All right. Man, I will say this for the callers.
Title and artist.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually pretty good with bands. Titles of songs, though, get me sometimes. So
You'll know these.
I know. All right. Yeah, I'm going to kill it. Let's go.
If you know the song, you will know the title.
Okay.
So out of 12, how many will Lern get correct?
Out of 12.
Closest without going over gets Point Fest tickets. Point Fest happening May 18th at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. All the Point Fest details, 1057thepoint.com/PointFest. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. First week only. Get select reserve or lawn tickets for just $20 plus fees. Let's give you an example. This is an example. I would say the example is on the hard side.
Okay.
On the hard side of the competition.
All right.
Okay, here we go. What is this song? Got it?
Yeah, it's Back in Black by AC/DC. That's impossible. No, what is that?
That is Run to the Hills from Iron Maiden.
Yeah. Nope.
Yep. You got that wrong.
I suck at this game. You better bet zero.
That was probably on the harder side.
Oh, okay.
That was probably?
Cool.
That is on the harder side.
Okay, thank you.
You wouldn't have gotten that?
I have no
Do you have any? Do you know any
there's
Iron
one,
Maiden songs?
Was it something about Afraid of the Dark, or I forgot that
There,
song.
yeah, there's a lot of Afraid of the Dark
Yeah,
and
Bruce Dickinson.
Iron Maiden songs. All right. Well,
Okay,
we set the
hey,
baseline
let's
there.
see what's going to happen here. Good luck, everybody.
Yo,
Good luck.
My thing
Yeah, what do you
is
do?
I'll catch something and and then the lullaby takes me back out of it. So he referenced it earlier. I'll throw my headphones off or demand he stop playing it, and then I walk around and I have to play it out in my head.
Okay, maybe I'll do that.
But if you're, I mean, that's how I find them.
Are we going to play if somebody sampled it and you hear that version?
No.
Of a modern hit?
You just have to come up with a title. And that was the other difficulty for me is sometimes I'll recognize the song and go, I have no idea what the title is.
You need to give me. I don't think there's going to be any of that in this game.
No title?
Okay.
No point.
Yeah, no title, no point. I need a title and artist.
Yeah, so the little dun, 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 so that is like the lyrics. Like
sometimes.
It's going to be different.
Like
Let's just get to it.
Yeah,
Oh, man, I don't got kids. I don't do lullabies at home.
Sometimes the high
doesn't matter.
Sometimes the high xylophone is
it doesn't
it's
matter
the guitar.
if you have kids or not. If you have a kids or not contest.
This is against women that don't have kids. This
No,
is a
but-
very
Oh,
misogynistic
man.
game.
What a terrible
I'm
game.
I'm kidding.
Emily, out of 12, how many will Lern get right?
I'm going to go with 10.
10.
Oh,
Whoa,
honey.
damn.
Well, what's her name?
Emily. Michael,
Emily,
hello.
my girl.
Hey, how's it going?
How many?
I'm going to say 8.
Okay.
You people are very positive.
Marty, how many?
By you people.
I'm going to say 6.
6, okay.
Going down. Down.
Doug, how many?
7.
7.
Oh, Doug.
Okay. Heather, how many?
5.
5.
Okay. And finally, Tom.
Good morning, everyone. Can I go 8?
Sure, we'll do 2
Can
eights.
I wouldn't recommend it. But
Closest without going over. Now you have 2 Moon lifelines and you have 2 King Scott lifelines.
You're very lucky.
Out of 12. So, okay.
Out of 12. So you
No,
need to
8.
budget.
I gotta
You need
get
to
8.
budget.
I'm budgeting. All right,
You
here
need
we
to
go.
budget.
All right, shut up. Let's
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
And you don't have the unicorn anymore. You squeezed the poo out of it earlier.
All right, Lauren, here we go.
Milked it.
Here is the lullabies version of this song. Tell me what it is.
You just said it. It's Back in Black.
Is it really?
Has to be.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay. I think I have like a disorder. It's very weird for me to hear lullabies, and
I don't really think you gave that a shot.
Those real slow ones are even harder.
Yeah.
You just said
I
Back in
actually am
Black.
kind of falling asleep too. Like I'm
You
like kind
just
of
said Back in Black for the example.
Okay.
But you're on the board with
Hey, you did it.
one.
There we go. We got one. All right, let's
You
go.
already used 1 Moon lifeline.
This is how I am finding. Yeah, I know. Let's go.
You blew that one.
I blew it.
You blew that one. All right, what's this one?
Is it Come As You Are?
Come As You Are. No.
Can I give a guess?
No.
Well, I mean, it's not going to.
Come As You Are, that is not.
That's Pantera.
It is. Pantera's Cemetery Gates.
Wow.
Good job.
I
That was
really do have like a dyslexia right now. Like I am so blank listening to these lullabies.
Don't give me a definitive answer right away.
What?
Kind of work it out a little bit.
So that's why I try to find. I'll listen to the melody and then I'll have to take my headphones off and kind of speed it up or like throw some twang on it or whatever, and then that's
Okay.
where I can kind of find
All right,
myself.
I'll try that.
Did you? Well, let me play the Cemetery Gates again.
Okay.
Just to see if you could pick it up.
I mean, it's very weird. Yeah.
I don't think you heard it out long enough. You just like Come As You Are from Nirvana.
All right, let's see it. Let's do it. Number
okay,
3.
here's number
Let's see.
3.
All right, here we
so
go.
far, 1 correct. Yeah. I'm going to give you a hint on this one.
Okay.
The point does not play this song.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
hate you so much right now.
Yeah, she's dancing. She's starting to feel this out. Girl, stand up. This is rock and roll. Stand up. Feel this out.
Oh, yes. Hang on, shut up.
See? I told you.
One day, love will find
What's the name of the song?
you.
Started moving, and then you realize, oh wait, this is within my realm.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice work.
Okay,
The
here we
clue
go.
helped, by the way. The clue helped.
Next one.
Metallica. Master of Puppets.
Dang.
I'm excited. All right,
You
sorry.
cracked it.
That's 3.
Okay, I'm going to say this next one is pretty tough. This next one is pretty tough.
Let's get in your head. Don't listen.
Is this the 5th one?
This is number 5.
Okay.
You know the song. Another song that point doesn't play.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Now, it's definitely slowed down from the original version.
I'm thinking it's Ozzy. Oh, man, it's kind of hard. I'm going to go with King Scott. Do you know what that is?
Glad you asked.
I'll play it again. Thank you.
Oh, wait.
If you got it, shout it out.
Oh.
You got it? I'm going to need an answer.
Oh, God. I have something in me that is
What?
calling. What?
Well, if you,
Scott, what
I
is
got,
it?
she said she thought it was Ozzy.
I don't think it
I
is
don't think it
anymore,
is.
though.
Okay.
Now I'm going,
3,
I don't know.
1.
Sweet dreams.
It is.
Living After Midnight, Judas Priest. What the ass?
I never heard this song.
Crap.
You know this song?
I feel better about myself because that was killing me. I don't know any Judas Priest. I know I should.
Oh, I do know this.
Who bummed out?
I didn't know that was Judas
Foundational metal, Judas Priest. Crap.
All right, here's
Sorry,
song
Lern.
number
3 for 5.
6.
Sorry.
Song number 6.
Oh, Moon. Scott.
Yeah.
Hit in the box.
So good the first time around.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my hands are sweaty.
You're out of moons.
They're
Me
kind of
too.
they're kind of sweaty. I apologize.
It's okay.
Okay, so you go 1, 2, 3,
high five
4
them in this.
correct.
Splashes.
All right, this is Lullaby the Hits. Here's song number 7.
Bon Jovi.
I wish you would ask me that one.
25. 25.
Is that right? Okay.
Man, you're 5 for 7. You're killing.
All right, all right.
Okay, got a couple more to
Feeling
go.
good.
Nice work.
Couple more to go. All right, here's song number 8.
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm not
Is it
saying
Red Hot
anything.
Chili Peppers? Ba-ma-na. What I got, you gotta give it to your mama. What I got, you gotta give it to your mama.
She's working
What's the
things
song?
out. What's the title?
Do it. I'm trying to figure it out. Give it away.
Ah, you did it. You did it. You worked it out.
All right.
Nice.
Calm
work.
down.
I'm sorry.
4 more to go.
Got
1, 2,
still one
3,
Scott.
4, 5, 6. 6 correct.
Okay.
I
You
bet
get
you
one
won't
more
need it.
Scott.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Song number 9.
Foo Fighters, my hero.
Okay.
Man, another great song. Either way,
Either
Lullaby's
way.
version
So
of that.
cute.
I forgot to keep scoring.
All right, here's number. I got it.
Okay.
Here's number 10.
7.
Here's number 10. Tough one. But I have full
Oh.
1,000% confidence. You know the song. You've played the song before.
Like on the radio or in my band?
You've maybe even in the band.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, you're killing this. The pressure's off because we got winners. You know what I mean?
Good.
Yeah, you did good.
All right, here we go. It's a very famous intro.
Oh, crap. I feel like it's Aerosmith. No, it's Kiss. It's Kiss. It's Detroit Rock City.
Pull that right out from the backside.
Yeah, you got
Holy
it.
cow. You were like, it's Alanis Morissette. It's Kiss.
It's Aerosmith. It's Kiss.
Nice work.
You know this song, Moon?
I know. I mean, I know it, but I don't know it.
This song rips.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, when I heard it, like, I heard the riff in my head, but I could never have.
Boom, boom.
I could never have found my way into the title of the band. Honestly, I thought it was Ted Nugent. In my head, when I heard the riff, I was like, "Oh, that's a Ted Nugent song." I just don't know which one.
I was going like Big 10-inch or something from Aerosmith, but I was like, it couldn't be that obscure. I know. I know what you're going to do.
What are you
so
saying?
I don't know. It's about his penis.
2 more to go. 2 more to go. Here we go. You have 1 Scott left.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Killing it. Here we go.
There's birds.
Scott, do you know?
Are you going to me?
I'm going to you.
Jeremy.
Is it Jeremy? You couldn't get. I thought that was one of the more easy ones.
Yeah, that was a thank you. I needed an easy one. I'll take it.
Good one.
I'll tell you what, man. I've been paying attention. Once I catch it, I start paying attention to the instrumentation, and of course, you got the xylophone and a couple other ones. This one has one of my favorite ones, and it's the train whistle, and it's real light. And it goes hoot hoot. Listen to it. It's in the little counter. The train whistle is my favorite. Or whatever that's. I don't know what it's called. But it's
so
like
she got 9.
That is
yeah,
awesome.
I have
1,
9.
2, 3,
With the
4,
help
5,
of
6,
my
7,
friends.
8, 9.
9.
Okay. If you
person
get
is-
this final one right, Emily wins.
Okay.
If you get this wrong, both Michael and Tom win.
Oh. Okay.
So you're going to do it for the lady or the gentleman?
I always do it for the ladies.
Okay, what is this? Now you're on your own here.
Okay.
You're on your own. Here we go. The 12th and final lullaby song. Want to play it again?
Yeah, will you play it again?
Okay. You're on it. You're on your own here.
I am on my own.
You know, your band probably plays this song.
I don't know about that. God, no. I'm thinking.
It's a Casey song. I think maybe even the Arch plays this at this point.
Hang on. I'm sorry. This has to be so annoying for everybody, but I have to.
Work it out. Work it out. We're listening to the process, guys.
I'm
going to need an answer.
I know. I'm sorry.
3.
Oh my
2.
God.
Can you give me the band?
Oh God. I'm thinking ZZ Top, but it's not.
3.
No.
2.
God. Sorry, Emily.
1.
I should have done this. I should have done this.
Here we go.
This is the clue.
Microphone.
No.
That's Paradise City.
Mother F.
Oh man. I was gonna try to give you
Guns
this
N'
clue,
Roses.
like the old Guns N' Roses.
Dang it.
The orange microphone.
I'm a disgrace to my own kind. I'm sorry, Emily.
Nice
Sorry,
work, though.
but hey,
You did very
9
good.
out of 12.
Okay, not for
Excellent.
That's excellent.
Well,
excellent.
Thanks, Stu, King, Scott, and Moon.
Well, and one of those goofs was from me, so
Well,
you did really
Excellent
good.
job.
thank you both, and all 3 of you. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, we got all sorts of games like that we're going to
I
need
like
to
it.
bring back. So.
I like that more than Mumble the Hits,
Mumble
because
Hits?
I was
That's
terrible
tough.
at that.
Yeah, but you were good at this. Congratulations. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back with your Friday Fail Stories. All right, it's 8:30, straight up 8:30. Friday, traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. It's time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. Guys, something is happening for the first time I've ever really seen, and it's either my computer isn't completely working, and that wouldn't be a first, or the traffic is still clear in the entire metro area. So it seems. Let's try to keep it that way. Yeah, I'm leaning towards something's wrong with my computer. Your point forecast, soggy. Rain will turn to snow around the afternoon with a little accumulation this evening. High of 47 today, but the temperature will drop big. Right now, it is 46 at the Point Studio.
Well, here we are, Music Record Shop, and it's Donnie. We've got Giannis, we've got Jimmy, and we've got Alex, our grand prize winner. And quite simply, gentlemen, for the next little while, we're just going to go record shop.
Wicked.
Which sounds fantastic. So we'll check in when we get done. Let everybody kind of get after it. But do you have a plan when you're going into a
No,
record
I'm just
shop?
going to go at it with a frenzy.
All right,
Yeah.
very good. Well, we love that. All right, so here at Music Record Shop, we're getting after it. We'll check in with you in a bit. Did you ever stop collecting vinyl, or have you just always done it?
Yeah, I mean, from when I started buying vinyl, largely because a lot of the shows...
A car is an investment, and you want to be sure that you are going with the best dealership that you possibly can. And I got to tell you, as a customer, a client of Munganast for the last 7 years, their customer service is top notch. All right. And I want to focus in on Alton Toyota specifically. If you are in the market for a new Toyota, and there are so many different kinds, if you want a car, a crossover, an SUV, a truck, an hybrid, electric vehicles, they have you covered. And Alton Toyota, I went there, I don't know, about a month ago. I was talking to Erica and Jamie, and I was just meeting the sales team, and all women, by the way, which is pretty incredible. And we were walking around the dealership, and they just, they take care of the people that are making a huge investment. You do become part of the family. And I will be a Munganast customer until the end of time. That is just how good my experience has been with that brand of dealerships. And so, again, if you're in the mood for a new Toyota, their inventory is plentiful. You can contact them directly. Go see Jamie and say, hey, I heard Lern talking about you on the show. She said that you'll take great care of me, and he definitely will. AltonToyota.com.
Let's get to Moon's list of things he would like
Moon's
to achieve
bucket
before
list. There's
death.
some cool ones on here, man. There's a couple cool ones. Let's start with number one. Moon wants to drive a monster truck, which is rad as hell. And I at least want to ride shotgun.
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Growing up in St. Louis, big Bigfoot fan, as everyone should be. Mm-hmm. And, man, we've gone to this Monster Jam. Monster Jam always invites me out and has had me out for years and years, and take the kids, and it's just been the most fun experience every single time it comes through. We do a whole family event with it, and every time, Scott and I have done this, where we get down on the track, on the dirt beforehand for the pre-show, and when you're next to one, how can you not be driven to want to drive it?
Yeah.
You sit there and you go, I am compelled.
You have?
Oh yeah. I drove the Tailgater.
Dang.
A couple years ago.
Did not know that.
There's no second seat. It's only one seat, so you can't ride shotgun.
Dang. That's fine. Man. That's better.
I want to go.
Probably, and I have pictures. Probably one of the coolest things I've done. I got to drive it over at the racetrack.
I didn't know.
I didn't get to crush any cars.
You didn't?
No.
It's candy.
They let me by myself in the car, like here.
Yeah.
Now, they did
you
have...
got the foot pedals and everything?
The whole thing.
Oh, wow. See, this is what I want to do.
The whole thing. Dude. Now, the guy whose truck it was did have a kill switch, and they have those.
Yeah, that's fine.
You they have those just in case I got out of control.
Just in case I
like a remote kill switch?
Like a remote kill switch.
He's going for the backflip.
Yeah. All
That's
the trucks
dope.
have them.
Can I ask this?
That is a great bucket list item, and
yeah, that one's
That is
awesome.
great. In my head, every monster truck has that gas pedal that looks like a bare foot.
Yep, with a claw.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Like it just looks like 5 toes and a bare foot that's like says life rips on it or something like that.
You got to climb in, through the bottom.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Doors don't
man,
open.
dude, I am jealous
no
of
doors.
this.
Yeah, this one's so cool. I hope Corey Rummel is the one that lets you ride it or drive his truck.
Now, would you drive the old Bigfoot that I see sitting
Yeah, but that ain't what I'm looking for.
You want a modern.
That would be sick. Like
There is modern Bigfoot.
Yeah, they have the Hot Wheels one.
Oh, okay.
It's
I
in
haven't
the
seen
Hot Wheels circuit or whatever.
I haven't seen that. Like the original one. I mean, that would be. I would love a picture in it. Just like kid me. But man, when you go to Monster Jam and you see what they're doing with these trucks these days, it is a different thing.
They have a modern Bigfoot. So Bigfoot is now part of the Hot Wheel circuit.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the Hot Wheels circuit. I've only done the Monster Jam one. I know they're like, competitors.
Yeah, so yeah, the Hot Wheel circuit is a competitor to Monster Jam. But they're up in Pacific. I was up there last year.
Okay.
Big fans of the show.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure if we asked nicely, they would let you take Bigfoot for a spin.
Yeah, let me rip it.
Hey, where is this? I want to put this
Up in
the
Pacific.
notes.
Let her rip, Tater Chip.
The one you see outside the grocery stores, and I don't think works, that one.
Off
Yeah,
44.
And that's Bigfoot in Pacific?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they have a whole
Dude,
warehouse
that is like
there.
getting to drive Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I'd
They
love
have
to.
a whole warehouse out there.
Oh, my
I got the CDL already. You can trust me.
So here's a question for Moon.
Okay.
Someone put it in the chat, and I like this idea. Can I sit on your lap and steer like I'm your son? Technically, can I just get in on your bucket list, sit on your lap, and you let me steer like we're going downtown to buy a newspaper?
You know what? No,
that is a great one, and I will consider it. But you know what? This is my dream.
This is
baby.
your
You're right. You're right.
This is my boat.
I'm just saying, I at least want to be there
Yeah,
because I love it.
I think we all should take
I'm
turns.
excited for you. All right. Well, we got a line on that. Second Moon bucket list: reenact Family Battle of Hastings from 1066.
This is the one that made me laugh. What the hell is this?
Yes, LARP.
Reenact the Battle of Hastings. What?
Yeah.
His family battle, no less.
Yeah, my family was a part of that. The big,
Both sides.
yeah, on both sides. My birth family and my blood family and my adopted family.
Is that where you guys fought
Very
a bunch
Game
of
of
emus?
Thrones.
They were mortal enemies. Mortal enemies.
That's so Game of Thrones, dude.
So the Battle of Hastings was fought on October 14th in the year 1066.
That's right.
year.
Between the Norman French army of William, between the Norman French army of William the Duke of Normandy and the English army.
Dude,
Yeah, and
it's a Saturday this year, October 14th.
Oh, sweet. It turns out my bloodline is Norman. And I was adopted by primarily like English family that has like this. Our entire shield, like our family shield, is from the Battle of Hastings.
Which side would you fight on?
Oh, brother, I don't know. I'd have to do a little.
I would be willing to LARP for this.
You're like Jon Snow.
I am very much Jon Snow here in this
If
scenario.
somebody gets me the gear, I will be willing to go out onto the battlefield.
Oh, yes.
What's wild? Just a little piece of history, and I hope it's interesting because it kind of is to me. The family crest has a bloody sigh on it because a knight, Sir Dudley, cut down 3 people to save the king, or at least delay the battle for like 2 or 3 days. He was knighted because of saving the king's life, and that's what's on the family crest, which is pretty wild.
Dudley.
Sir
Oh,
Dudley.
so
The
that
dude's name
Bigfoot-
was Dudley.
That Bigfoot, the one outside the grocery store, does run. I didn't think it ran.
The old school one?
Guys, we're going to do
Well, the original jewelry, ninjabling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show. And they're more than just engagement rings. I mean, listen, they're engagement rings. They are the place to go for engagement rings. Most guys are ignorant when it comes to jewelry, but you got to go to somebody you could trust. You could trust More Choice Jewelry. So aside from the engagement rings, they got great watches. They have right-handed rings. They've got necklaces. You could custom build a piece. Possibilities are endless at More Choice Jewelry.
They really are, guys and gals. A lot of people hear us talking about jewelry and they think, oh, this is just for my wife or whatever. No, man. Go up there and check out the watch selection. We have watches now from Rolls-Royce, and couldn't be happier. We're actually just talking about the differences and what we love about how they fit our style.
Yeah.
And again, it was all because Dan Royce knows us and he knows jewelry.
Yeah,
he
our,
knows
profile.
exactly. And that's exactly how it worked when we did a custom piece for my wife's ring. She got exactly what she needed, and not because we knew what we were doing, but because Moritz Royce knew what they were doing.
Yeah, see how you put it? Not what she wanted, but what she needed.
Yes, man, and thank goodness, because we got a lifetime piece. If we had gone with what we thought we wanted, she would be over it already.
Yeah, right. All right, it's More Choice Jewelry, the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show, ninjabling.com, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
Will there be celebrity guests on this show? Who does number 2 work for? Have you ever wondered what your boss's bathroom routine is like? Well, me neither. But we might find out today whether we like it or not on the number 2 show.
In the wild ecosystem of the workplace, there's a unique species we've all encountered and have to navigate. The boss. Ugh. Just as David Attenborough would guide us through the behaviors of lions and gazelles on the African plains, let me take you on an office safari. You won't need binoculars.
All right, folks, time for your Friday Fail Story. Hey! So all these people thought they had the perfect plan, but man, somewhere along the line, that perfect plan went completely sideways, and it became an Uber, an ultra, dare I say it, I'm going to say it right now, mega, here we go.
Failed.
Right.
That sounded great, boss.
Nicely done, everybody.
Beautiful work.
And when Rafe's back next week, it'll be even better. Yes. Friday Fail Story sponsored by
Mort Royce Jewelry, the official jeweler of the Rizzuto Show.
All right, well, so this is a kind of a lighthearted one to start us out. Did you see any drunk people doing anything embarrassing at a holiday party this year, maybe on New Year's Eve?
No.
Well, a guy in Alabama had a couple too many on New Year's and got himself stuck in a decorative urn.
Okay.
Basically a big planter with no plant in it. And this went viral this week, the video of this.
Awesome.
His name is Connor Paget. He looks like he's in his early to mid-20s. He went to a party in Mountain Brook, Alabama, about 80 miles north of Montgomery. It almost seems like a work event because how people were dressed. He thought it'd be funny to climb into a decorative urn outside and crouch down inside it. But once he got in, he couldn't get out.
Oh, no.
Look at just the still. I haven't even seen the video, but just the still. His panicked face when he's in this thing. Look at that, dude.
Yeah.
Get me out. My hips won't move.
That is awesome.
It's not funny, Brad. I haven't had any drinks. Get me out.
So a bartender at the party live tweeted the whole thing. One video shows him on his side struggling to work his way out while people try to help him. It wasn't fun and games at this point. He was very stressed out.
Yeah.
The second video shows the lead up when everyone still thought it was funny. Then it skips to the end and shows somebody chiseling him out with a hammer.
He is yelling. He is yelling.
The bartender who live tweeted it said, once Connor was out, he walked around the party pantsless for a while because his pants came off. May have
He was that hammered, huh?
Lost his slacks in the entire idea.
I mean, how does his
Oh, he's
legs
so
fit in there?
bummed.
What is happening?
Yeah.
Again, they thought it was a good idea at the time. It's a very funny video.
For years.
Failed.
However long this company exists, they're just going to be talking about it. Remember that time Connor got in the vase?
His
Got
nickname's
stuck in the
Ernie.
Here.
Remember Ernie?
I'm doing everything I can! You got it, Connor. You got it. You did it. You can do it. You really can. You really can. Connor, this is an HR issue, honey. You're going to be there the rest of the night. You're going to have to find a camera.
We'll get you out.
We'll get you out.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny that it sounded exactly as we thought it sounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. And
Congrats to him.
And
That's
anytime
good.
you're in that scenario where you're panicking in public and then just like there's 1,000 voices and they're all yelling something. Some of them are being ridiculous, some of them are trying to help you, and you're just like, no.
Yeah.
I
So
just want to get out of here.
A few years when he works in radio, they're going to ask, like, why'd you stop drinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool moment happened.
A church in Dallas had a problem with burglaries. Multiple times people have broken into the church, stole media equipment. They've smashed windows. Who breaks into a church?
Yeah, we played a show at a church one time, and it was the day after they had a break-in, and we're like, what did they steal? And he said, they stole copper. They left all the electronics and all that, and they took all the copper.
And you know what? These churches are easy targets. You know, there's usually
A door somewhere that's unlocked.
Doors unlocked. Not a lot of people there.
Yeah, the church I grew up in was in kind of a rough neighborhood there in Springfield, and one night they had like a sleepover for the girls, like kid group, you know. And
Yeah,
so
like
my
youth
sister
group?
was there. They were playing hide and seek in a hallway, and they chased what they thought was one of the girls, and they realized that it was a taller person, and it ended up being someone that had broke in and didn't know they were having a sleepover. Yeah.
Well, anyway,
Terrifying.
in order to stop people from breaking into this church, the church spent thousands of dollars to put up a wrought iron fence around the property. How'd that work? Last weekend, somebody stole the fence.
Well, it stopped them from breaking in, didn't
They
it?
sawed off 8 different iron panels and a gate. Cops are still looking for whoever did it. They said whoever stole the fence knew what they were doing. they had fence experience.
Oh.
So the gate they stole was like just the gate part was a huge sliding gate that goes on rollers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like a privacy gate?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Like big, heavy. For somebody to unhinge that and take it off the track was intentional. We'll call that a fail. So here's the pastor of the church talking about the theft. You think it's a pastor, hey, we'll forgive you, just return whatever. Oh, no.
So we have this finely cut piece of round iron fence gone. So they had to use some type of saw. God bless you, but the wrath of God will be upon you for taking from the house of God.
Woo!
God bless you, but I will
Wow.
kill you.
The wrath of God.
The wrath
Whoa,
of God.
Man. The wrath of God. Not, hey, come back to the church, we'll forgive you. No, the wrath of God will be upon you. That's heavy. Heavy.
The gate won't go with you, man.
Rule with the rod, right?
Do people eat Tide Pods anymore? Is that a thing?
No, I hope
If
not.
I need a little snack,
Well,
Oh, boy.
at least 3 people were taken to a hospital after mistakenly eating pods of laundry detergent given away as part of a campaign in Taiwan's presidential race. One of the victims said she thought the pods, which contained, colorful liquid, were sweets, despite instructions written on the bag saying these are
Not sweets.
not sweets. These are for laundry. The Nationalist Party out there in Taiwan says they'll clarify to the public that these pods are laundry balls, not candies. Among the people taken for treatment were an 80-year-old man and an 86-year-old woman, both of whom were discharged after having their stomachs flushed.
Oh, man.
Failed.
It's
Oh,
their
that's
stomach.
nice. Candy. 25-year-old guy in Canada finally got his driver's license, and then 20 minutes later, it was suspended. Well, here's what happened. At 25 years old, finally got a driver's license. The man had just taken and passed a driving test. In celebration, guy cracked open a cold beer and drove home.
Oh, my gosh.
He flew past an unmarked police car going 30 over the speed limit, pulled over. He was also driving like an a-hole, weaving in and out of traffic. And when he was pulled over, police found the open beer can, license immediately suspended.
Failed.
20 minutes.
Tests are
20
too
minutes.
easy, man.
And again, what's going on with this planet where you can no longer, just have a good time out there and you're going to get in trouble for it,
You guys know my stance. You know the hill that I'm going to die on with the car stuff. And people were giving me lots of trouble earlier this week. And then yesterday at Planet Fitness at the big grand opening, I had 2 people come up and say, hey, man, you have slowed me down on the road.
Good on you,
I
man.
appreciate all the
Saving
traffic
lives.
talk. And, hey, man, it matters, dude.
Hey,
It
man,
matters.
this is a Molson.
I wonder why
It's
it's,
only
a little more
5%.
painful to drive right now. Everyone's going really slow out there.
Yeah, man, the test should be real hard.
A little gas.
Hey, if you think that soap opera storylines are too sensational to happen in real life, well, you don't know enough people who will watch these shows.
Right.
A 64-year-old grandmother in Massachusetts, Roxanne Doucette, tried to poison her husband because she had a new man waiting in the wings. Soap opera star Thorsten Kaye of The Bold and the Beautiful. Apparently, some scammer was texting Roxanne pretending to be Thorsten, and she believed it was real, partially because she was a diehard fan of The Bold and the Beautiful and was used to outlandish storylines. One message from quote-unquote Thorsten said, you have to get rid of your husband today.
Oh.
I need you so much. Roxanne said she needed to do something and some thinking, and that's when she hatched a plan. She told fake Thorsten, making an amazing soup, special potion. He'll be hungry when he gets back.
Soup opera.
Rock
And later she said, hubby got back not feeling well. Maybe I can collect life insurance.
What?
She made
Thorsten
Killy.
responded, she made Killy?
Yeah.
Thorsten responded, honey, when will that be? Roxanne said, don't know. Now, you have to hand it to the scammer, by the way. Somehow they knew Roxanne was a bold and beautiful nut.
Smart TVs.
Well,
Most scammers don't even
Facebook
know, a first name.
Yeah, but she's probably in a group on Facebook or something where it's diehards that.
You don't have to kill your husband to leave them. You just leave them. You just
Wait.
own it and go.
Roxanne's husband did have some kind of medical event, and she was the one who called 911. He since did recover and be fine. It didn't take long for the police to zero in on the wife. She's been charged with
Assault,
attempted murder, along with resisting arrest, assault on a cop, It's unclear what kind of soup she made, what she spiked the potion with.
Any word if it was tasty? Like, she do a good job with it?
The real Thorsten K has not commented. But, wow.
Failed. Thorsten.
I can't believe he would do that kind of thing.
Thorsten K.
Thatcher's dad.
Yeah. I'm Thorsten. Here's my son, Thatcher. No one likes to be stuck in rush hour traffic. It doesn't matter if you're an adult going home from work, or if you're a bored kid in the back seat, or if you are a retail theft ring. 4 people robbed a Bloomingdale's in Washington, D.C. last Friday and got away with more than $4,500 in designer handbags. Then they all hopped in an SUV and sped off. But they didn't get too far before things slowed down. Problem was they were making their getaway on a D.C. interstate at 5 p.m. on a Friday. The rush hour traffic was heavy. Police were able to comb through the vehicles to catch up with the crew. They pulled their vehicle over, apprehended all 4 thieves, recovered the handbags. Everybody was charged with grand larceny, conspiracy to commit larceny, and larceny with intent to sell.
Failed.
It does make you happy that thieves tend not to be very bright. So this is good.
Yeah, speaking of, you probably aren't going to be able to spend Monopoly money without anybody catching on to you, right?
I don't know.
It's pink.
But you might be able to get away with using fake movie money. For a couple months at least. So a 41-year-old guy in New Jersey, James Leonard, has finally been caught after passing fake bills at convenience stores since last September. Apparently, he'd intentionally go during busy times so the cashiers didn't have time to scrutinize the bills. Naturally, the bank wasn't fooled, but it took a long time to actually pin it on James and then catch him in the act. The bills were specifically designed for movie sets, and they do look a lot like actual currency, but they say for motion picture only in fairly large letters across the front and in small letters along the side. He passed multiple $50 and $100 bills before being caught. He's been charged with theft by deception and uttering a forged document.
You don't utter that.
Failed.
Yeah, we messed with that. We've done a couple of videos with that movie money, and it, you just get a few feet from it. It looks really good.
It looks real,
looks
but it
really
does say
good.
for motion picture use
It
only.
does say really in really big, the United States of America lettering, motion picture use
And,
only. And then when you feel it, it feels just off enough.
Yeah.
Where you're
And you
like,
think
"Come on."
Steve Urkel as the president would have given
Yeah,
it
that
away,
would
but-
get it. No, not. Police in Marshville, Wisconsin are recommending a man be charged with his 4th DUI after they say he confused their department's building for a hotel. Last Thursday morning around 2:30, police saw a small SUV parked crooked in a spot that's designed for police vehicles.
Can't park, you can't drive.
When cops went to investigate, officers found the SUV still running with a guy slumped over the wheel. An officer knocked on the window, woke the guy up. He struggled to roll down the window. Empty beer cans all over the place. Blood alcohol content more than 3 times the legal limit.
Are you saying parking is a clue to how you drive, how you park?
He was in the police station.
Saying it for years.
He was in the police station parking lot. He was walked right into the police station and arrested.
Sir, can you come with me?
Failed.
6
Good.
feet this way?
It is kind of like a hotel there.
All right, 2 more. A Tucson, Arizona man facing a huge fine for his role in starting a forest fire. 64-year-old Michael Subjinski he's got to pay $180,000 to the U.S. Forest Service, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Arizona. Authorities say Michael caused the Molino 2 fire in April of last year. Before the fire started, he was shooting just rounds out of his shotgun. Those rounds ignited multiple small fires, which expanded into a raging wildfire.
Wow.
That required fire suppression services worth $200,000. He pleaded guilty to using incendiary ammunition. Officials said investigators with the U.S. Forest Service investigated the case while the attorney's office in Tucson led the prosecution. But oops.
Failed.
Mount Lemon, just outside of Tucson. That did a lot of damage.
Sure did. And finally, let me get the audio out of this one here. Police in Florida just tracked down a 35-year-old man named Andrew Croswell who was involved in a hit-and-run crash last week. Andrew hit a guy on a bicycle who's got a special bike because he's a paraplegic, and then he drove off. What a scumbag. Thankfully, the victim wasn't seriously hurt. So when cops caught up with Andrew, he says he didn't stop because he didn't think he'd hit anyone. When asked about the damage on his car, he's like, this hit a curb. Now, the cops suspected Andrew had some drugs on him. And they got him to admit that he had some meth concealed on his body. Yeah, I do have some meth on me. Andrew said it was, quote, between the cheeks.
Oh.
And not the ones on his face. He tried to jiggle it out while in handcuffs, but that didn't work. And the cops had to free one of his hands so he could dig through his backside, and that's when the meth came out.
Oh, dig through.
Yeah. Dig through.
He's facing charges of leaving the scene of a crash, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Here are the deputies convincing Andrew to admit he's carrying booty dope.
Is there anything on you, dude? Use your words.
Here's the thing, too. You didn't give it a quick no, so that means you have something. You just don't want to say it. We're going to find it, so you just help us out and just tell us where it's at. Is it in or between the cheeks? Between the cheeks. Okay. What kind of underwear are you wearing? So you'd be able to kind of like jiggle it out down your life course?
Can you pick your butt with your hand? Hey, if we take him to jail, he admitted to having it. We'll let them know that he's got booty dope. Will that be fine?
Booty dope.
Well, good on this guy for admitting it and
quitting it.
Well, he saved himself a charge.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that's going to go a long way, man.
He did save himself a charge of bringing, drugs into a, prison or jail.
Yeah. And you could tell he does squats or something if it's that tough to get out of there.
It's tight.
Dang, dude. Hey, by the way, that fire investigation with the incendiary rounds, it was a tough investigation to figure out. The guy videoed himself, and look at this. Watch this. Shot with the incendiary rounds. They're flying around, and then the camera guy, he turns around because that looks pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome.
And then he turns around with a smile, and then the camera goes up to the left here, and it set the entire hill on fire.
Oh my
God! Look at all these fires. Like
this is like a video game.
Yeah, it took.
Well, you're dummy and shooting into dry brush.
20 seconds in this. Look.
Okay.
10 seconds deep, and now the hill's on fire.
That's wild.
Fire.
Yeah, tough investigation.
I'm glad it was.
All right, those are your Friday fail stories. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We got to get some of your emails out of the way. We'll do some emails, and we got sports coming up. It is 8:57. Did you hear the breaking sports news? You see that?
Oh, no. I have other breaking news. I'm gonna give you in about 6 seconds.
Do?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, all this traffic talk, and we're about to set a record. It's 9 o'clock, and I haven't had a single traffic report pop up yet.
Single incident? Nothing.
Shh. Let's keep it that way.
Well,
Stay
somebody
safe.
said, kids are off of school today. A lot of kids are off of school today. Maybe, taking a long weekend, 4-day weekend.
Whatever it is, the stars are aligned. This is wonderful.
But the Patriots have selected their new head coach.
Oh no, I'll throw that into sports.
8:57. Friday traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. In 10 years of doing the Rizz Show, I haven't seen this with zero traffic reports, but that's how it's been all day. Pretty cool. Your point forecast: soggy. Rain will turn into snow around the afternoon with a little accumulation. High of 47, and then it's going to drop big. It's already, right now it's 46 at the Point Studio.
105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. We are at Busch Stadium.
Busch
Kirk
Stadium.
Hammett from Metallica joining us today. Thank you. It's absolutely an honor to get the chance to meet you.
Cheers, likewise.
All right, so first we're going to talk about things that are not music related.
Okay.
I saw your Instagram post on Friday night about coming to St. Louis, looking for some comic book spots.
Yeah.
Did you find any?
Well, I found one spot, but you know what? I didn't have time enough to make it to the place.
Sure. It happens, I'm sure.
Or in other words, I had every intention on going today, but, I made the mistake of picking up my guitar in my hotel room, and
There it
2.5 hours later, I put it down, and I thought, there went my gallivanting around the city time.
Well, when I'm buying records, I find days where there's things where I either have it or just don't want it. Like with the collection of memorabilia and comics and things that you have horror related, do you have a
Let me tell you about the benefit of going with Truehold, because right now you're looking at your house and you see how much it's worth. It's gone up a ton the last few years, so it's worth a small fortune right now. And are you really going to swap those low interest rates? You probably have 2 or 3%, just something absolutely amazing. Do you really want to swap that out for something that's 7 or 8% on a new house? I don't think you do. And you don't have to with the Get Paid and Stay program, again, from Truehold. And this is ingenious. With the Get Paid and Stay program, Truehold is going to buy your home right now for its best current value. You bank the cash, you stay in your home until interest rates come back down, or as long as you like. So that means you get to keep that neighbor, you get to keep that neighborhood, your garden, everything else you put in there, and you get to take advantage of this current market. So it's your call. Plus, here's the best part. You don't have to pay property tax, insurance, or upkeep anymore. Truehold's going to pay those expenses, and you can learn about all this. Go to with Truehold to Get Paid and Stay program. Call 1-855-300-9993. And again, visit Truehold.com, the smarter, faster way to cash out your home's value without having to move. That's Truehold.com.
It is a very, very big day in the land of Red Hot Chili Pepper fans everywhere, and I am so unbelievably honored to be joined today by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Flea, St. Louis is saying hello to you.
I love St. Louis, and I fondly miss the raucous nights, Mississippi nights that we used to have over there. And hello to everybody. Love to one and all.
Man, it's really great to hear your voice, but also, too, it's wonderful to have a new Red Hot Chili Peppers album that is out today, and John Frusciante back in the Chili Peppers. Flea, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about how he got back into the fold with you guys? And I know that you guys had maintained a friendship even when he wasn't in the band. Were you guys still jamming and playing together when he wasn't a Chili Pepper?
We occasionally jammed, and we always were friends, and we get together and talk. And, it was difficult, too, because he left, and we got someone else to replace him who was his friend. And it's sort of like, when you break up with a girlfriend and then you start dating their friend or something, it's like being in a band with someone is a very emotional and, close experience. So it was... our relationship has always been intense. But I remember I think there's a lot of things that led up to him coming back all the way around. But I remember one particular evening, he and his girlfriend were over for dinner with me and my girlfriend, and we're having dinner, and he and I were like off in a room talking. And I remember I just kind of felt like I never really touched on it, even though I would think it. And I said, John, I sometimes I really miss playing with you, man.
Yeah.
And I said it. I couldn't help it. I just burst into tears. It was so emotional for me to say it. And he looked at me, and I saw him do the same thing. Like, we're both looking at each other, and he's like, me too, And in that moment, I was just like, oh, man. I was just like going to Anthony like a few days later, and I was like, I think John would come back, And just kind of opened that conversation, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, we made that decision.
Wow.
All together. And it was very difficult to part ways with Josh, who's a beautiful person and a great musician, but it was the right thing to do for us, because sometimes I think there's things, people are just born to do certain things. And John Frusciante was born to play guitar in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and man, that dude is such a profoundly beautiful, deep musician, and I treasure every moment we play together.
It's really wonderful to have you. Flea, I can just legitimately tell that your homeboy is back in the band, and you're just doing things that you love, and it's wonderful to me. And as a matter of fact, I read a quote from Rick Rubin where he said when you guys got back into the studio with John, and I think you were at Shangri-La, which is Rick Rubin Studios, that you guys started to jam, and Rick became emotional just seeing you guys doing it, kind of saying the same thing that you're saying, like these guys were born to be in a band together.
Yeah, and I think there's things that you just can't control, Like sometimes you got to surrender to the gods and let it flow. And I know for myself, like and everybody knows this, even though they might not articulate it in this way, but like when something's really great and you love it, it's whether it's, a book or a record or, a sports team or something that's really awesome and really like is powerful, it's beyond people's control that are doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like there's some organic thing that just flows naturally by certain people being together, you know? And that's how it is with John, you know? It's like, and all of us, when the four of us are together, we all bring something completely different. We're all very different people.
Right.
You know, and I think it's almost like, you know, like the Wizard of Oz, where one guy needs a heart, one guy needs a brain, and one guy needs to get home. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Dorothy needs to get home. Like, everyone, there's some deep yearning in each of us that is fulfilled by the other one in a certain kind of way that just, man, it just comes together and you know, everything flows like a river.
Well, the new album from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Unlimited Love, it is out. It's available for you now. I got to tell you, sir, and this is a little bit off kilter. Every time that I see the Lakers suffer, I feel bad for you more than anyone else in the world. But like, I think I root for the Lakers and suffer when the Lakers lose because I just know that it hurts you. So this isn't really even a question or anything. It just, I'm sorry you've had such a rough go of it, Flea. That's really, just my message to you, man.
I appreciate that. It's been a hard season, dude. So wait, in St. Louis, what pro team do people root for?
It's kind of split up here.
For the morning, I want to feel good. I want to perform well during the day. I want to be sharp. And there was a time where I just felt myself, you know, getting tired, you know, quickly. I just wasn't feeling like me. I wasn't acting like me. And it was because my testosterone was low. And it happens to guys as they get older. So listening to Moon talk about mentality all these years, I went to mentality myself. I actually went to mentalityhealth.com and booked an appointment. Convenient testosterone treatment, courtesy mentality. So book a time to speak with one of their medical experts. They'll let you know if testosterone treatment is right for you. And, of course, they'll answer any questions you might have. Get your levels checked. For me, they checked my vitamin levels and they checked my T levels. Vitamin levels were great, testosterone levels low. And then you choose a treatment plan. You could either get the testosterone sent to your house, or what I did, went to the clinic in Chesterfield every Friday, got my treatment, and went home. So maybe it's the testosterone level therapy for you. Maybe it's the peptide therapy. Maybe it's semaglutide. I don't know. You got to make an appointment. I'm not going to do it for you. You got to do it yourself. Mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com.
What's going on? It's Liv, and I am joined right now by a hailstorm. It is Point Fest 2022. So stoked to have you guys here, back from the dead. Back here in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Yes, she said it.
Round two.
Literally
back from the dead. Roll credits.
Yes. The only storm today is
7 the point.
Woohoo! All right, a couple things before we get to your emails. You want a quick rundown of the week in science? I kind of like nerd news.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
All right, here's what happened in science this week. Number one, we will not be landing or walking on the moon again until at least 2026.
Oh, man.
It was supposed to happen next year, but NASA pushed it back for safety reasons. Also, Astrobotics' unmanned moon lander had serious issues just hours after Monday's launch. Won't be landing up there as planned.
I saw that moon boots were on sale yesterday. Now it makes sense.
Does make sense. It had it has a bunch of random stuff on board, including a physical Dogecoin and a couple people's ashes.
Yeah.
It's expected to run out of fuel today, and it could just float around up there forever. That sucks if you paid to get your loved one's ashes on the moon.
Oh, but you know what? You're still floating in space.
You're still floating in space.
That's
cool.
There's a chance you could hit the moon.
Almost. So close.
In other space news, NASA's Kennedy Space Center is hosting a techno rave for space nerds next month. Space.com explained why some parts of the galaxy probably smell like urine and eggy farts. And a study on dark energy found it probably won't cause the universe to rip itself apart. So that's good.
That's very cool.
That's good.
Have you been down there before?
No, the Kennedy Space Center.
Man, it's so cool. I was talking to somebody.
I would love to go.
At Planet Fitness yesterday, I was talking to somebody about the Huntsville Space Camp because I was so jealous of those kids.
Yeah.
Dude,
their parents could afford to send them to space camp. He went to the Huntsville one, and I was telling him about some of the stuff that they have at the space camp down at Kennedy Space Center. They have an ISS, like a full-on ISS, and the kids at space camp get to stay at least one night in there. They lock them in, and you have to live on the International Space.
Of course, they go that gyroscope thing, right?
They do it all.
It's always the thing you see on the kids strapped on the gyroscope.
Yeah.
And they go.
It's so cool, man. And if you get a chance to go down there, do the full tour. It's cool as heck. seeing all the launch pads,
that's
just everything. It's
that's
Dude, the Raven would
I
be
was
rad there.
something I'd like to
my
do.
kids really enjoyed it, but I was in heaven.
Geeking out.
Oh yeah.
Nerding out. In forensics, we thought each fingerprint on your hand was unique, but it may not be. If you leave a print from your index finger at one crime scene and a print from your pinky at another, it's hard to link them without a full set of prints to compare them to. But AI can now tell if they're from the same set of hands.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And finally, the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas ends today. So here's a roundup of some of the coolest and weirdest gadgets this year.
Okay.
So we've already heard about LG's new see-through TV.
Yep.
The new voice-activated bidet that lets Alexa wash your butt.
Right.
But some other stuff. Samsung's creepy robot helper that follows you around and watches you sleep. A new mirror that can tell if you're stressed out or even sick. Bird-watching binoculars that identify the birds for you.
I'm pretty sure my mirror can tell me if I'm stressed out. I just look at it and I go, oh my God, I look
Look
stressed
at these
out.
bags under my eyes.
$3,500 AI-powered toaster for steak. A $3,000 smart stroller that pushes itself around and rocks your baby to sleep.
Yes.
Pots that make plants move when you touch them and beg for water when they need it.
That's neat.
That is actually pretty cool.
Give me water. A vertical record player.
Okay.
An AI toothbrush that tells if you're brushing wrong. A pillow that moves your head around to stop you from snoring.
And to practice headbanging.
A device called WeHead that gives ChatGPT a face.
I'm sorry, what?
WeHead.
Dude.
WeHead.
Wait. The shake your face pillow.
Shake your face.
That's the coolest. I mean, dude, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but when Mark was snoring on tour, it was one of those things where every time he'd do it, I'd have to go, Mark!
Yeah.
You poke
Mark!
him, push him.
Yeah. But if they were like a little, I mean, and it wouldn't take much. He would do it a little bit, and then you just, you
touch him.
You shout his name, and he just moves a little bit, and it helps it. But can you imagine a pillow just does that on its own? That's the
We're there,
coolest.
guys. We're there.
Wow.
That is really nice.
Gen Z is also going nuts for a $140 iPhone case with a physical keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the ones BlackBerries had back in the days and makes your phone obnoxiously long. But young people think an actual keyboard to type on might be nice.
It's not a bad idea. My wife does the thing where she has a little Bluetooth keyboard, and then she connects it to her phone and uses it.
Yeah. She likes it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
All
pretty
right.
smart.
I'm going to give you some things, and you tell us if this is normal behavior or is this not normal. Does anybody find themselves excessively skipping songs in the car?
Yes.
I'm glad you said song. I was...
Like if it's like 30 to 45 seconds in, you're like, next.
That's what my kids do. My kids, I don't think my kids have ever heard the end of a song.
It depends if I'm doing the Spotify thing where it's like new releases, that's me, like every 10 seconds. But if it's, usually I'm playing something I'm trying to figure out.
So you listen to part of the song and then you're over it. Or you're just not feeling the song altogether. Skip.
Mm-hmm.
That habit, by the way, has changed songwriting.
Really?
Oh, I
to
can
get
imagine.
All the beef up front, that way they keep with it, or what?
Check out all the singles that are coming out. Find me one over 3.5 minutes. Now, I'm not saying that 3.5 wasn't somewhat of a standard, but a lot of these things, like what was that Papa Roach single that came out? It was like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, did you notice-
because there's no point in doing bridges. There's no point in doing these fancy endings or even
Everybody's skipping around.
giving transitional pieces into like kind of secondary riffs or something like that. No one's going to make it there. So why are we putting all that investment in it?
Post Malone's new album, every song is basically right at 2 minutes.
Yeah, and
is wild.
it's because
It's, attention span.
He's serving the audience, and that's what the audience is listening to.
And I'll tell you, this is how psycho I am. I know people do this a lot.
Uh-huh.
Like 30, 45 seconds in, skip, I'm over the song. I'm such a psycho that I will not, even if the song has a long like trail at the end, I will not skip to the next track until it does it itself.
Why?
Really?
Like, what is that? What does that
I
do for
feel
you?
like
You're holding on to something?
I feel like I'm being judged. Like, don't skip. I want to get credit for listening to the whole thing.
You're trying to get them to one set.
You want to get credit?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, not the. Okay.
Eddie Vedder got an email.
Like, I feel like I'm going to get credit somehow
Yeah.
for listening to the entire song through.
Like you want your wrap up list at the end of the year from Spotify to be like, oh, you listened to all of these
To
songs.
all these, like, and when we say all of them, all the songs.
We are
Funny you say
impressed.
that. It's funny you say that because I think, and I don't know about Spotify, but YouTube and I'm sure Spotify and these other ones, they don't give you a credit for a spin unless it's X percentage of the song. So why would you want to put a 7-minute song on there where it's going to take somebody 2 minutes to even get credit for the spin?
I wonder
No
if they
way.
do. Is it a percent or amount of time?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure, but I know YouTube is doing it on a percentage. I don't know where the algorithm is right now for Spotify.
Yeah,
but
I don't
that's
know
one
how,
thing-
I don't know how long you have to listen to.
We're working on a new album, the 2SG, and we did a lot of studying with that. So our first single, I think it's going to fall right in line with this.
they have
2
the
seconds
data.
long.
They have the data, and the consumer drives the product. Whether you like it or
Again,
not.
I'm a psycho, and I want everybody to know that I listen to the whole song. All right, normal behavior or not, when you go to the movies, you don't start eating your popcorn until the actual movie starts.
I thought you
No,
were
I
done
start
by
eating it
then.
immediately.
I started eating it immediately.
Mine's
It's
done
halfway
by the
gone.
time it starts. You're
Right.
like, dang
Yeah,
it.
you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know people that will like, the movie's not started yet.
I'll only get about halfway through the tub though, because then guilt hits me, and I go, "What am I doing?"
No, I'm like, so when it comes to popcorn, my favorite snack.
Yeah, but movie popcorn loses its luster quickly.
Have you ever, but Marcus Theaters, Tuesday nights, they give you the free bag of popcorn. It's not that big. It's the right amount.
You serious,
it's awesome.
Clark?
Dude, it's
Oh,
rad.
I'll get the big tub and get me a refill.
I didn't know there
Because
was
that
free
thing is
popcorn.
done by the time
That's
the
why
movie
they're the
starts.
best.
This tub is just for previews.
It's the Reese's Pieces that are for the
So
movie.
do you get the refill before the movie starts? Then you
Yeah.
Come
Yep.
back? Okay.
What?
I don't know. Once you get snacks in my hands, they're gone. You know what I'm
I
saying?
have no self-control.
No self-control.
What are your go-to movie theater snacks? Are you a snow cap gal?
No, I'm a peanut M&M chick. I don't want popcorn, but then if my guest gets popcorn, I will put my hand in their popcorn bowl. Big old Coke, alcoholic beverage, if you're fancy.
Yeah, it's popcorn all the way.
Sneaking in a little mini bottle.
I love
red wine.
popcorn so much, and I love movie theater popcorn.
You powder? You know they got
No,
those, they
I
got
don't.
those flavor powders?
don't.
Oh, I do.
I don't.
But sometimes that can get out of hand and you start breathing that stuff in on
I
accident.
don't.
Nachos. You guys ever do the nachos during the movie?
I don't
'cause
like crunching.
I'm afraid of I'm
Too much
afraid of being
crunching going
crunchy.
on.
Well, then you get the cheese all over you because you don't know what's going on. You can't
It's
see what's
dark,
going
and
on.
then you got a big
that's wild.
cheese stain down the front of your shirt.
It's not for the weak.
All I know is if you're getting a box, I'm a junior mints guy, but if you're getting a box of something, or if you, especially if you're getting a wrapper, like let's say the peanut butter M&Ms or something, I don't know what
They're in a
is
box.
They're in a box at
Oh, okay.
theaters.
Something is in a really loud wrapper. And all I know is if you're going to get that, that's fine. But please open it and figure it out prior to the movie starting.
Right.
There's nothing worse than like a quiet drama moment.
That's why I
and you're all-
love having my Werthers there. Slowly,
Just slowly unwrap.
Yeah. Come on, man.
When you are eating in a movie theater, though, like let's say you have it all open and ready to go, and it does get quiet, but you really want to keep eating, and you're like slowly trying to get it in your hand, and like slowly, like the nacho chip is in my mouth. I'm like trying not to crunch. Like everybody's so weird.
yeah. Yeah. All right,
That's so kind of you.
All right, this situation. So our office is at one end of the hallway, and it's a long hallway. Like
Yeah.
the studio row, our office is at the end of the studio row. It's a long hallway. So let's say you come out of the office and you see somebody you know at the end of the hallway.
Uh-huh.
At what point do you say hi?
Immediately.
I mean, so you will yell?
Hi. Yeah, I'm arms up. I'm like Buddy the Elf. Yeah.
It depends on the time of the day. If it's 5 a.m. and you see somebody, I mean, it's just you guys.
Yeah.
So you definitely say something. If it's 10, no, I don't care.
Okay, so this is me. And tell me if this is normal or not. I will try to avoid eye contact until we get to a comfortable distance where I can say hi.
Oh my god.
Well, earlier this week, I have a perfect thing of Rizz. So I'm in our office at one end of the hallway, and then I think it was you and Moon and maybe Chris Frank coming out of, you guys had just gotten coffee, and I'm lugging, always got like a million things in my hands when I'm walking in the studio. And I see you guys, no, you were with Rafe. This was last week. And I hadn't seen Rafe yet because he gets here a little bit later. And you and I had already talked and done pleasantries and talked about the show, whatever. I'm illuminated up. Rafe says hi to me, and then you felt awkward. You had to say hi, and you're like, "Oh, I thought you were somebody else."
I really did think you were somebody else.
Oh, that's.
I really did
hilarious.
think you were somebody else.
I'm like,
He didn't have his readers on.
I thought you were somebody else.
oh man, it was funny.
Man.
It was awkward. And
It was
fun.
awkward, a little awkward,
I
but
liked it.
Yeah.
no,
I'm-
you're like, no, we already saw each other.
You guys make me feel weird because we've it's early. We've exchanged pleasantries, and granted, I'm not super great at social cues. We all know that, and I admit, and I need to work on it. But you guys, like, sometimes you'll say, okay, I'll see you in there. There's like I'm going to see you 30 feet from now in 80 seconds. And you guys have made me feel guilty every single day where I leave if I don't say something.
Yeah.
So I kind of do it on purpose now just to see if you guys.
Oh no, I think you're a
anything.
dick for. I'm like, buddy.
You're very sensitive about if we leave for the day and don't say bye to you. You were very. That is something that first week of the show I was like, oh my, like because. And now, if I see him,
It's not like I'm keeping track. I just think it's
For the day, I understand there's a politeness factor to it, but but going from the office,
I like to announce my exit.
when we're but we're prepping and it's 5:25 and we're walking to the studio and we're all walking at slightly different times, but just a few minutes from one another. So I have to say goodbye to you.
I'm not asking for anything. I just say for me. I just go, all right, see you guys in there.
Well, you're very sweet to do that.
And that's nice because you're kind of the captain of the ship here. But like if it's just me and Lern and I walk out, do you feel weird?
No.
You
But
sure?
yesterday I felt weird because when you got here, this is so funny. When you got to the station, I hadn't seen you. It's the first time I'm seeing you, and I was knees deep into an article, reading, and you walked in, and you and Rizz are having pleasantries. I didn't say a word to you, and then I apologized to you later because I'm like, "Hey, pal, I didn't say hi to you when you came in," and you're like, "I don't care."
Don't. Let's not start that.
But I'm one of the
precedent.
weirdos that has to say every time I go in the office and I see you guys in there, I have to say hi.
Yeah,
but I guess I'm a foreigner in that land. I don't quite belong in there.
As far as the long hallway situation, because then it's weird if it's just you two in the hallway, and then you're.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at each other the entire time,
Yeah.
and then I just try to I avert my eyes.
I will do this if I'm walking behind somebody far away. I try to be really quiet so they don't know I'm there, so I don't have to talk to them.
Me too. Yeah,
I do
very
that.
Yeah, I do
sneaky.
that where
And
you
then-
kind of slow down and just
Yeah.
let them get ahead. And
Yeah.
But
all
then
the time.
sometimes they turn around, and then I'm like, oh,
You get caught.
I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I feel bad, but sometimes if your back's to me, I don't want to talk.
All right, normal or nope, needing absolute quiet to read a book. Do you need silence?
I do. I have I think I have a little slight learning disability. I'm not being funny. So I have to have complete silence when I'm reading. Yeah.
I used to be able to read anywhere. As I've gotten older, I don't know, I need silence.
Yeah, me too.
But I'd be able to read on a bus, on a subway car. We used to be able to just read. Now I need absolute silence.
Yeah, I think I do too. It's fairly clear that I have some sort of ADD or ADHD, but never diagnosed. But yeah, the older I get, the more I need to zone.
I find everything so distracting that I can't immerse myself into the book, and that ruins the joy of reading for me.
Mm-hmm. And I got to read it again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I read so much, and
Look at you.
Yeah.
Many
Look at
leather
you.
bound
No,
books.
when's the last time we went out in public just to go read, at a coffee shop or anything? I don't.
This man was at the West County Mall on Sunday
I
reading.
was reading my
true.
phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could read the phone just fine. So maybe I can read all right out in public.
All right, one more thing. Is it weird to eat your fries before the burger?
No.
Every time.
So you do the fries first?
Every time. In fact, so I had a meeting with Lion's Choice, and I was hanging with the Lion's Choice folks, and these are very important folks, especially to me.
And
These
muckety
are-
mucks over there,
yeah,
Lion's
these are
Choice.
Very, very important people in my life. And I was trying out a new sandwich that was just incredible, or a combination that it was suggested to me that I had never tried. And of course, being the enthusiast, I needed to try this.
Yeah, of course.
And I noticed that I was crushing my fries like I typically do, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness, maybe this looks insulting because I haven't yet tried the new combination
Right.
sandwich that I had been suggested. So I diverted away
Went
from my
against
and it
instinct.
felt so weird, dude.
Man,
so weird.
but
I
Lion's
finished the
Choice
fries
for
and then go to
me-
the sandwich.
A lot of places, it just depends on the place where if it fries first or not. But Lion's Choice is the same time I do the burger. There's something amazing about kind of taking a bite and then a fry. And
Yeah,
then
I
having that
don't-
in your mouth together is just so yummy.
I don't do one and then the other. I just
Oh, you do?
I do
You combo?
I'll combo.
I'm a side
most places it's separate, but
Side
Lion's
starter.
Choice for some reason the combo is perfect.
The fry goes first though. I'll always take a fry
Yeah.
first.
So with fries and burgers, you do that, but do you do that with, let's say, Thanksgiving
Potato
dinner?
salad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do it too. I
I'm
do
a
it
side
too.
girl.
And then the meat?
Yeah, I go in a circle.
Yeah.
I'll start with green beans or whatever looks the most attractive, and then I also kind of try to save whatever I think is the absolute best for last.
Oh no.
Oh,
roll
heck
this,
yeah,
roll
you gotta
that,
do
roll
that.
that.
No, yeah, I don't. And
mean, I
that
don't-
looks normal, but
I don't finish one thing. I'll start with one, usually a side or a fry, and then I will kind of back and forth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's the side or main, but I do 10. If it's not Thanksgiving or Christmas where you're supposed to just blend everything, I have to eat each individual group there.
But there are a lot of people that, like you, Moon, will do the fries first, finish those off, and then get to the burger.
And the other thing is, I can handle a burger kind of at whatever temperature. I'm not super picky, but I want some nice, hot, fresh fries.
Yeah,
I love fries so much that I don't want to lose a moment.
Yesterday after the show, because we were talking about Filet-O-Fish in the 6 o'clock hour, immediately I got
You went to McDonald's?
on Clarkson, hit it, got my Coke. It was like 11 o'clock. Oh, I was just down in those fries going home. This is my second Filet-O-Fish. One every 10 days is what I'm averaging.
All right.
no.
The first email in the email segment, by the way, is going to yell at us about what we just did.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we got to take a break. Read that one email, and then we got to get to sports. We're running late. It's 9:24. It is Friday. One final look at your traffic and weather. Mooner's coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. It is time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. Guys, we did it!
Woo!
An entire Rizz show of traffic reports, and I did not have a single report. You did it,
Not
St.
one
Louis.
incident.
Outstanding.
Congratulations,
Seriously.
guys, if that's true.
Stand. Please stand. Please give
The
me
best
the...
damn drivers in the United States of America. Right here. Wow.
We did it!
If that is true, unless your computer's
My computer
broken.
may have just been frozen,
Are
but
you in
either way.
St. Louis, or did you pick Branson or something?
Your point forecast, soggy. Rain will turn to snow around the afternoon with a little accumulation, high of 47. Then the temperature is going to drop big. Right now it is 47 at the Point Studio. Oh, let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Okay, so wait, and Columbus, I don't think you have a clue how bad this gun hurts. Would you like an example? Would you like to try? Would you put your butt on the line and?
You guys can shoot me.
Yeah. Have Scott. How about you shoot Clonvis first?
Can I take one
shot in the
Can I
tush.
take one of his shots and give him 4? Was that
What?
fine?
No.
Oh, that's happened.
I'd like to. I mean, just as a gesture.
I mean,
of
that's a pretty.
goodwill.
That's a pretty amazing friend right there.
In tribute?
Or I'll take one
put
and
my
I'll
ass
still
on the
shoot
line.
him 5 times.
I had 4 last week, and I'll tell you, it was excruciating.
I'm interested to see if it's
To improve your house. You're looking to pay off higher interest debt. You're looking to finance education. Or you're looking to, pay off other major expenses. A home equity line of credit can provide the money you need using your home's equity. Well, you need to call Kevin Putney. You need to go to 123mortgage.com. Because with Kevin Putney and Equity Express, the process is fast, it's secure, it's fully automated. Just take 5 minutes. 5 minutes apply and get 100% of your loan amount in as few as 5 days. That's it. And if you're looking to buy a home this year, Kevin wants to put homeownership within your reach. Kevin's Community Promise can provide $6,500 in down payment assistance if you live in a qualifying neighborhood in select cities. Give Kevin a call. He's there to help you out. He's there to make the whole loan process, mortgage process, easy and simple. 314-862-0123, online at 123mortgage.com. It's Kevin Putney, Equalizing Opportunity. All loans subject to underwriting approval. Restrictions do apply. Call for details. Cross Country Mortgage LLC, NMLS 3029, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, 123mortgage.com, 314-862-0123.
This is Rizzuto. Not only is he rich, but he also has a lot of money. And he's looking to invest in the next big idea.
Hi, my name is Rizz, and I have a lot of money. I mean, almost too much money. So I'm looking to invest, and I've asked the fellas to come on down to my office and pitch me their ideas. Do they have what it takes to be in the biz?
Meet King Scott. By day, he's the producer of the #1 morning show in St. Louis. But by night, he's not at work anymore. Interesting. He says that despite all of his shortcomings, his one long coming is his knack for decent ideas.
Hello, I'm King Scott, and I'm here to pitch my business idea to Rizz, and I know he will definitely invest in this. It's a revolutionary business idea. It's going to change the world over, and I definitely have what it takes to be in the biz. Sorry. Hey.
Take a seat.
Hello there.
All right. Yeah, make sure you speak into the microphone.
All right. Yeah, I definitely will. Can I move the mic a little bit?
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, hi, I'm King Scott. I'm so honored to be on Rizz. I mean, a big fan. Love the show. Hi, Gary. Anyways, I got a lot. Great. I got a really wonderful item, and you complain. Almost the biggest complaint I think in your life is your chair. And I actually did a study recently with the Pew Research Center, because that's all they do is chair research, that college or high school students, their number one complaint in school that's holding them back is chairs. And that's why I'm going to show you something that's going to revolutionize everything. And it's making the most comfortable thing mobile. And I'm pretty excited to show you what I have. It's the Rizzuto toilet. Rizzuto toilet. Great product. Can I show you the product?
Are you going to put it on the whiteboard? I got a whiteboard. Gary, if you could. You've, of course, met Gary. Yeah. Gary, the whiteboard, please.
Hey, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
I see you brought a briefcase. This is a pretty, so far so good. You're doing all right.
Thank you. A real
Full
business.
lollipops. Okay.
Sorry.
Come on, tell me the product.
All right. I'm glad you asked again. So with the pitch here, hold on a second. Got a lot of. Hold on a second. All right. So here's the pitch. It's a bag, and it's gonna go with you everywhere. But it's a chair.
This is not going well. Just so you know.
It gets better. All right. So here's the bag, and it's a modern design. A seatbelt. So it's this cushion here.
Kind of inflated ass gasket.
Sorry. This right here is a bowl, and it will also, if you need to, take care of business.
First of all, that looks like an upside-down helmet.
This will snap around this so you can...
So it's like a modesty cloak.
Yes. Fork and smooth. So you don't have to worry about toilet paper, and you just apply, and this is patent pending.
That is I believe that's a butt plug.
Oh, yeah. It feels amazing. A charge station, so underneath the seat also.
Will it not just go on my leg?
You can discreetly excrete, is what I call it.
This is a terrible idea.
But patent pending. So
this is I don't know anybody that would ever invest in this.
Yeah, but you're airplane.
First of all, it's disgusting, and I'm actually offended that you would name something like this after me, to be honest with you. I'm not only disgusted, but I'm disappointed.
It's Italian.
This pitch did not go well. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you. It was from the beginning. It was terrible.
I mean, you saw the numbers.
No, I've seen the numbers. They mean nothing.
Hey, sleep on it. I think you'll be calling me tomorrow. I'll give you my number.
I think I made my decision.
Oh, okay.
It's a solid no for me. So take your papers and take your briefcase full of lollipops. And Gary, if you could help him, please.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for wasting my time, honestly. Thank you. And take the papers too. He certainly does not have what it takes to be in the biz.
Okay. Hey there. Yeah, no, I realize now. Okay, so he was really caught up on you could just go to the bathroom outside in the woods, which I get that now.
Taylor is true service in every single way, and we're not talking about just with sales. We're talking about the actual service department, the auto body department. It's all on the same campus right there on Manchester and online at taylorstlouis.com. And David Taylor Ellisville has service appointments available for you within 3 business days. That is unheard of. You can see all the details on the website. You can even schedule your appointment, and it's all on the same campus, just past the sales division there down the hill. A lot of people don't know that that's all there, and I use the service department even for just preventative maintenance. They are second to none. Absolutely incredible. Shout out to them. I'm saying hello. Tell them Moon sent you. They will take care of you. But even if you don't, they will take care of you because they're all about the community and making sure that they're there for you and your vehicle throughout its entire journey, from sales to service and whatever else. They are there for you at David Taylor Ellisville. Check out all the deals they got going on the big Jeep sales as well. 15% off this beautiful Gladiator that I am driving right now. I love driving David Taylor Ellisville vehicles. Check them out. See all the deals you can get on the Rams, on the Cherokees, on the Compass, the Renegade, all of it. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. David Taylor, Ellisville, on Manchester, and online at TaylorSt.Louis.com.
Hey, it's Blue October at Point Fest.
Hello.
All right. Sorry, I had to do that.
Run out of time.
It's a good thing.
All right, an email or two, Moon.
Well, emails are brought to you by Kloss Furniture. Lowest prices guaranteed. We have something for everybody. here's the email. What did it do? What were we talking about? Not long
We
ago?
just got stuck in a food vortex.
Food vortex.
Briefly, just briefly.
What do you know? And here's the first email. Hey, my New Year's resolution was to be less frivolous and spend less on unneeded, unhealthy food. And you guys are killing me with your food news every day. Maybe cover a story about eating better or being more thrifty instead of all this
boring.
hot honey chicken, Big Mac double filet of fish talk.
Did you try a double filet of fish yesterday?
No,
or
I
did you
didn't have the
regular?
balls to do it. And I just thought to myself, no, I just want what I want. I don't want to double team myself. Like, I just want
I don't want to double team myself.
double fillet. I
Sometimes
just want what I want. And man, it was damn delicious.
Email ends with, you're all
Damn it.
awesome. I'm going to go stuff my face with something.
Yeah, sorry.
Steve.
Listen, it's life.
We love food. We're foodies on this show. All of us in different ways. It's fun.
If you want to hear a cool health story, I just had some blueberries.
All right.
Look at
Cool.
you.
Yeah, moving on.
There you go.
See, nobody cares about that. You want to hear about that?
All right.
Learn's double filet of fish. All right, here's sports. All right, Moon, what do you got?
Sports brought to you by DraftKings at Casino Queen. Play, stay, dine at DraftKings at Casino Queen. Big news. The big news for this morning is the Patriots.
Breaking news, guys.
Patriots are reportedly hiring Jared Mayo to replace Bill Belichick as head coach.
Learn your thoughts.
Okay, this is a mistake. Thank you.
You made.
This is a big
You guys have made a
mistake.
grave error. Yeah, the rumor was either him or Vrabel, both expatriates. So, all right, Jared Mayo gets the job.
Good for him. Good for them.
Nobody
I don't
likes mayo, okay?
I don't like Mayo, like the actual condiment.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about this new coach, but
The Jordans ruled yesterday's Blues game as Jordan Kyrou had a hat trick and Jordan Bennington made 40 saves to get the Blues past the Rangers for their third win in the past 4 games. It was 5-2 Blues win over the New York, and Kyrou's third career hat trick. First one at home though, busted him out of a pretty, we'll say a 6-game slump really. Bennington won his third straight start, this one on a night where the Rangers had double the numbers of shots as the Blues. So good job on the Jordans.
you know, I've never been to a hockey game where there was a hat trick. I'm not throwing my hat on the ice.
No, you throw your neighbor's hat.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not throwing my hat on the ice.
Well, that's why you wear a crappy hat, just in case.
Just in case there's a hat trick.
Not only have I been there where people have thrown their hats, I was at a game where we were teasing Osgood. So it was against the Red Wings,
Yeah.
and somebody threw a squid. Right
Well,
in front
that's
of
the
us.
thing they do up there in
Yeah.
Detroit.
So it was at a Blues game. Me and my buddy Perry were sitting there. Actually, I think your cousin was there too, Grantham. And
Really?
we had seats, like really good seats behind the goal. We were harassing Osgood, and then it smells terrible all of a sudden. And we look down and we're like, what the heck? And there's this wet bag right in front of us. And the guy stands up and goes down the glass and threw a squid on the ice. And we were like, oh my gosh, that was this guy right here.
Wow.
Threw a squid.
Yeah, it's the legend of the octopus, by the way, is a sports tradition during Red Wings home playoff games involving dead octopuses thrown onto the ice.
Maybe it was an octopus. I thought it was a
It's
squid.
called the legend of the octopus. I don't know if they still do it.
Well, they did it in the 90s.
Wow.
At this one game I was at.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, there's a whole history of it.
Blues, it's a Detroit thing, what you said, right?
Yeah, Detroit.
Blues host the Bruins tomorrow at 7 p.m. NFL regular season games averaged 17.9 million viewers in 2023. That is the highest TV viewership since 2015. 4 out of 5 networks and streaming services
Thanks,
saw
Taylor
an
Swift.
increase in Taylor viewership. Yes, Monday Night Football had its best TV season since 2000, averaging 17.36 million viewers for a 29% increase. Thank you, Taylor. Eli Drinkwitz, this is a news story from earlier this week, but I think this is a big deal. Obviously, all the Mizzou success. Eli Drinkwitz, the coach who recently led the Tigers to an 11-win season, Cotton Bowl victory, and was named the Southeastern Conference Coach of the Year, is now one of the conference's highest-paid coaches. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, that he was renegotiating
new
the
deal.
contract and whatever. And let's see, the new 5-year deal, which runs through the 2028 season, is going to pay him $46 million, starting with $9 million in 2024.
Not bad.
If he leaves Missouri, he would have to pay a buyout of $5 million, an amount that decreases steadily over the course of the deal. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, good for
So
him.
should Mizzou fire him, because this is what I'm always interested in. Because some of these players don't have guarantees in their contracts. Some of them do. Some coaches do. Some don't. If Mizzou fires Drinkwitz, he would owe them. I'm sorry, Mizzou would owe him 75% of whatever remaining guaranteed compensation left on the deal, beginning with $7.5 million paid within 30 days, and the rest spread out through 2028. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it'd be all right.
Yeah, not bad.
All right.
And also earlier this week, legend Franz Beckenbauer, who left a unique imprint on German football as player, captain, and coach, died at the age of 78. Beckenbauer, one of only 3 men to win the World Cup as a player and as a coach. He passed away on Sunday. UEFA was talking about Beckenbauer as, quote, one of Europe's football greatest sons. This dude shaped German football like no other. The EPL described him as the most beautiful of footballers who won it all with grace and charm. This guy was awesome. I'm Moon, and that's for sports, because doing the bull dance, feeling the flow, working it.
Right before the break, okay, somebody polled 6,000 Americans yesterday to find out who they want to win the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl's about a month away. So who is America rooting for in the playoffs, which begin tomorrow?
Man.
Who is America rooting for in the playoffs for the NFL?
The Dolphins?
I don't think so. I don't think so anymore, right?
No.
It's not the Dolphins.
I'm going to say...
Well, who's in? We got Dolphins,
are
Bills,
last.
Chiefs. Dolphins, Bills, Chiefs, Steelers.
Steelers.
The
Cowboys.
Cowboys. 49ers.
Yeah, the Bills. Weren't we saying the Bills are America's
Bills,
team now?
Nope.
Like,
Is it back to the Cowboys?
Yeah, it's the Cowboys.
Back to
America's
the
rooting for the Cowboys.
Wait, do I remember that correctly, though? Weren't we saying that the Cowboys were dethroned as America's team and that the Bills were kind
They're
of...
good this year.
They're kind
good.
of awesome. They're fun to watch.
Yeah.
They're good. They got a great quarterback who's, MVP candidate.
Out of this group and all the Kansas City backlash and all that kind of stuff, I can see this actually being.
Kansas City's not even 2.
And it's
Yeah,
because
I think it's
even St.
over.
Louis now hates Kansas City
Yeah,
because of the
it's
Taylor
over.
stuff or this or that.
So Cowboys, America's rooting for the Cowboys, then the Lions,
Oh, yeah.
then the Chiefs, then the 49ers, Ravens, Buffalo, Green Bay, LA, Miami.
Hey, that would be cool for the Lions stuff.
Do you do Super Bowl parties? What does this show do during the Super Bowl?
We used to have a big Super Bowl party at the brewery every year.
It was awesome.
That needs a return.
Like I make my Super Bowl hummus. I wait for everybody to come over. Nobody comes over ever, so I just hang out with the kids.
My mom has a huge Super Bowl party every year. Like, invites the whole town. And it's pretty fun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Can she do it in Wildwood this year?
No.
Can she do it at my house? Actually, at my neighbor's house.
I don't know if you want all those people over at your house.
All right.
What do you mean, those people?
The Columbia, Illinois, the mayor comes
not how
over.
we
It's
talk
a freaking
around
mess.
here.
Wow. We're going to take one final break. We'll come back, wrap her up.
Hey, it's Jeff backstage at Wayback Point Fest in freaking living color. Look at those guys. They're right there. Thank you guys for taking the time to do this. Much appreciated. Let's get this out of the way. I have an amazing story about, and I just told this on the show. I do the morning show. I'm part of the morning show on The Point. A million years ago when you guys were on a tour.
Sitting at home last night, and all of a sudden I got a text from my friend Beth over at Victory Men's Health, and she said, hey, you need to come in and get your blood tested. It's been a while. And yeah, I mean, King Scott, Rafe, and I, we go to the town and country location of Victory Men's Health. And, about every 6 months, I'll go ahead and get my blood tested to see what kind of vitamins I'm deficient in. And then they send me all the vitamins that I need to my home on a subscription, which is excellent and so convenient. And they can do that for you, too. Dudes, especially. Now, if you're somebody who's like, okay, I like telehealth more, they just now are offering telehealth for all of their services. So weight loss or sexual health questions, the, hormone optimization. You want to get your questions answered, they can do that for you remotely. You do have to still be an Illinois or Missouri resident to do that. Also, make sure you're up to speed with the Women Want Strong Men podcast with Amy Stuttle, who is the owner of Victory Men's Health. She's always talking to professionals about what you guys need to know moving forward with your bodies as you age. VictoryMen'sHealth.com for everything.
So let's start off with an easy one.
Okay.
You have this incredible career with Everclear. Right. Made all of these records. You've had, I would think, multiple opportunities to do like a solo record, but you're going to put out a solo record for seemingly the first time in your career.
For not seemingly the first time.
The first time in your career. Why now?
Well, I mean,
you know as well as I do that Everclear has been my baby from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's my thing. So as far as doing a rock band situation, I never felt really a need to do a solo record. I tried to do one once, and it turned into an Everclear record. And I wanted this to be different. I wanted this to be just me playing everything. So it's mostly acoustic guitar, acoustic bass, some keyboards, some drums, not drums on every song. I sing all the vocals. I play all the instruments. Co-produced it with a friend of mine who's a great engineer, producer. And, yeah, it's very raw. It sounds like an Everclear meets Cat Stevens meets Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young.
Oh, wow.
But with some Elvis Costello in there.
All right, I like it. I look forward to that. One of the reasons that I've always liked you and liked your band is because there was always this sort of punk sensibility on those and not only a punk sensibility in the music, but you as well sort of have a little bit of that punk rock swagger.
Absolutely. I've always had that. I've always seen myself in the punk rock aesthetic.
Well, but you're
You know
buddies
what I
with
mean?
like Jim Lindbergh from Pennywise and those guys, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't mean to name drop.
No. We're all suburban dads, you know,
Right.
that live in Southern California that all grew up with a lot of the same music. You know, they went a lot more punk rock than I did. I'm older than those guys, so, you know, there's more of a sense of melody to it as far as I'm concerned. But, I mean, underlying, I've always looked at Everclear as a punk/hard rock band with a singer-songwriter. That's what we are.
Well, absolutely.
And it's not, you know, it's not reinventing the wheel, but it's unique in its own right. And that's what we are.
Yeah, agreed. There are some artists that we have that will play our way back show and will not want us to use the phrase way back when we're kind of speaking of them. You, on the other hand, you do the Summerland Festival. You embrace that.
Why not?
Yeah, that's kind of more my question for you. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think some other artists have like a hard time? Like, just people like it. No, they're coming out to see you no matter what it's called.
A lot of people, especially people who feel a little insecure about where they are in the world, in my experience, seem to think that if they embrace any kind of, what's the word you want to use for it? Any kind of affection or acknowledgement of the old days, that it means that they're not relevant today. And to me, we define our own relevance as people and as artists and everything. I feel relevant. I go out and play to people who are singing the words and who are excited to see it and are paying money to see it, and it's value to them. That's a big deal. It's not just the money. It's not making the money, but that people will spend the money and they feel like they're getting value for it. Are you a dad?
Yes, I am.
So am I.
Yeah.
I'm a family guy. It's not hard to have it's not easy to have a family.
No, sir.
You want to find value wherever you go. I'll spend good money if I get the value for it, if it's worth what I'm paying for it. And if I feel that that's what we're giving to people, whether it's some sort of nostalgic trip or it's connecting with a part of themselves that they haven't felt connected to in a long time, what the hell is not relevant about that?
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
Absolutely. And one question in closing, and I hope that it's all right for me to ask you this, but how's your health overall?
You mean the MS thing?
The MS, yeah.
Dude, I'm doing okay. About 2 months ago, actually 2.5 months ago, I got an offer from this doctor who writes these nutrition books and bestsellers, and he has worked with people with
their credit union. This is my family financial institution, and you know, you get to a certain age and you realize, whoa, financial institutions are not created equal. It's not just a place that you put your money. No, I mean, especially when you realize all the benefits the members get at Together Credit Union. When you become a member, you realize, wow, this is what I've been missing in my life. Not just with the CD options that they have right now. They have a 9-month CD. You got to check out the options there. To go into any of the 15 area locations and find out what they can do for you with that. But with the Earn and Learn savings accounts for the kiddos, the St. Louis City SC debit and credit cards that give you all these cool perks, 10% off food and drink and merch down at City Park. You get early entry. I mean, Together Credit Union, that's just the beginning. That's the tip of the iceberg. what they've done for our financial health as a family, and for me as a parent, giving me resources to teach my children better financial health and habits and happiness. That right there has changed the entire scope of my family, man. I'm telling you, it's amazing being a member at Together Credit Union, and anybody can join. Again, 15 area locations. There's one close to you right now. So just walk into any of them today, or check out the information online about how to become a member and get all of these perks here over at Together Credit Union. TogetherCU.org.
I'm seeing your bucket list here in front of me, Lern, and some of these are definitely achievable.
Yes.
Some of them I'm not sure about.
Sure.
Yeah, some of them are going to be tougher than others. The first one, let's just get into it.
Yep.
And, you know, where we welcome feedback. If anybody can help us, put us on the path to make these happen, please let us know. Because it's all about love and helping each other, lifting each other up, checking stuff off. Here's a big one. See Daft Punk.
Daft Punk.
Daft Punk, they're broken up.
They're broken up.
I don't
They
think they're
retired.
ever getting back together.
Right.
So,
But The Weeknd, even this weekend, or even this past weekend, The Weeknd, the artist, said the only collabs he will do in the future is with Daft Punk. So there could be something on the horizon.
what about a Daft Punk tribute act?
Yes.
What about a Daft Punk lunch? Like you're at the Rainbow Room or something like that, and you look over and you're like, oh my gosh, I recognize.
Look at
these
those,
guys.
just two guys in
no,
helmets.
those are the guys from
Because
Daft
it's
Punk.
see Daft Punk. You didn't say in concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I would like to dance live to Daft Punk, those two guys, those French musicians. I want them
All
to be
they're
playing
doing is
music.
press and play on an iPad.
What if they
Exactly.
stand up at lunch and they go bigger, faster?
All right. Okay, so see Daft Punk, that's on the list.
Or have a Daft Punk dance party.
Yeah, will you
whatever.
take me? I would love to see that show.
Thank you.
I would
Yes.
love to see that.
I like how
French-Canadian,
malleable
did you?
your bucket list things are. That's a very open and loving way to embrace the world. You've already dialed back your very first one, which
Right.
I love. But
And
you know what?
What?
You never know. Daft Punk, whatever, tomato. It's French. I believe it's Daft, but whatever. Leads right into the next one. Host a discotheque, maybe a Rizzuto.
Rizzuto would be cool.
I like
Dance
I want to have a
party.
dance party. And we have a lot of listeners who want to dance. And so every time I talk about it, they're always like, oh, hit me up. So what if we have a Rizzuto?
Yeah, man.
And we
not a
play
great
Daft Punk.
I'm not a great dancer, but I'll DJ. Can I DJ?
Dude, I've DJ'd
Yes.
too. I'm a pro.
I
I
want,
want to see you out there on the dance floor.
I want
No, you don't.
dancing.
What if we put
You wouldn't
helmets?
dance at the Rizzuto?
Well, yes, of course I will, but you don't want to see it.
Will you wear helmets for me?
Hell yes, I will.
We put King Scott and Moon and Daft Punk
Yes.
Yeah.
helmets.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I love this.
The only time I've really got to DJ professionally was over at Pops.
Guys, is a month and 2 days away. So listen, it's not too early to start planning. Plan Valentine's Day, get your supplies, get a hotel, go to Patricia's, pick up your sexy supplies, shall I say. That's where you go, Patricia's. You go for your lingerie, your costumes, your movies, your lotions, your lubes, your vibrating toys. Non-vibrating toys, really something for everyone, whether it be the expert or the novice or anybody in between. They're awesome over there. Spice up your love life. Have a little fun. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask an employee. They've heard it all. Never will judge you. Trust me on that. 3 very convenient locations. You have the location, St. Peter's at the Cave Springs exit, on Page, 3 miles east of Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravelway. For all your fun and adult toys, it's Patricia's. It's where fun and fantasy meet and where naughty is nice.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ready to roll? We are backstage at Point Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, Brent and Barry from Shinedown. What's up, gentlemen?
Well,
How are
hello.
you?
What's going on? How are you?
It's great to see you. It's great to see you.
Good to
First
see
of
you.
all,
Thanks for being cool with us because I was super, super late. I was very, very late. Some
no.
things in rock and roll haven't changed.
No,
the
no.
singers are usually late.
now listen, if we're going to do it, you are 18 minutes behind. I don't think that that's even late as far as rock stars go. I think that's just about flat.
All right, take that.
We can take that.
Yeah.
I don't know if do we look at ourselves as, you know, the RS, the rock star type?
You don't have to. I appreciate that you don't, but I do, and I can.
I
You know what I
appreciate
mean?
it. The reason I am late though is because I needed to take a shower because, quite frankly, I smelled like a farm animal. So I wanted to make sure that we were good today.
So see, the 18 minutes late is completely acceptable, and I do appreciate it.
Also, you should, because I had to be next to him. It was not good.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations on the record.
Thank you.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. The song Devil has been doing amazing things for the radio station. People loved it as soon as we put it on the air. You know, there is something so great, and it just has that sort of anthemic quality about it. Where did that song fall in the recording of this particular record? Was that one of your first ones that came about?
It came about probably right in the middle. There were a lot of things about and are, you know, in regards to Attention, the new album. We did things a little differently this time. We've had the pleasure of working with a lot of producers, a lot of great engineers, you know, male and female. But it was time for us to do it in-house. So our bass player, Eric Bass, who is quite frankly, way more than a bass player. He produced Attention. He also mixed it. And so the dynamic of everything, too, is that it is a conceptual piece of work, but not in the traditional sense. We call it a story album because everything takes place inside of a room on the record. The goal is to put the audience and the listener into this room to take this journey. And Devil is basically the beginning of this journey because we don't look at it as like the story starts off at rock bottom, but the fact is this individual that is inside the story has come to a place in their life where if they don't confront what's inside of them that could potentially sabotage them, their family, and quite frankly, you know, their actual life in general, they're gonna have to face these demons basically. So Devil starts the beginning of the story of Attention, but the actual song was probably written about middle of the way in the recording process, or the writing process, I should say.
And there's a lot going on here because you recorded at Eric's studio, which was not a commercial studio that normally does this kind of thing, correct?
It is a commercial studio for him. He's done a lot of stuff there. In fact, when we met Eric 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when we were doing Sound of Madness, we were writing for Sound of Madness, and we actually went to his studio to write. We didn't know him. He was just a producer at that studio, and we wrote at that studio. And then, you know, things happened and changed, and we said, what about that guy? Because he's extremely smart and a great producer. He was a producer first, came into us as the bass player.
Sure.
So, but he's done other records out of there, and other records have been done out of there even when he's not home. But it's not one of the, it's, you know, it's his place. So he has ownership of it. He built it. And this was actually the last record done there. He's moving the studio, so this was it. This was the, you know, it's bittersweet, but it was a great time.
Well, I watched that documentary, and finding out that he's a big Ben Folds fan, I am like borderline like stalker-like when it comes to that man. So
Really?
Like, well, not really, but you know.
That's
just
okay.
a big
Ben Folds
fan.
is great.
Yeah. So that part was very interesting. I wonder about the dynamic while you guys are recording. Now, I have interviewed you guys numerous times over the years. I don't know you, though, as people, but I would bet you that while you're making a record, it can get intense.
Sure.
Do you guys fight? Do you guys argue? Do you guys... because I would think everybody's passionate. Passion levels are on high when you're doing this project that you put so much into. Do you guys communicate that way? Do you get after each other that way, or am I misreading that?
What are your thoughts on that?
I think sometimes we do. You put a lot of pressure on yourselves, and then Eric took extra pressure on himself producing and mixing the record. But what's nice about us is we're still a family. We truly love each other and hang out with each other. So if it is a spat, it's more like, you know, a frustration type of thing instead of, you know, you suck and you can't do it right or any of that kind of thing. But having Eric on the other side, having Eric produce this record, he knows us so well, he was able to pull different things out of us. He knows our strengths and weaknesses. So he knew he was going to push you in a direction that might be not in your comfort zone for a song. He knew how to kind of manipulate you that way to get it out of you.
That's fantastic.
Because I think any producer with any band is also a psychiatrist in a way, because you're dealing with very fragile egos. We're all artists. And so you really have to be able to get inside somebody's head and know how far you can push them without pushing them over the edge.
I have to be very, very frank about it, though. The fact of the matter is Eric had a really good way of looking at this process and this album. We would rather go crazy making it ourselves rather than watch someone go crazy trying to make it.
Yeah.
Because the dynamic of us and the four of us, there wasn't a day that Eric walked in, and I spent 179 days with him last year. And we all four of us were so completely together on what we were doing and the statement we were making and why this record is so necessary. We weren't desensitized to it. And a lot of this album was inspired by the fan base all over the world. The one thing about Eric was, too, is when he went into the studio every single day, he never questioned himself. And there was never any kind of hesitation with him. He didn't walk around going, I don't know what we should do. Or, what do you think? There was never, it wasn't a guessing game with him. This was very, very serious. And it was also very instrumental, no pun intended, to the next phase and the next chapter of Shinedown's career. There was, quite frankly, nobody else that could have done it but him.
Wow. And this is album number 6. And so Devil is now your 13th #1 over those 6 records. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. And I know you don't want to look at that and bask in that, and I understand that, but that is friggin' impressive, gentlemen.
It's a big honor, but we're always looking forward. Always looking forward, trying to outdo what we've done in the past, and we're very lucky and blessed to still be here and be relevant and still have new fans coming along and younger fans. We don't take that for granted, but we're already thinking ahead of what's next, not necessarily next record, but next singles and what we're going to do to make our band grow even more internationally, globally, all over the world, because we want to have the trajectory of, say, an Aerosmith or U2, where you just don't go away.
Right.
You reinvent yourselves a little bit, you stay true to who you are, but the four of us are on a mission to do this for our whole life.
And another side of that also is just, when we're writing an album and we're in the middle of the process, I have each guy has a very specific thing that they do, and each guy can also do a lot of things very, very well. But it's the humility of knowing when to ask for help. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that, like for me, when I'm writing...
Plumbing, heating, cooling, and energy experts, these are my people. My people. They've been delivering world-class service in the St. Louis area for 42-plus years. Incredible staff, incredible owner, incredible everything. Anton's knows exactly what they're doing with all that. Plumbing, heating, cooling, energy experts from repairs to installation. I've had them do a new water heater. I had them do that energy audit I know you've heard me talk about. And right now it's a new year, so new comfort for you from Anton's. Get a new system for as low as $100 a month. Or ask about special financing. They have so many different options for you. No payments on interest for 18 months. That offer's going to expire in a number of days, just a couple weeks away on that. So make sure you get in there, get these incredible deals, and get the service that's right for you and your home for total indoor comfort. That's what they care about. That's what they specialize in. World-class service and total indoor comfort. It's about to get real cold. So call Anton's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Energy experts to make sure your home is all ready for it. AntonsHVAC.com, ANTONSHVAC.com.
All right, we are backstage at the pageant.
All right, that's it for us. Great week of shows, guys. Rafe returns on Monday. We're here live on Monday. So if you're working on Monday, we're working on Monday. We'll be here. Thank you all for tuning in. Today's podcast is titled?
I'm on the fish train. I'm on the fish train.
On the fish train.
Who's on the fish train?
All right, what else you got?
You know what? It just happened. Tickets just went on sale for Can You Feel the Punk Tonight, May 11th.
On sale right now. There you go.
May 11th, Saturday at the pageant. Last year was insane. And people knew that they missed out because it sold out really fast, and everybody saw the pictures, the videos, and how much fun we had. This is a perfect opportunity for you to bring your kiddos to maybe their first rock and roll concert. And I had a lot of people stopping me yesterday out and about at Planet Fitness at the event, just saying how much they appreciate Tim and me and the band doing a show like that was family friendly. Mm-hmm. It's huge. Yes, we're going to the pageant this year. There are 4-packs available, and those never last long. Those sold out in 4 hours last year, so get on that so you can bring the whole family maybe. Plus, yes, people were asking, are kids going to be allowed in the balcony? Because most of the time they're not. Yes, kids will be allowed. It's all ages. This is a family show.
It truly is. Someone asked me that, and I'm like, no, it is clean, 100% clean. It's really fun. It's a great place for kids to come and hang out.
Yep. Check out the ticket link. Ask the pageant whatever you got to ask, or email us. It's going to be fun. Can You Feel the Punk Tonight, May 11th at the pageant. Tickets on sale.
Learn.
Well, I'm going to be at the Scottish Rite Cathedral tomorrow. We are going to be with the Song Society doing a huge event with Super Jam, raising money for the kids with the Light Foundation. And so if you're going to that tomorrow, come up and say hi because I'm going to be emceeing that from 6 to 10.
Awesome. Scott.
Yeah, January 20th, come out to the All In for Life charity poker tournament. And this is presented by SCAD Outreach. That's SCCAD. And you can check it all out at sccadoutreach.org/poker. So come on out. It's going to be awesome.
All right. With all that being said, we leave you with a selection from our Team Rizz Member of the Day. Brought to you by Hot Shots, hotshotsnet.com/Team Rizz. And don't forget, Hot Shots, all locations, will be showing the Chiefs-Dolphins game tomorrow night. So you don't have to have Peacock. You can go to Hot Shots.
There you go.
They got it for you. Corey Crawford from O'Fallon, Missouri is our Team Rizz Member today, and he wants to hear this song.
Oh, yeah.
And here it is.
Oh, my Beautiful choice. He wins.
All right, see you on Monday. Bye.
The Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point.
It is a very, very big day in the land of Red Hot Chili Pepper fans everywhere, and I am so unbelievably honored to be joined today by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Flea, St. Louis is saying hello to you.
I love St. Louis, and I fondly miss the raucous nights, Mississippi nights that we used to have over there. And hello to everybody. Love to one and all.
Man, it's really great to hear your voice, but also, too, it's wonderful to have a new Red Hot Chili Peppers album that is out today, and John Frusciante back in the Chili Peppers. Flea, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about how he got back into the fold with you guys? And I know that you guys had maintained a friendship even when he wasn't in the band. Were you guys still jamming and playing together when he wasn't a Chili Pepper?
We occasionally jammed, and we always were friends, and we get together and talk. And, it was difficult, too, because he left, and we got someone else to replace him who was his friend. And it's sort of like, when you break up with a girlfriend and then you start dating their friend or something. It's like being in a band with someone is a very emotional and, close experience. So it was... our relationship has always been intense. But I remember I think there's a lot of things that led up to him coming back all the way around. But I remember one particular evening, he and his girlfriend were over for dinner with me and my girlfriend, and we're having dinner, and he and I were like off in a room talking. And I remember I just kind of said, I never really touched on it, even though I would think it. And I said, John, I sometimes I really miss playing with you, man. Yeah. And I said it. I couldn't help it. I just burst into tears. It was so emotional for me to say it. And he looked at me, and I saw him do the same thing. Like, we're both looking at each other, and he's like, me too, And in that moment, I was just like, oh, man. I was just like going to Anthony like a few days later, and I was like, I think John would come back, And just kind of opened that conversation, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, we made that decision.
Wow.
And all together. And it was very difficult to part ways with Josh, who's a beautiful person and a great musician, but it was the right thing to do for us, because sometimes I think there's things people are just born to do certain things. And John Frusciante was born to play guitar in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and man, that dude is such a profoundly beautiful, deep musician, and I treasure every moment we play together.
It's really wonderful to have you. Flea, I can just legitimately tell that your homeboy is back in the band, and you're just doing things that you love, and it's wonderful to me. And as a matter of fact, I read a quote from Rick Rubin where he said when you guys got back into the studio with John, and I think you were at Shangri-La, which is Rick Rubin Studios, that you guys started to jam, and Rick became emotional just seeing you guys doing it, kind of saying the same thing that you're saying, like these guys were born to be in a band together.
Yeah, and I think there's things that you just can't control, Like sometimes you got to surrender to the gods and let it flow. And I know for myself, like and everybody knows this, even though they might not articulate it in this way, but like when something's really great and you love it, it's whether it's, a book or a record or, a sports team or something that's really awesome and really like is powerful, it's beyond people's control that are doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like there's some organic thing that just flows naturally by certain people being together, you know? And that's how it is with John, you know? It's like, and all of us, when the four of us are together, we all bring something completely different. We're all very different people.
Right.
You know, and I think it's almost like, you know, like the Wizard of Oz, where one guy needs a heart, one guy needs a brain, and one guy needs to get home. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know, Dorothy needs to get home. Like, everyone, there's some deep yearning in each of us that is fulfilled by the other one in a certain kind of way that just, man, it just comes together and you know, everything flows like a river.
Well, the new album from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Unlimited Love, it is out. It's available for you now. I got to tell you, sir, and this is a little bit off kilter. Every time that I see the Lakers suffer, I feel bad for you more than anyone else in the world. But like, I think I root for the Lakers and suffer when the Lakers lose.